Chapter 1. The Dual-Soul Jade had been stable for 800 years, and Grand Elder Tsang Rui had repeated this fact 17 times over the past month. Wei Liang had counted. Each repetition arrived with a slightly higher pitch of self-congratulation, as though the Jade's stability were a personal achievement of the elders rather than a product of 8 centuries of careful preservation by people long dead. Stable for 800 years, housed behind spirit glass in the Azure Veil sect's primary ceremonial hall, its surface carved with pre-classical script that the sect's 3 most qualified linguists had collectively declared decorative and Tsang Rui had declared irrelevant to the examination procedure. Tonight, the Grand Elder intended to shatter both the artifact's stability and his own credibility, though he was only aware of planning the first. Wei Liang sat at his scribe's table near the hall's rear wall with his brush and record ledger positioned as they had been positioned for 14 months of elder proceedings. His spot was 3rd row from the back, low table, inkstone freshly ground, not chosen by accident. He had learned, across those 14 months, which scribes were assigned to notice events and which were assigned to witness them. He was, by professional inclination and accumulated practice, both simultaneously. The hall held approximately 60 disciples of various ranks, 3 elder observers, and 1 grand elder who had spent 40 minutes explaining a procedure that Wei Liang had spent 3 weeks researching from the archive's historical files and found troubling in ways he had not been asked to share. The primary resonance array occupied the hall's center. Its spirit stone foundations produced a hum that resonated in the back teeth, a sound Wei Liang associated with large formation structures under significant load. Grand Elder Tsang stood at the ritual dais with the Dual-Soul Jade's containment sphere positioned before him on a reinforced jade stand, spirit glass 8 inches thick, purpose-built to muffle the artifact's ambient resonance field. The jade inside was roughly the size of a closed fist, its surface covered in the pre-classical characters Wei Liang had spent 3 weeks attempting to parse from the archive's illustration plates. He had not succeeded. The script was pre-classical in the specific way of things that predated the current cultivation era, recognizable in structural form, entirely opaque in content. The jade's resonance has been stabilized through regular sect qi infusions for 8 centuries, Tsang Rui announced, projecting the confidence of a man who had spent 3 years designing this ritual. What has never been done is unlocking its core function. The heaven-weaving ancestors' surviving records indicate the jade was designed to enhance elemental cultivation in specific paired configurations the ancestor never documented before his death. Tonight, using the primary array, I will probe those configurations and determine the jade's active capabilities. Wei Liang wrote this down precisely. In the margin, beside the phrase configurations the ancestor never documented, he drew a small question mark. In his experience with restricted archive texts, when an ancient cultivator had failed to document something, the explanation fell into 2 categories. They had not gotten around to it before dying, or they had made a deliberate choice not to. The ancestor had lived to an advanced age and had been, by all accounts, meticulous. The second category seemed more probable. He did not raise his hand. He was a qi condensation scribe with null elemental affinity. The sect's hierarchy placed him approximately 1 tier above the furniture. His concerns about ritual design were not solicited. The array activated. 1,000 spirit stones channeled simultaneously, their combined output rising from a background hum into a full physical presence that Wei Liang felt in his ribcage as much as he heard it with his ears. The containment sphere glowed. Tsang Rui pressed both palms against the control formation and began feeding the probing qi sequence into the jade's surface structure. For 40 seconds, only glow. Then the jade cracked. Not a hairline fracture. Not the exploratory splitting of an artifact responding to controlled pressure. The Dual-Soul Jade fractured along 17 simultaneous fault lines, the crack pattern expanding across its entire surface in the time between one heartbeat and the next, and then the containment sphere detonated outward as 800 years of suppressed elemental pressure released in a concussive wave that made no distinction between core formation disciples and furniture in terms of what it moved. Wei Liang was already in motion. Specifically, the blast was in motion and he was going with it. The shockwave picked up his table and deposited it 3 feet to the left. The chair went right. His body followed neither, departing from both in a direction that ended with his shoulder meeting the back wall at speed. He hit it, rebounded, and arrived on the floor with dust in his throat and his ears producing a single sustained note that had replaced all other sound in the world. A jade shard struck him in the center of the chest. Thumbnail-sized, moving fast. He looked down expecting to see it resting on his robe. The shard was sinking. It moved through his outer robe, through cotton underlayer, through skin, continuing downward with the purposeful intention of something that knew exactly where it was going and was not going to be stopped by the layers between here and there. The heat that followed was not pain. It was presence, a dense and ancient warmth settling behind his sternum with a click he felt in his spine rather than heard through his still ringing ears. The kind of click that happens when something locked for 8 centuries finds the mechanism designed for it. Then 10 channels opened in his meridians. They extended from the shard's integration point outward through his meridian structure in a radial pattern, each one reaching to a different resonance gate junction, each carrying an elemental signature distinct and unmistakable. Ice at the northwest gate, fire at the south, lightning northeast, shadow west, wood southeast, metal east-south, water east, space north-northwest, earth magma south-southwest, and light pointing directly above him like a compass needle finding its axis. 10 gates. Wei Liang, who had spent 6 years being told his null affinity meant he had no cultivation future worth speaking of, was now carrying 10 elemental channels simultaneously in a meridian structure that had previously hosted precisely none. He put one hand over his sternum. Under his palm, his heartbeat continued without interruption. The jade shard had integrated with his meridian structure not like a foreign object lodged in tissue, but like a keystone dropped into an arch that had been waiting for it. The inscription appeared while he was still cataloging the channels. 3 characters in pre-classical script formed on his palm in light rather than ink, rising from beneath the skin, self-illuminating, composed in the script he had failed to decode for 3 weeks and now, through whatever the shard had opened in him, read with complete fluency. The jade knew its own language. Through the channels, so did he. 10 fates. 1 heaven. Well, Wei Liang said, to no one in particular. His voice was the steady neutral of someone who processes crises through documentation rather than reaction. That expands the scope of this record significantly. He retrieved his brush from 3 feet away. It had survived the blast entirely undamaged, lying clean on the dusty floor, which struck him as either coincidence or implication, and began writing. Around him, the hall processed the explosion through 60 different individual lenses. Core formation disciples establishing chi barriers, foundation establishment disciples checking for injuries, outer disciples trying to determine whether they should be fleeing or helping. The Grand Elder stood at the destroyed dais with his palms still extended over the empty space where the containment sphere had been, his expression cycling between white and purple as his political instincts competed with his technical ones over which problem to address first. 17 shards scattered across the hall, 1 embedded. The sect's head healer arrived within the hour. Elder Pei Rongshu was foundation establishment, efficient in the brisk efficiency of practitioners who treat cultivation accidents regularly enough that the unusual has ceased to alarm them. She moved through the hall systematically, treating burns, chi pathway disruptions, and the mechanical injuries that concussive waves produce. When she reached Wei Liang and held her spirit-sensing crystal over his chest, she remained there considerably longer than she had spent on any other disciple. The shard is fully integrated with your meridian structure, she said at last. I cannot extract it without destroying the meridians. I suspected as much. I'm reading 10 elemental channels in a radial pattern from the integration site. None are active. All appear to be in a waiting state. She recalibrated the crystal and read the output twice. Waiting for what? I can't say. I've never documented this structure before. Nor have I, he said. I'll research it. She wrote 1 word in her examination ledger, contaminated. Wei Liang read it upside down, noted it, and began assembling a larger picture from the components available. Contaminated was a problem. 10 channels waiting for something were a larger problem. A Grand Elder whose ritual had just destroyed a protected artifact, and whose political survival depended on assigning blame, was the immediate and pressing problem. Standard quarantine protocol? He asked. I'm establishing one now, Elder Pei said. Medicine pavilion, isolated ward. You'll come immediately. Of course, Wei Liang said. I'll bring my brush. That evening, the elder came to his isolation room window and looked through the spirit glass with the expression of a man cataloging a liability. The jade was sect property, he said through the communication formation. Whatever it has done to your meridians, the outcome belongs to the sect. Wei Liang agreed pleasantly to everything Tsang Ruwei said, because agreeing pleasantly cost nothing and revealed nothing, and wrote in his personal journal until the lamps burned out. The jade inscription on his palm provided enough light to keep writing by, casting 3 faintly glowing characters against the dark, 10 fates, 1 heaven. While in the elder's wing above, a correspondence window burned through the second bell of morning, composing something that was going to matter, and whatever it was, Wei Liang intended to be ready when it arrived. Chapter 2 The Medicine Pavilion's Isolation Ward taught Wei Liang 3 things in the first day. The north-facing wall condensed breath vapor by the second morning hour. Elder Pei kept her examination notes in a physical ledger that could not be accessed remotely, and the 10 channels embedded in his chest behaved differently when he was alone versus when he was being observed. He began mapping them on the second day. The process was careful and methodical, the same approach he brought to any unknown text. Start at the periphery, identify structural patterns, gather evidence before reaching conclusions about meaning. Each channel ran from the integration point at his sternum to a specific meridian gate junction at the body's periphery, and each carried an elemental signature that he could read through the Jade's now integrated comprehension framework. Ice at northwest, fire south, lightning northeast. He went through all 10, building a complete map in his journal with directional notations and elemental identifications for each gate. The critical finding came when he began testing them with qi. He pushed a thread of his own qi into the ice channel. The channel conducted it, shaped it by the elemental signature it carried, and returned a clear signal. Present, resonating, but incomplete. 2 keys required. One is here, the other is not. He tested all 10 in sequence, spending 30 minutes on each, and received the same fundamental answer each time. The channel recognized his qi as one valid component and was waiting for the second. This matched nothing in standard cultivation theory. A cultivator's elemental gate was either open, functioning, accessible, or closed. The concept of a gate waiting for an external complement was not in any text he had encountered. He noted this discrepancy carefully. The resonance architecture was proprietary. Understanding it would require finding the Jade's own documentation, not extrapolating from standard cultivation manuals. On the 4th day, Grand Elder Tsang Ruwei called the monthly disciple assembly. The quarantine period had expired. Elder Pei had marked Wei Liang, non-contagious, stably contained, which was the most optimistic framing available given what she had found, and Wei Liang attended from his usual position with his brush already inked. The assembly revealed the shape of what was coming. Tsang Ruwei had spent the intervening days constructing a narrative with care. 3 items of genuine sect business dispatched efficiently at the front of the agenda, clearing time for the item he had built the meeting around. Item 4. Jade Shard Incident, Responsibility and Remediation. The framing was precise. Not Elder Tsang's ritual failure. Not artifact containment breach. The incident, neutral, ownership distributed, and remediation, which was the vocabulary of assigning repair to the party judged responsible. Wei Liang was named as the cause. Category 3 violation, damage to a protected artifact through cultivator negligence. 90 days to demonstrate sufficient positive contribution to the sect. Failure to demonstrate this, expulsion. Wei Liang recorded every word with exact fidelity. The time, the witnesses, the precise phrasing of each claim. He noted that negligence was an allegation that had not been voted on or formally established through investigation. He noted that the formation team's causal analysis had not been completed. He noted these things in his personal journal, not aloud, because speaking them in the assembly would accomplish nothing except making Tsang Ruwei defensive before Wei Liang had any leverage. After the assembly, he went to the restricted archive with legitimate assigned work as cover, 3 outstanding inventory audits, and spent the actual hours on 2 texts that mattered. First, the sect's Category 3 violation procedure. Any escalation beyond the remediation's defined parameters required full Elder Council review. Tsang Ruwei had built a constraint around Wei Liang, but the constraint had a frame, and the frame constrained the Elder too. Every significant move against Wei Liang inside the 90 days required convening the council, which generated documentation, which generated light on things Tsang Ruwei preferred dark. Second, the Dual-Soul Jade's historical record in a pre-classical artifact compilation. 11 pages. He read all of them. The Jade was not an enhancement tool. It was a fate correction mechanism, built by the heaven-weaving ancestor on the theory that elemental laws developed in isolation pushed cultivators toward extremes, because a law unchecked by any complementary perspective amplified only its own nature. Ice cultivators became progressively more rigid. Fire cultivators more volatile. The Jade's function was to pair cultivators whose laws would create mutual balance, growing faster and more stably together than either could achieve alone. 10 soul slots, 10 paired elemental laws, and 1 central cultivator with a specific architectural requirement. Null affinity. No dominant gate. All 10 resonance points structurally open to receive the elemental laws of 10 others. Wei Liang set the text down and looked at his hands. 6 years of being told his null affinity was a cultivation dead end. 6 years of grinding qi condensation through sheer mechanical effort, because he had no natural elemental shortcut. And the oldest surviving text about the jade he now carried described null affinity as the only configuration that could serve the jade's central function. He was not the wrong person for this. He was the only category of person who could be right for it. He wrote this in his journal clearly and without sentimentality, because the practical implications were what mattered. Then he went back to the inventory audit, completed it correctly, and filed it in the appropriate location. That evening in the reading room, the door opened and Lian Frostmere came in. She was senior outer disciple, foundation establishment, ice law, the kind of cultivator who maintained careful distance from most people as both a personal principle and a strategic choice. She stopped when she registered his presence, then came to the table and looked at his open research notes. "You're the scribe from the incident," she said. "Wei Liang," he said. "The shard embedded in you." "More precisely, the shard embedded itself," he said. "The directionality matters." Her attention moved to the channel diagrams on his notes page. "Those are the 10 channels." He showed her the mapping, the 2 key mechanism he had identified through testing, the historical records description of null affinity as the design requirement, the inscription's translation. He showed her everything honestly because selective information had a short lifespan when the person receiving it had level 2 archive access and was clearly already running parallel research. When he finished, she reached across the table. Her fingertips grazed his palm at the inscription's edge. The ice channel responded. Not the present but incomplete signal of his solo testing. This was different. The channel deepened, the way a sound at the edge of perception resolves into clarity when its source draws close. Frost spiraled up her arm in the fine crystalline pattern of ambient ice law expressing itself without command, delicate as breath vapor on cold glass. And the channel sent back recognition. The second key, present. Lian Frostmere withdrew her hand. The frost dissolved in 3 seconds. Her expression was the careful neutrality of a person containing a much larger response. "That was real," she said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Not a trick formation. The jade's resonance architecture doesn't work through formations. It responds to elemental law compatibility at close range." She studied the inscription for a moment. "And the bond itself? You said it requires authentic response. Not just proximity. Bilateral willingness, the source text says. It doesn't have to be deliberate. Instinctive response counts. But it has to be genuine." She stood. She was deciding something. Not whether to trust him, he assessed, but something more structural. "I need to read the full text on this," she said. "Third shelf, blue binding, cultivation history compilation. Second text from the left," he confirmed. She found it without his help and carried it to the table, and they read in parallel in the archive's late-hour quiet. While in the elder's wing above the compound, Grand Elder Tsang Ruwei composed a letter that neither of them knew about yet. One that would set a countdown in motion that would, within 30 days, change what every decision they were currently making was racing against. And that letter was already on its way. Chapter 3 The Disciple Assembly's public framing of Wei Liang as the Jade Incident's responsible party was a problem with specific dimensions. He spent the day after the assembly mapping them. The most obvious dimension. Tsang Ruwei now had formal institutional authority to continue pressuring him within the sect. The Category 3 violation gave the elder a procedural tool that didn't require council review for small moves. Only escalation beyond the remediation parameters triggered that protection. Small moves, accumulated consistently, were a different kind of threat than a single large one. The less obvious dimension, the violation framing, was vulnerable. The formation team's causal analysis was unfinished. The claim that Wei Liang's negligence caused the jade's fracture had been stated but not established. If the actual cause was the ritual design's incompatibility with the jade structure, a possibility the archive texts made quite plausible, then the Category 3 assignment was procedurally incoherent. Challenges to its foundation would need to go through the council, but they could go through the council. He was in the restricted archive mid-morning when Lian Frostmere came in with the text she had taken home the previous night and a sheet of notes in her own hand. She sat across from him without announcement and set the sheet between them. "Heaven's Decree 7, she said. "I found the full text in the Elder's restricted library. Not the summary in the general collection, the original." He read it. The decree was 300 years old, issued by the Celestial Tribunal's then chief arbiter. Its legal argument stood on 3 pillars. 1. The jade's paired resonance created artificial cultivation pathways that bypassed fate's natural elemental assignment. 2. The soul link created inappropriate spiritual dependency, violating individual cultivation sovereignty. 3. The jade's capacity to override fate assignment threatened the cosmological order maintained by the tribunal's custodianship. Wei Liang read the second pillar twice and then looked up. The soul link doesn't override individual sovereignty. From the experience of the archive encounter yesterday, your cultivation technique, your elemental law progression, your judgment, none of those were affected by the channel's orientation toward you. The bond enhances shared resonance. It doesn't merge or replace. That's my assessment as well, Lian said. The second pillar is empirically testable, and the test would contradict it, which means the decrease foundation has a structural flaw. One of its 3 supporting pillars is factually wrong. He set the sheet down. The first and third pillars are philosophical. They argue about what cultivation should look like, not about actual harm. Philosophically, they reduce to, this is different from the established order, therefore it is wrong. The second pillar was the evidence-based claim. Remove it, and the decree is standing on 2 legs, one of which is circular. That's the argument for a tribunal hearing, she said. It's one of them. He turned to the third pillar and read it again. The third is the most honest one. The tribunal's concern, stripped of cosmological language, is that the jade produces highly capable cultivators outside the tribunal's validation system. A paired resonance network growing faster than individual cultivation means cultivators reaching high ranks without the tribunal ever being the arbiter of that advancement. That threatens the tribunal's institutional authority. She let the silence hold for a beat. That's not a legal argument. That's an institutional interest. Exactly. And at a tribunal hearing, that distinction matters considerably. He organized the analysis into a working draft. For now, what we need is the preemptive inquiry. Filing before Tsang Rui's notification reaches the tribunal, or simultaneous with it at minimum, establishes us in the assessment track rather than the enforcement track. I can file it, she said. I have tribunal affiliate status through the sect's cultivation governance registration. All foundation establishment disciples receive it automatically. The central outpost is 3 hours east by spirit flight. She looked at his notes. What do you need for the documentation package? Historical provenance of the jade, the 11-page text, cited. Bond formation mechanism, the source text's 2 key principle, documented by Elder Pei's examination findings. Cultivation sovereignty evidence, your testimony on unimpaired individual advancement since the channel's orientation. He was already organizing the stack. I started the package 2 days ago. I can have it complete tonight. She examined the stack he had already prepared. Thick, cited, structured with the format conventions he had learned from 14 months of reading tribunal correspondence in the sect's archive. You were building this before you knew I'd file it, she said. I was building it before I knew who specifically would file it, he agreed. The Jade told me the ice channel was going to orient clearly soon. I wanted to be ready. The Jade told you, she said, in the precise tone of a person sorting out how much weight to give that statement. The resonance has been building since the shard embedded. It was pointing at a direction. I prepared for when the direction became a person. She considered this for a moment. Then, directly, do you believe the Jade's designations are fated in the cosmological sense, or mechanically determined by compatibility assessment? I believe the ancestor built a mechanism that was sophisticated enough that the distinction may not matter practically, he said. The channel pointed at you. You came to the archive. The resonance was real. Whether that's fate or a very good compatibility algorithm, the result is the same. She picked up the documentation package and examined the first page's citation structure. I'll go tomorrow morning. First bell. She set it back down. Don't embarrass me with sloppy sourcing. Third text in the provenance section uses a fragmentary source, he said. I've noted the partial nature of the source in the citation. It's legally defensible as supporting evidence rather than primary documentation. She made one small adjustment to a heading on the first page, a formatting preference, not a substantive change, and set it back precisely aligned. I'll check the full package tonight, she said. There's one more thing, Wei Liang said. He told her about the late correspondence he had been watching from the Elder's wing. 3 nights of burning past the second bell, the pattern that preceded each previous escalation. He may have already sent the notification. If the southern outpost receives it before the central processes our inquiry, then the observer comes under enforcement posture, she said. I know. That's why I'm going tomorrow and not next week. She stood and gathered both documents. I also located something in Tsang Rui's private records during my research this morning. He waited. Formation Master Wei filed a technical analysis of the Jade's containment structure 15 years ago when Tsang Rui first proposed this examination. The analysis concluded the ritual was inadvisable. The array wasn't compatible with pre-classical resonance structures, and the Jade's response was unpredictable. She met his gaze. The Elder overruled him. The analysis was not included in the Council's authorization review 3 years ago. The suppressed analysis. The existence of a document showing Tsang Ruwei had been warned and had proceeded anyway was not just a defense, it was a counterclaim. The Category 3 violation assigned to Wei Liang for negligence became procedurally incoherent next to evidence that the initiating elder had knowingly disregarded a qualified formation specialist's warning. "Can you get a copy?" he asked. "I already made one," she said, and produced a second sheet from inside her cultivation pouch. He took it carefully, the way he took all documents that mattered. He filed it in the ledger case between two existing document sets, where it would travel with him without being visible to anyone who did not already know it was there. "Tomorrow, first bell," he confirmed. "First bell," she agreed, and left. Wei Liang sat with the documentation stack, the suppressed analysis copy, and the full weight of what the next 30 days required. Then he organized everything by priority, prepared what needed preparing, and went to bed at a reasonable hour because the work ahead needed a person who had slept, and he intended to be that person. The observer's clock was running, and he was already behind. Chapter 4. The restricted texts on the Dual-Soul Jade occupied 4 separate archive locations because no one had assembled them deliberately. Wei Liang spent 5 days finding and reading all of them, moving through the archive with the systematic attention of a cartographer working in an unmapped region, recording findings as he went, cross-referencing between texts, noting where the Celestial Tribunal's historical confiscations had created gaps. What remained after centuries of institutional suppression was technical maintenance records from the Jade's preservation period, a fragmentary cultivation theory text by the ancestor that had survived in a margin annotation form in a third-party commentary, 3 intersect correspondence copies filed before the tribunal's reach extended to those archives, and 1 examination report from a pre-tribunal cultivator who had studied the Jade's resonance structure and produced 12 pages of technical findings. Together, these sources were enough to understand the Jade's architecture, though not its full theoretical backing. The mechanism was clear: resonance compatibility, not coercion. The bond required bilateral authentic engagement from both parties. The ancestor had been explicit on this, because the distinction between a voluntary bond and a forced one was not merely ethical, but functional. The Jade literally could not form a forced bond. Its resonance recognition system distinguished authentic willingness from proximity without willingness with a precision that the ancestor described as the Jade knows the difference between someone who opens a door and someone who is pushed through it. The cultivation advancement was documented across multiple sources consistently. Every recorded bond produced breakthrough advancement in both parties. The specific gain varied based on accumulated cultivation pressure and the compatibility depth of the pairing, but the minimum in every documented case was 1 rank each. The fractional breakthrough network effect was also documented, though no source had studied it at full 10 bond activation. The Jade had never been completed before. Wei Liang ran the mathematics twice to verify. With 10 bonds active, his own cultivation rate would be approximately 10 times the average advancement rate of any single partner, because each partner's breakthrough fractionally propagated through all active soul links. Each partner would advance at roughly double their independent baseline rate through the resonance contribution they received from him and from each other. The ancestor had designed a system that created new resonance capacity, not redistributing existing cultivation, but generating additional yield through compatibility. Everyone in the network became stronger, not at anyone else's expense. Through connection, the Celestial Tribunal had called this an abomination. Wei Liang wrote in his journal, "The Jade's network creates cultivation power that the tribunal cannot assess, validate, or claim credit for. It produces strong cultivators through a mechanism entirely outside the tribunal's system. The cosmological objection is the packaging. The institutional objection is the content." On the 5th day, Lien Frostmere returned from the tribunal outpost. She came to the archive in the morning, set a receipt copy of the inquiry filing on the table beside him, and said, "It's in the system." The central outpost confirmed receipt. "The processing time?" he asked. 3 to 5 days for standard review. 1 to 2 for priority processing if the addendum triggers the flag. She sat down. "The formation master's suppressed analysis. When we add it as a priority addendum, it triggers a mandatory expedited review on the inquiry's procedural track." "Did you add it?" "I flagged the section for priority documentation submission and told the outpost clerk we'd be filing supplementary evidence within 48 hours. She turned toward him. "Which we are." He already had the priority addendum prepared. He had built it in parallel while she traveled, using the window of her absence productively. "I can take it to the spirit courier this evening." "Good." She opened her cultivation notes. "Now tell me about the passive resonance training you've been running since the bond formed." He explained, "The ambient absorption mechanism, the continuous low-level learning that the ice channel conducted whenever she was in his resonance range, the way his understanding of Ice Law's character had been developing through proximity rather than through active technique. He described what he had learned. Ice as states rather than forces, precision as structural respect, patience as the enabling condition rather than the constraint. She listened with the focused attention of a cultivator receiving technical information relevant to her own domain. When he finished, she asked, "What's the fire channel teaching you?" "Permission," he said. Fire law grants permission for transformation and then doesn't interfere with it. The ice law learning has been deepest because you're nearby most often, but the fire channel has started contributing as well since Sable has been in the sect. She absorbed this. "Sable," she said. "She arrived the day after you filed the inquiry." He explained the registration, the bond formation in the storage room that night, the fire channel's activation. The second bond formed in the context of an alliance tracking formation being activated inside the sect's grounds without permission. "I've documented the formation activation as a guest conduct violation and filed it with the gate master." Leon Frostmere looked at him. "You registered her before she arrived." "I prepared the registration system. She filled in the specific details when she got here." A pause. "And the bond. Core formation for both of us, simultaneously." The combined resonance surge was contained by the archive storage section's chi reinforcement structure, which I had requested be extended to that area 2 months ago for preservation purposes. She was quiet in the way of a person receiving several pieces of information and deciding which one to respond to first. She chose, 2 months ago. "I did a lot of preparation before any specific events were in view," he said. The Jade's channels had been pointing in general directions. I prepared for what those directions implied. She consulted her cultivation notes and made one additional entry. "The third channel," she said. "Running stronger every day," he confirmed. "The Stormvale delegation arrives in 4 days. The lightning channel is pointing northeast with considerable insistence. The Crown Princess leads the delegation," Leon said. She had clearly been researching this. Lightning Law, Soul Awakening rank, known for precision cultivation and strategic thinking. The delegation's stated purpose is a 6-week cultivation exchange agreement. "You found this before I mentioned the delegation. The lightning channel has been active in your resonance field for 3 weeks, she said. "I noticed it pointing northeast before you mentioned it to me. I looked up what was in that direction." He looked at her for a moment. The ice channel conveyed, at its usual low frequency, the character of a person who does not perform incompleteness when completeness is available. "How long have you known?" he asked. "Since last week," she said. "I wanted to see how long it took you to bring it up. You were testing whether I'd be transparent. I was confirming what I already suspected about your information-sharing approach." She closed her notes. "You're transparent." "Good." She stood. "I'm going to review the priority addendum documentation now, so we can file it tonight." He handed her the stack. She went through it at the table, efficiently, checking for errors rather than reading for content, because the content she had largely already prepared. She found 2 citation format issues and fixed them with her brush and the corrections ink she had brought. "Better," she said, and handed it back. He filed it that evening with the Spirit Courier. The courier confirmed the priority transmission to the central outpost. The addendum's flag triggered the expedited review. The ice channel ran its steady character through the night, precise, patient, certain, for days to the delegation's arrival, 19 days to the observer's estimated appearance. And somewhere in the northeast, a lightning law cultivator was traveling toward a meeting that the Jade had been pointing toward for a month. Wei Liang organized his documentation and went to bed early. There was work to do tomorrow, and the day after, and every day until the Jade was complete, and he intended to be prepared for each one. The Jade was already pointing, and the delegation was 3 days away. Chapter 5 The supplemental examination summons arrived on a Tuesday, delivered by a junior disciple who handed Wei Liang a small card. "Elder Tsang requests your presence for a medical examination at 3rd Bell today, Elder's private hall," and departed at the specific pace of a messenger told not to wait for an answer. Wei Liang read the card. 3rd Bell, for hours. The Elder's private hall, not the medicine pavilion, not Elder Pei Rongshu, not standard medical protocol. He filed the card in his ledger case alongside the suppressed formation analysis and the Category 3 violation notice, because all documentation belonged in the same place. He spent the next 4 hours completing 2 outstanding audits, delivering a supply manifest to the storage pavilion, and working the last 40 minutes in the Eastern Herb Garden on the pharmacological inventory update his supervisor had requested 3 days earlier. The garden was his legitimately assigned location for the afternoon. Being somewhere legitimate when something happened was, he had found, distinctly useful for subsequent documentation. He was in the Night Bloom section of the inventory when the three core formation disciples arrived. Disciple Chun led them, Song Ruwei's personal student, promoted to core formation 8 months ago, currently wearing the expression of a person executing a task he had been assured was routine. 2 others flanked him, outer disciples, core formation, cultivation signatures clear in the afternoon air. Elder Song requests your immediate presence, Chen said. Of course, Wei Liang said. He set down his inventory brush. Which hall? The Elder's private hall. Wei Liang had 2 preparations for this moment. One was a clear internal assessment. He could not directly oppose 3 core formation cultivators as a foundation establishment cultivator without getting damaged in ways that would complicate everything else. The second was a precise mental picture of where Lien Frostmere spent her afternoon training hours. They walked toward the Elder's wing. Wei Liang moved at a measured pace, not stalling, not eager, the pace of a person going somewhere they had been told to go. The ice channel had been running at elevated orientation for the past 3 hours, the specific quality he had learned to recognize as Lien Frostmere paying attention to the same intelligence source as he was. She was at the junction before them when they turned the final corner. She had come from the direction of the training pavilion at exactly the right time to be there, which meant she had anticipated the route rather than received warning. She stood at the corridor junction with her arms at her sides, and the ambient cold of her ice loss settled around her like a practiced claim on the air in a 10-meter radius. She looked at Disciple Chun with the particular steadiness of foundation establishment meeting core formation, not aggressive, not deferential, simply present and specific about which ground she was standing on. Senior Disciple Lien, Chen said, adjusting his tone to the register required by rank differential. This is an elder directive. The directive specifies a medical examination, she said. Standard medical protocol places examinations in the medicine pavilion with Elder Pei Rongshu present and the appropriate diagnostic equipment. She paused. The equipment currently installed in the Elder's private hall is not standard medical diagnostic equipment. I confirmed this with the formation team this morning. Chen looked at his companions. They looked back at him. We have our orders. Elder Tsang can address any procedural questions to the Elder Council, she said. The Council has an active documentation file on this situation. Any deviation from standard medical protocol becomes part of that file. She did not move. Disciple Chen, you're a good cultivator. I recommend returning to the Elder and explaining that the examination needs to be rescheduled through proper channels. Chen was doing calculation, rank, procedure, political risk. Song Ruwei had authority, but Song Ruwei was not here, and the consequence of forcing this past a foundation establishment senior disciple was documentation that would outlast the examination's purpose. He stepped forward anyway, not aggressively, but forward, because he had been told to bring Wei Liang, and he was not yet ready to report failure. Lien Frostmere redirected her ambient ice law cultivation into a focused pressure field, extending 18 inches forward. No ice formed. No frost appeared. Only a localized cold density that hit Disciple Chen's chi field with the quiet authority of a cultivator who was done being theoretical about their position. Chen stopped. Wei Liang stood in the frosted corridor with core formation settling through him. The enormous improvement of it, the way everything sharpened and clarified, and the second soul slot warm and alive and pointing south, toward where the fire channel had been oriented all week, because the Jade was not done and was already thinking ahead. He went back to the herb garden. He had an inventory to finish. 2 soul channels ran steady warmth through his chest, and somewhere ahead, Song Ruwei's next move was already in motion. He just didn't know what shape it would take yet. Chapter 6 Core Formation changed Wei Liang's daily experience in ways that were difficult to describe to someone who had not spent 6 years at Qi condensation. The most immediate change was Qi fluency, the difference between moving through water and moving through air. The second was elemental sensitivity, which expanded from an approximation to a precision instrument. The third was the ice bond's contribution, a cold clarity quality that sharpened his spatial reasoning, a baseline structural intelligence that had been seeping into his perception through 3 weeks of passive absorption and was now, with the bond active, fully integrated. He was careful not to display any of this visibly. Core formation was core formation regardless of how it was reached, but the rate of his advancement was already anomalous, and anomalous things attracted attention from people who were looking for reasons to complicate his situation. Lien Frostmere did not alter her visible behavior after the bond formed. She trained in the inner pavilion as always, attended sect events from her established positions, maintained the study distance from Wei Liang that her sect identity required. She did not avoid him. She came to the archive in the morning as she had before, but the performance of independence was consistent, which Wei Liang recognized as protecting both of them. What changed was the archive morning sessions. She began arriving before him, occupying the reading room's northwest corner with her cultivation notes open, and conducting her own refinement work in that corner while he ran his research. She was not making conversation about this. She was simply present in the location where the bond's ambient absorption ran most efficiently, providing the continuous proximity that the resonance learning mechanism required, having decided, in the characteristically quiet way she decided things, that the cultivation benefit was real and worth the minor daily commitment. Her presence made him faster. Not just the ice channel's ongoing contribution, that was a specific kind of speed, but the quality of having someone in the room whose intelligence ran at a comparable operational tempo. He thought differently when she was there, more thoroughly, as if the ice law's clarity were auditing his logic in real time. On the 6th day after the bond formed, Elder Pei Rongshu conducted her monthly examination. Your meridian architecture is expanding at a rate I cannot explain through standard core formation progression, she said, examining her crystal output with the specific focused attention of a healer who has found something outside her reference material. The soul channel network is continuously active, not just during peak cultivation sessions. Ambient absorption through the bond mechanism, Wei Liang said. It runs continuously at low intensity when bond partners are in range. How far does the range extend? The source texts don't specify an upper limit. The mechanism weakens with distance, but doesn't have a documented ceiling. She wrote this in her ledger. The rate of your advancement, she said carefully, is going to attract attention from people who are looking for leverage. I know, he said. My notes are confidential unless there's a direct risk to other disciples. She set the crystal down. There isn't. You're not contagious, and you're not destabilizing the sect's resonance environment. She closed the ledger. I'm noting the mechanism as paired resonance cultivation, ongoing. The rate is documented. The mechanism is documented. What people decide to do with that documentation is outside my control. Thank you, Elder Pei, he said. She gave him a look that was not warm, but was not hostile. The look of a healer who takes her documentation responsibilities seriously and has made a professional judgment about what her responsibilities are. He noted this as, Elder Pei Rongshu is not Song Ruwei's instrument in this matter. That afternoon, Sable found him in the training grounds watching the sect's intermediate disciples run a joint elemental formation exercise. She had been in the sect for a week and had, in that time, found the specific rhythms of the place and moved within them with the practiced ease of someone experienced at establishing non-threatening visibility. She sat beside him on the viewing bench. The Alliance scouts checked the registration this morning, she said. I know. The gate master forwarded me the inquiry as the relevant scribe. They're going to push for an interview. The Elder Council's formal mediation process runs 3 to 5 days. They can't demand an interview until that process concludes. He watched the formation exercise. I added their second attempt to activate a tracking formation inside the sect to the guest conduct violation file. That gives us additional procedural time if they try to escalate. Sable looked at the formation exercise. One of the fire law participants was running a technique that she clearly found imprecise. Her expression was the specific dissatisfaction of a practitioner watching someone do something wrong while lacking the authority to correct them. The bond, she said. The advancement, it's different from what Qin Moulton's program produced. Different how? His program gave me cultivation advancement too, she said. Controlled, directed, paced for specific outcomes he had designed. The bond's advancement feels, she paused, choosing the right word with more care than she usually applied to word choice, like something that had been waiting. Like the advancement was mine and was ready the moment something stopped preventing it. The source text uses the phrase, cultivator becoming fully what they are, he said. The Jade pairs complementary laws. It doesn't give you something foreign. It doesn't give you something foreign. It gives you more of what was already yours. She absorbed this. That's what bothered Qin about it, she said. If the Jade gives you more of what's already yours, it doesn't give him any leverage over what you become. She picked up a practice stone from the training ground supply rack and turned it over. The third channel is getting louder. The Stormvale delegation arrives tomorrow, he confirmed. You've already done your research. I had Lien Frostmere's research to start from, he said. She identified the Crown Princess as the likely third bond candidate last week. Sable looked at him with an expression that had been developing since the storage room. Not quite amusement, not quite respect, but something that combined both without reducing to either. You're going to be a strange kind of cultivator, she said. I've been a strange kind of cultivator since birth. He paused. Just doing it better now. She put the practice stone back. What do you need from me for the delegation visit? Your Alliance intelligence on whether Qin Moulton has any diplomatic connections to the Stormvale Kingdom, he said. If he does, the delegation's visit may be coordinated with his formal complaint timeline. She thought. He has trade relationships with 2 Stormvale merchant houses, she said. No direct political ties that I know of. But if the alliance's formal complaint goes to the sect before the delegation leaves, Song Ruwei might use the delegation visit as cover for a combined action. Wei Liang noted this in his journal. Good. I'll watch the timing. The ice channel and the fire channel ran their complementary warmths through the afternoon, precise and bright, while in the northeast the lightning soul slot built with the insistence of a storm that had been forming for days and was, at last, about to arrive. The preparation for the delegation's arrival consumed the afternoon. Wei Liang organized the liaison documentation, while the ice and fire channels maintained their running commentary on the status of the 2 active bonds. Not overwhelming, not demanding, just present. The way background understanding stays with you when you have learned something well. He had been managing 2 parallel intelligence streams for 3 days now. What the documentation told him, and what the channels told him, and the discipline was learning to integrate both without letting one override the other. Lien Frostmere passed through the archive main hall at the 5th bell, did not stop, but set a folded document on his table without breaking stride. He unfolded it. A brief analysis of the Stormvale delegation's cultivation composition, drawn from the sect's advanced reception notes. The Crown Princess's cultivation rank was listed as Soul Awakening, significantly higher than anything they had encountered yet in this situation. The Lightning Channel, reading this information through whatever indirect channel it used, brightened perceptibly. He noted the time, filed the analysis, and returned to the liaison documentation with the settled focus of someone who has registered all the relevant facts and found them workable. At the edge of his awareness, the Lightning Channel's orientation had sharpened, no longer distant. Arriving. Chapter 7. The Elder Council convened 4 days after the bond formation in the formal chamber Wei Liang had been scribing for 14 months. He took his corner table, opened his ledger, loaded his brush, the same movements he had made 87 times before in this room, movements that had become invisible through repetition. Song Ruwei's petition had 6 points. Wei Liang recorded all 6 with exact fidelity and noted in his personal ledger the specific vulnerabilities of each. Point 1. The jade shard embedded in Wei Liang constituted sect property improperly retained. Vulnerability. The shard had integrated into his meridian structure prior to any sect claim being formalized, and Elder Pei's examination had documented the integration as medically irreversible without lethal outcome. Point 2. The bond formation between Wei Liang and senior disciple Lien Frostmere had occurred without Elder Council authorization. Vulnerability. The formation had occurred in response to an authorized Elder directive that had created the conditions triggering the bond's authentic response mechanism. Authorization of the action that prompted the response was not the same as authorization of the response itself. Point 3. The resulting cultivation advancement was artificially sourced and should not be recognized as legitimate rank. Vulnerability. Master Wei's 15-year-old analysis, suppressed from the Council's 3-year-ago authorization review, described the bond mechanism as genuine rather than artificial. Points 4 through 6. Extended observation, bond dissolution, party separation. All 3 had a single critical dependency. Formation Master Wei Bonqing's professional judgment on whether dissolution was medically viable. Formation Master Wei spoke second, after Song Ruwei's presentation. He placed a single documentation sheet on the council table before opening his mouth, a choice Wei Liang noted as deliberate, because experienced practitioners filed their documentation before speaking when they wanted the documentation to exist in the record regardless of whether the council tried to redirect the conversation. I reviewed the bond formation's structural characteristics at Elder Song's request, he said, in the precise technical manner of someone translating findings from one language into another. Disrupting the soul thread requires interfering with senior disciple Lien Frostmere's foundation core, which was reconstructed around the bond event. The core is stable. Disruption carries a high probability of permanent cultivation damage to a senior disciple who holds Level 2 archive clearance and has demonstrated consistent advancement in service to the sect. Master Wei addressed the full council. I will not perform a procedure with this risk profile. That refusal is formally recorded. Wei Liang wrote it in the official record and in his personal ledger simultaneously. The council deliberated. The outcome was clear before the vote was called. Without the formation master's cooperation, the dissolution request failed. Without dissolution, the separation request became moot. The cultivation legitimacy dispute failed without the formal finding it required. Extended observation was deferred to Elder Pei's next scheduled assessment. Song Ruwei had entered with 6 points. He left with 0 adopted. His expression, as he passed Wei Liang's corner table, had moved past anger into something quieter and therefore more concerning. The determination of a man who has exhausted his available options on one track and is moving to another. After the chamber cleared, Wei Liang collated the official record, filed it correctly, and went directly to the elder's private records wing. The secondary door was unsealed. The elder, who had been in the council chamber for 2 hours, had not thought to verify the wing's access security before leaving, because he had never needed to. Wei Liang located Master Wei's suppressed analysis in the third drawer of the ritual assessments proposed cabinet. He photographed it using the spirit-like copying technique he had learned for archive preservation 3 months ago. He filed the original back in its precise location, confirmed the door was in its original state, and left. The copy joined the documentation stack that he had been building since the first night in the medicine pavilion. That evening, he showed Lien Frostmere the copy of the council session record alongside the suppressed analysis. She read both without expression until she reached Master Wei's formal refusal language, at which point something in her posture adjusted. The specific shift of someone whose calculated risk has paid out exactly as they had calculated. He knew about the bond mechanism, she said. 15 years ago, he tried to warn Song Ruwei before the ritual was authorized. The warning was suppressed from the council's authorization review. Wei Liang organized the documents by date. The Category 3 violation assigned to me for negligence was based on a causal claim that the council's authorized ritual failed due to my interference. The suppressed analysis shows the ritual was expected by the sect's own formation specialist to produce exactly this kind of uncontrolled outcome. So the assigned negligence is the wrong causal frame entirely, she said. Yes. He set the stack down. I'm not using this yet. I'm keeping it for the observer's visit, where having it be new information, introduced for the first time at the inquiry, produces more impact than it would if Song Ruwei has had time to prepare a counter-narrative. She considered this. You're pacing the evidence. I'm using the evidence at the point where it does the most work, he said. The difference between those is a timing question. She made a note in her strategy ledger, the second ledger, the one for logistics, that was distinct from her cultivation notes. The observer arrives in 15 days at the earlier estimate, she said. If Song Ruwei contacts the alliance before then, he already has, he said. 3 nights in a row past the second bell. The night after the bond formation, after the Elder Council session, after my formal filing. He paused. I expect Qin Moulton within 10 days. She checked the schedule entry. The Stormvale delegation arrives tomorrow. Yes. The Lightning Channel. Very active tonight, he said. A brief pause. Through the bond's ice resonance, the particular quality of someone running probability assessments on adjacent events and finding the probabilities high. Then we have tonight, she said, to prepare for tomorrow. I've been preparing since last week. I know, she said. Show me what you've prepared. He showed her. The council findings today, Lien said, spreading the documentation Wei Liang had organized, are going to require a response that closes the loop on the formation team's causal analysis. The elder's petition assumed the analysis supported his framing. It doesn't, but that has to be formally on the record before the observer arrives. I've been working on it since the second bell, he said. Formation Master Wei is running the causal analysis now. He told me this afternoon he'd have preliminary findings by tomorrow. Once those are filed, the council's record has 2 professional opinions on cause, his suppressed warning from 15 years ago and his new findings. He paused. Song Ruwei cannot use the causal analysis to support his claim if the causal analysis contradicts it. He'll try to prevent the new findings from reaching the council record, Lien said. He can't. Formation team findings go to the council automatically when a Category 3 violations remediation period is active. The procedure doesn't have an override mechanism for elders. Only the full council can block an automatic filing, and that requires a vote, which requires a meeting, which requires notice, which takes time. He organized the relevant section in the documentation stack. By the time he could coordinate a blocking vote, the findings are already filed. Sable had been listening from her corner. How long did it take you to learn all these procedures? 14 months, he said. And you spent them doing what? Memorizing the violations manual for fun. I spent them watching how power operates in a system I couldn't navigate by cultivation rank alone, he said. When you can't win in the cultivation arena, you learn the administrative one. He gestured at the documentation stack. It turns out the administrative arena has more opportunities than people think, because most powerful cultivators never bother to read the procedure manuals. Sable looked at Lien Frostmere. He's accurate, Lien said. Then we should sleep, Sable said. 4 hours is not enough, but it's what we have. 4 hours, Wei Liang confirmed. He organized the final section of the preparation notes, set them in order, and put the stack at the table's corner where it would be ready at first bell. 3 hours. Then the lightning channel would find what it had been pointing at, and nothing would be the same after that. Chapter 8. The merchant caravan came through the sect's outer gate on the 32nd day of the remediation period. Its lead merchant carrying news as cargo the way all merchants on the sect circuit did, packaged carefully, distributed selectively, valued for its exchange potential. Deng Fuo had been running this route for 20 years and understood that small details, precisely placed, produced better long-term returns than large revelations. He mentioned the Sunfire Alliance's 20 men to the gate disciple while the manifest was being reviewed. Fire cultivator, young woman, very good-looking, he said, in the manner of supplementary information being offered for free. Good temper if she approves of you. Extraordinary temper if she doesn't. They've had people on the mountain roads for 6 days. The gate disciple was interested in the manifest. He waved Deng Fuo through. Wei Liang was at the outer gate completing a delivery record when this exchange happened. He wrote, Sunfire Alliance, Mountain Road, Fire Cultivator, Female, in his ledger margin with the date and time, finished the delivery record, and returned to the Eastern Herb Garden for the afternoon inventory the archive master had requested. The fire channel had been at elevated orientation for 3 hours. He was in the night bloom section at the garden's north end, counting stems, when someone cleared the outer wall. The jump was clean, foundation establishment minimum, possibly stronger. She landed in a controlled roll on the garden's flagstone path 10 meters from him and came up in a fighting stance that assessed him, the garden's exits, the inner door, and the outer wall behind her in approximately 1 second. The assessment concluded that he was not an immediate threat, that the inner door offered 3 exit options, and that the outer wall was not a viable return path, given whatever was behind it. She had ember-red hair in a braid that had lost most of its original structure over what appeared to have been several days of travel. Her outer robe was travel-worn and had been on fire more than once. The burn patterns were low and even, consistent with someone who ran hot and occasionally ran too hot. A cut on her left forearm had been wrapped with a strip torn from the robe's lower hem. Her cultivation signature was foundation establishment, pushing toward the top of that rank, with the specific density of someone whose advancement had been deliberately constrained. She looked at him. The fire channel blazed. Not the pointing at a direction quality of the past 3 weeks. This was arrival, the channel recognizing its complement at close range with the certainty of the ancestors' design settling into its designated alignment. Present. Here. Ready. You saw me come over, she said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Are you going to call the gate disciples? He examined the arm wrap, the burn-marked robe, the stance of a person who had been running long enough that stillness felt like a risk they were still evaluating. He also felt the fire channel's certainty, which was not separate from his assessment, but part of it. Are you injured beyond that cut? He asked. No. Then I'm not calling anyone. He set down his inventory brush. There's a patrol through this garden in about 20 minutes. The inner storage room past that door connects to the archive corridor. Longer route, no patrol coverage. She was still in the fighting stance. What do you want? Right now, nothing. Tell me your name and don't set fire to anything in the storage room. He waited. Later, information. The Jade situation I'm carrying requires intelligence on the Sunfire Alliance that I don't have, and you appear to be the most knowledgeable available source. 3 seconds. Her stance relaxed by about 30%, which was not relaxed but was less fighting. Sable, she said. Just Sable. Wei Liang. The storage room. Wei Liang had brought medical supplies from the storage corridor cabinet before she had finished examining the room. He set water and proper bandage cloth on the nearest shelf without ceremony. She took in the supplies, then accepted the bandage cloth, unwrapping the improvised hemstrip and used the real bandage cloth with the pragmatic acceptance of a person who takes useful things when they are offered. You said you want information about the Alliance, she said, while wrapping. What are you offering? A registered presence in the sect's visitor system, which as of tonight will predate the Alliance's formal complaint filing, he said. Time to rest without being actively hunted. And honesty about the Jade situation and what it means for anyone near me. Honesty about the Jade situation, she repeated. Which is, he told her, all of it. The shard, the 10 channels, the first bond with Lien Frostmere, the inquiry filing, the tribunal observer in 19 days. He told her about the fire channel and what it had been pointing at for 3 weeks, because concealing this from a fire law cultivator who was now in his resonance range would be both dishonest and operationally counterproductive. She listened through the entire account without interrupting, which told him she had practiced with the discipline of gathering information before reacting. When he finished, she said, the fire channel is pointed at me. With considerable certainty, Yes. And the bond would produce a mutual cultivation advancement. At minimum 1 rank each. Possibly more, given the suppression you've been under. She went still for 5 seconds. Then, Sheen Moulton had 8 months of my advancement locked up in his program's parameters. If the bond released that core formation breakthrough, I'd estimate. Possibly higher. She looked at her hands. The fire law chi in her meridians was palpable at this range. Dense, compressed, the cultivation equivalent of water behind a dam. 8 months of being told that advancement happened only through approved channels. Tell me about the other partner, she said. You said there's already one. He described Lien Frostmere honestly. Her rank, her elemental law, her investment in the situation, her personality as he had come to understand it. He included the part where she and Sable would need to coexist, because that was information Sable deserved. Sable's response to learning there was already a bonded partner was a short, certain laugh. Good, she said. Competition clarifies. What do you need from me besides alliance intelligence? Nothing tonight, he said. Tonight you rest. She studied him with an expression somewhere between assessing and, not quite warmth, but its functional precursor. You're strange, she said. I'm a null affinity scribe who has a jade artifact embedded in his chest and a 90-day deadline not to get killed, Wei Liang said. Strange is relative. This time the laugh was fuller, less controlled. He filed the visiting cultivator registry entry with the archive's timestone stamp recording the moment precisely, and Sable Embervale became, officially, a registered visitor to the Azure Veil sect who had arrived through legitimate means before any alliance complaint had been formally filed. The fire channel settled into its warmest state yet. Not bond warm, not yet, but close enough that the Jade, if it had an opinion about timelines, was clearly not planning to wait long. He added this intelligence to his ledger. The Alliance's tactical commitment was increasing, not decreasing. Sheen Moulton had been on the mountain road for 6 days. Alliance scouts were already inside the sect's guest protocol perimeter. The escalation pattern was consistent with someone who believed the current approach was working. It was not working. Each Alliance escalation was generating more documentation, more procedural violations, more evidence that the pressure was external and the bonds were responses. But Sheen Moulton did not yet know that his pressure was becoming Wei Liang's evidence base. That asymmetry was going to matter considerably. In the storage room, a firelaw cultivator slept with 8 months of suppressed cultivation pressing against its ceiling, and the Jade had decided that waiting was over. Chapter 9. The storage room was large, quiet, and smelled of dried herbs and old cedar. Wei Liang lit the spirit stone lamp in 2 attempts. His foundation establishment fire-starting technique was functional but not elegant, which was a minor gap in his practical training. He added to his list of things to address when time permitted, and set it at the shelf height that provided good illumination without deep shadows. He had brought medical supplies already. He had brought water. While Sable re-wrapped her arm cut with proper bandage cloth, he sat on a supply box at the room's far side and let her process the space at her own pace, because a person who had been running for several days needed time to register that they had stopped. She finished the wrap and flexed her left hand. The cut was minor, a scrape from the wall's edge, not a combat injury. You said you have 19 days before the observer arrives, she said. Best estimate. It could be less if Tsang Ruwei's expedited request reached the southern outpost first and the observer was dispatched under enforcement posture. What does enforcement posture mean practically? It means the observer arrives with authority to act rather than authority to assess. Under assessment posture, the inquiry track, no enforcement action can be taken while the inquiry is open. Under enforcement posture, the observer has discretion to proceed while the inquiry shield is still being reviewed. He had been thinking about this daily since the inquiry filing. If the observer arrives under enforcement posture, the most important thing I can do is assert the inquiry shield directly and immediately, with the full documentation package present. You've been wargaming this, she said. I've been planning for the most likely adverse outcomes and making sure I have the right tools for each one. He opened his ledger to the current page. Tell me about Sheen Moulton's tribunal connections. You mentioned them briefly. I need the specifics. She went through it with the efficiency of 8 months spent watching the power structure she was living inside. Sheen Moulton had 3 cultivators on informal retainer who held tribunal affiliate status, cultivation consultants, the Alliance's polite term for functionaries whose actual job was expediting favorable administrative outcomes. 2 of them worked through the southern outpost, 1 through the eastern. None through the central outpost where Lien Frostmere had filed the inquiry. If Tsang Ruwei's notification went through one of those 3, Wei Liang said, the expedited processing would be through the southern outpost, which competes with our central inquiry on a different procedural track. He wrote this down. The Central Outpost received a priority addendum from us 4 days ago. The addendum's classification flag triggers mandatory expedited review on the inquiry side. If that review completed before the Southern Outpost processed Song Rui's request, you'd be in the inquiry track rather than the enforcement track, she said. Yes. She absorbed this. And if you're in the inquiry track? 60 days minimum of legal protection from enforcement action, followed by panel review, followed by a binding ruling that either validates the Jade situation permanently or condemns it, but either way closes the open question. He looked at his palm. A favorable ruling, one that overturns Heaven's Decree 7's application to our situation, would effectively protect all current and future bond formations from tribunal interference. You're not just protecting yourself, she said. You're building a precedent. I'm protecting the only path I have, which happens to also be a path that could protect others in the same situation. He closed his ledger. The Jade was designed to work this way. I'm working with the design. Sable leaned back against the shelving behind her. Gene Moulton's program, she said, in the tone of a person explaining something they have been carrying for a while. He believed fate had designed me specifically for one role. A specific partnership with a specific firelaw cultivator he had already selected. A specific advancement path toward a specific rank at a pace he controlled. He called it destiny management. The contempt in her voice was clear and earned. He had 8 months of my advancement locked in because he controlled the conditions of my cultivation. And the Jade's bond couldn't be managed by him, Wei Liang said. Because this resonance doesn't respond to institutional parameters. It responds to the cultivator themselves. He couldn't control what the Jade would find in me, she said. No, no one can. The fire channel ran clear and certain, pointing at the person across the room from him. I'm not going to tell you what the bond will produce or what role you're supposed to play. I can tell you what the Jade is designed to do and what my commitment to this situation is. Everything else is yours. She went still for a moment. Then, your commitment to this situation. 10 bonds, each with someone who deserves full information and complete autonomy. The Jade pairs people for mutual growth, not for my benefit at their expense. He met her eyes. I'll be the medium. The cultivation architecture. The scribe who keeps the record straight. A pause. What you build in this network is yours. Her gaze held him for a long time. The fire channel ran steady. Tell me about the lightning one, she said. The third channel. Pointing northeast. The Stormvale delegation arrives tomorrow. Crown Princess use Stormcrest, Lightning Law, Soul Awakening rank. He had his research notes ready. Lien Frostmere identified her as the likely third candidate before I mentioned the delegation. The Ice one was already investigating. She's thorough, he said. Sable considered this. What do you need from me for the delegation visit? Your assessment of whether the Alliance has any connection to Stormvile's political structure that Gene Moulton could use to create pressure on the delegation's timeline. Trade connections only, she said immediately. No political ties I know of. But if the Alliance's formal complaint gets elevated to the sect while the delegation is here, I know, Wei Liang said. I've mapped the timing. We have approximately 3 days before the Alliance's next formal filing. The delegation's arrival tomorrow creates a political context that makes any provocative move by Song Rui more costly. The Stormvale Crown witnesses everything that happens here. She nodded, processing this. You've been thinking ahead. It's the only way I know how to operate, he said. A sound in the corridor outside. Alliance standard boot weight. Foundation establishment cultivation signature. They both registered it simultaneously and went still. The sound paused at the storage room door. Wei Liang looked at Sable. Her eyes met his. The fire channel said, here, now, and the Jade's timing was rarely accidental. Wei Liang had been preparing for the bond formation for 3 weeks. The Jade, apparently, had decided tonight was when the preparations would be used. He held out his palm, the inscription visible, the fire channel running at peak orientation, and waited. Her hand closed around his in the decisive way of someone who has made a decision and commits to it fully. The bond formed. The bond formed in the quiet of the storage room. No corridor this time. No audience. No ambient temperature shift to announce itself. Fire law, when it completed, burned clean and directional. Not ice's crystalline expansion, not lightning's instant connection. Fire bonded the way a held flame grows when the wind stops working against it, steadily, with purpose, with the specific warmth of something that was always going to be this size and was just waiting for the conditions to allow it. Sable's cultivation burst through core formation's barrier with 8 months of compressed pressure behind it, and Wei Liang's own meridians carried the dual resonance forward, ice and fire together for the first time. The 2 channels creating a complementary warmth that was neither cold nor hot, but both. The way a room holds both its walls' memory. He held her hand for a second more than strictly necessary and then released it, because some moments were allowed to be exactly what they were before becoming documentation. Then he documented it. 2 bonds, 2 breakthroughs, and 8 more directions still waiting. 8 more people, out there somewhere, who had no idea what was coming. Chapter 10 Core Formation through 2 bonds was an ignition. The fire channel activated with the compressed force of 8 months of suppressed cultivation pressure releasing simultaneously, and the dual bond resonance. Ice and fire colliding in the Jade's architecture produced a paired elemental discharge that hit every surface in the storage room at once. Not destructively. The archive's chi-reinforced walls absorbed the force correctly, but the temperature spiked and dropped simultaneously, frost forming on one wall while a singe mark appeared on the opposite face, and the resonance output hit a range detectable to any cultivator within 50 meters who was paying attention. Sable reached core formation in under 20 seconds. Wei Liang felt his own rank carry alongside it. The combined resonance of 2 active bonds creating a cultivation density that pushed foundation establishment to core formation with the same completeness as a tide. His chi capacity tripled. His elemental sensitivity expanded sharply. The 2 active bond channels, Ice's clarity and Fire's brightness, ran in complementary register through his meridian structure, each defining the other's character more clearly by contrast. Sable was sitting on the floor. She had arrived there at some point in the breakthrough and was examining her own hands with the expression of a cultivator running a diagnostic on a change they needed to verify. She produced a flame on her palm, the standard fire law control demonstration, the technique she had been running at suppressed intensity for 8 months. At core formation, with the bond's fire channel contributing its full depth, the flame burned clean and precisely sized. Not struggling against internal constraint, not fighting any limit that shouldn't be there. Just fire, exactly as it should be, exactly as much as she intended. She closed her hand. The flame went out. 8 months, she said, mostly to herself. Yes, Wei Liang said. The footsteps in the corridor had not moved. Whoever was outside had registered the elemental discharge and was doing their own assessment. Lian Frostmere appeared in the doorway 10 seconds later. She had been at the archive's main entrance and had moved immediately when the bond formed. The ice channel's specific shift from 1 bond to 2 bond resonance telling her what had happened as clearly as a spoken announcement. She took in the frost on one wall, the singe mark on the other, and Sable sitting on the floor examining her hands. The Alliance scout with the tracking formation is in the east corridor, Lian said. He registered the discharge. He's deciding whether to proceed. How far is he from the room? Wei Liang asked. 20 meters. He activated the tracking formation before the bond, which means his record of the fire signature location is precise. Wei Liang moved to the door. He looked at Lian Frostmere and made the straightforward assessment. 3 people, storage room. No easily available explanation that would satisfy a dedicated Alliance tracker who had a spirit formation reading the fire signature at close range. The archive's ventilation formation, he said. Does the fire cycle exhaust run near this section? East exhaust port is 8 meters north, Lian said, having clearly already thought about this. Someone unfamiliar with the building might attribute a fire signature to the ventilation cycle if the exhaust port were mentioned before they could confirm otherwise. Then we need to be in the corridor, Wei Liang said. Before he reaches the door. All 3 of them moved. They were in the corridor, door closed behind them, when the Alliance scout turned the east corner. He was young, Foundation establishment, carrying the Sunfire Alliance's traveling colors and the focused expression of someone following a cultivation signature. He saw them. A senior outer disciple with Ice Law ambient expression, a registered visiting cultivator with Fire Law signature, and a sect scribe with a ledger. He stopped. The archive's ventilation formation runs elemental pressure cycles every hour, Lian Frostmere said, in the neutral tone of a fact being provided. Fire cycle runs through the east exhaust port at the top of this corridor. You may have tracked the discharge as a point source because the exhaust port is elevated. It reads closer than it is. The scout looked from her to the corridor to his tracking formation's current output. He was running the calculation. The formation said Fire Law Cultivator. The ventilation explanation was plausible for someone without building-specific knowledge. The Foundation establishment senior disciple was not someone he had authority to challenge without better justification than my formation says so. I'll verify with the formation team, he said. 3rd building, West Wing. Wei Liang offered helpfully. They maintained the ventilation formation maintenance records. Open until 6th bell. The scout left. They stood in the corridor for a moment after his footsteps faded. He'll verify, Lian Frostmere said. It'll take time, he said. The formation team's maintenance records won't match the scout's tracking data, so they'll have to run their own assessment, which takes a day minimum. He turned to Sable. We need you in the registered guest quarters. Storage rooms aren't listed accommodation. Room 7, Inner Pavilion, Lien Frostmere said. I listed it in the registration entry 4 days ago. It should be assigned to her in the system by now. She looked at Sable. Southeast window. Better airflow. Sable looked at Lien Frostmere with the specific expression of someone revising an initial assessment upward. You planned for this before I arrived, she said. Wei Liang told me the fire channel was pointing south, Lien said. Preparing the registration seemed prudent. She was already walking toward the guest quarters. The scout will file a report with the Alliance's diplomatic contact at the sect. That contact will file with the Elder Council. We have 2 days before that generates formal pressure. 2 days, Wei Liang confirmed. Enough time to prepare the next steps. He fell into stride beside Lien, Sable behind them, and the 2 active bond channels ran their different warmths. Ice and fire, clarity and brightness. Through the sect's quiet evening corridors while ahead of them the lightning soul slot pointed northeast with the insistence of a storm system that had been building for a week and was, at last, 1 day away from arriving. 2 bonds changed the dynamic of the working group in ways Wei Liang was still mapping. The ice channel's ambient presence had become normal. Lien Frostmere's running clarity was as familiar as the archive's particular smell, something he no longer noticed consciously unless it shifted. The fire channel was newer, louder, less settled. Sable's core formation breakthrough was still calibrating itself through the bond, the suppressed 8 months expressing themselves in small bursts of elevated output that evening out across the day. He was learning fire law in a different way than he had learned ice law. Ice law came to him as architecture, the structural logic of how things held together under cold's governance. Fire law came as permission. Each time Sable worked through a new technique at core formation, the fire channel carried not just the technique's character, but the decision behind it. This is what I choose. This is how much. This is mine to choose. He filed these observations in his 3rd journal, the one he kept for the Jade's ongoing lessons rather than its documentation. At the afternoon break, Formation Master Wei Bangqing found him in the courtyard and spoke quietly, without stopping. The preliminary findings on the causal analysis are ready. The ritual's formation structure was incompatible with the Jade's pre-classical resonance architecture. The incompatibility was predictable from the array configuration. I'll file the findings with the council by tonight. He did not slow his pace. Keep the relevant documentation organized. Wei Liang did not turn his head. Thank you, he said, to the empty courtyard, which was also a statement to Master Wei's retreating back. Master Wei's formal findings, when they reached the council record, would be the second professional opinion contradicting Song Ruwei's framing. The first was 15 years old and had been suppressed. The second would be current, generated by the same practitioner at the council's request, and impossible to suppress because the filing was already automatic. He had 2 days before the Stormvale delegation's first formal session. 2 days to prepare the documentation that would matter when she read it. And she would read everything he gave her, because that was what she did. The lightning channel had shifted tonight, from anticipation to something decided. She had already made her choice. Was it the one he needed? Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. The Bond Formation Report went into the inquiry's documentation package the following morning. Wei Liang wrote it with the precision he brought to all significant documentation. Bond identifier, date and time, elemental law pairing, precipitating circumstances, cultivation advancement results for both parties, ambient observable effects, and the specific notation that an alliance tracking formation had been activated inside the sect's grounds without formal authorization immediately prior to the bond formation event. This last notation mattered because it reframed the bond's timing. The tribunal's enforcement argument would rely on the bond's formation as evidence of escalating resonance. Each bond was more proof that the situation was out of control. But if each bond formed in response to a specific external pressure created by the opposing parties, the framing inverted. The bonds were consequences of aggressive action by the alliance and by Tsang Ruwei, not evidence of Wei Liang's unilateral expansion. He filed the report with the inquiry's priority addendum Q before the first bell. Lien Frostmere arrived at the archive reading room at the standard morning hour and looked at the filed copy he had left for her review. She read it, made one adjustment to the circumstances section for legal precision, and set it back down. Good, she said. Their formal diplomatic complaint will reach the Elder Council today, Wei Liang said. I've prepared a response that cites the tracking formation violation alongside the registration record. The council won't be able to grant the alliance's handover request without addressing the guest conduct breach first, which creates a procedural loop that runs at the mediation process timeline, she said. Yes, 3 to 5 days minimum before they can formally demand Sable's interview. He opened his notes. The Stormvale delegation arrives at 7th bell tonight. She did not look up from her notes. I know. The lightning channel is very active, she said. I can feel it from your side of the bond. This was new information. He had not realized the soul link conveyed the character of adjacent channels, not only the active bond's own resonance. You can feel the lightning channel through the ice bond, he asked. As background warmth, she said. The channels don't bleed into each other. It's more like sensing a nearby heat source without being in direct contact with it. She considered. The lightning channel is running with something like electrical anticipation. I've been aware of it since yesterday evening. He thought about this. If the ice channel was conveying the lightning channel's activity to Lien Frostmere through the soul link, then as more bonds formed, each partner would have some ambient awareness of the other channel's orientation states. Not the bond itself, not the partner's private experience, but the channel's readiness. A shared low-level situational awareness distributed across the network. Another feature of the Jade's design that no text had described, because no one had ever been far enough in the process to document it. He wrote it down. Sable arrived an hour later, having spent the night in Room 7 and the morning running combat forms in the inner pavilion's fire-designated area, which was her way of processing the breakthrough. Core Formation's new chi capacity required calibration. The old control parameters no longer matched the available power, and recalibration through technique repetition was standard practice. She sat on the supply box that had become her habitual position in the archive reading room and looked at the documentation stack Wei Liang was organizing. The Alliance Scout filed a report last night, she said. I heard the notification bell on the South Gate communication formation. I know, Wei Liang said. It's already routed into the Council's formal mediation queue. The Gate Master confirmed receipt this morning when I filed the tracking formation violation report. Sable looked at Lien Frostmere. Lien Frostmere was writing in her cultivation notes without looking up. You two do this all the time, Sable observed. Move in parallel without checking. We've been working from the same information sources for 3 weeks, Wei Liang said. The ice bond lets me know when he's addressed something, Lien said, still writing. Not the content. The fact that something in his attention has shifted from pending to handled. I don't need to duplicate it. Sable looked between them. That's actually useful, she said. The bond network distributes situational awareness, Wei Liang said. It's a design feature. More bonds means more distributed coverage. He paused. I noticed this morning that you can feel adjacent channels through the ice link. The lightning channel, Lien confirmed. Strong. Very, he said. The Stormvale delegation tonight. They worked through the morning in the 3-way parallel that was becoming natural. Wei Liang managing the documentation threads, Lien Frostmere developing the legal argument framework, Sable contributing alliance intelligence as relevant questions arose. By noon, the formal diplomatic complaint from the alliance had reached the Elder Council and been acknowledged. The tracking formation violation had been formally noted in the mediation record, and the guest conduct protocol's newly added section had been cited twice in correspondence that Wei Liang had handled before lunch. At the 6th bell, he collected the diplomatic welcome documentation the archive master had prepared for the Stormvale delegation and walked to the sect's formal reception hall. His assignment as the delegation's liaison scribe had been arranged 3 days earlier by a senior elder who had thought it was a humiliation. Assigning the remediation category scribe to manage Crown Princess correspondence was the sect's internal signal for, we don't take this assignment seriously. The Lightning Soul slot was running at its highest orientation since the Jade's embedding. Not pointing anymore. Arriving. Wei Liang organized the welcome documentation in order of priority, set out the writing tools at the scribe's table, and waited with the patient attention of 14 months spent invisible in rooms where things happened. The delegation arrived at the 7th bell, exactly on schedule, because she was, as her reputation held, precise in everything she did. Wei Liang looked up from his documentation. She fixed him with the sharp, measuring attention of someone who filed what she found immediately. And her gaze stopped on his palm, where the inscription was faintly visible, and her eyes narrowed by exactly the amount of a person who had been expecting something and had just found it. You're the scribe, she said. Wei Liang, he confirmed. I know who you are, she said. I've been reading the tribunal's preliminary filings for a week. She sat down in the delegation's primary seat, directly across from the scribe's table, which was not the usual arrangement, but was clearly deliberate. Now tell me exactly what you actually understand about what you're carrying, and don't omit anything, because you think I won't believe it. The documentation session ran through the sixth bell. By the time they stopped, the joint strategy for the council arbitration hearing, the alliance's formal claim, filed that morning, had a complete response framework. Lien covered the cultivation sovereignty argument. Sable provided direct testimony on the alliance's conduct and her own cultivation history. Wei Liang held the suppressed formation analysis and the bilateral resonance mechanism documentation for the arbitration hearing itself, where having it introduced as new evidence in a formal proceeding would produce maximum impact. Qin Moulton's petition characterizes the bond as an imposed cultivation pathway, Lien said, reviewing the final argument structure. The bilateral mechanism directly contradicts this. You cannot impose a pathway that requires authentic willingness from the partner to complete. The arbitrator needs to understand the mechanism before they can evaluate the claim, Wei Liang said. I've drafted an explanatory document at the technical level, comparable to what Elder Pei's examination notes use. It covers the source text's two key principle with direct quotes and Elder Pei's clinical observation as supporting evidence. Sable looked at the document. 8 pages, she said. 7, he said. The 8th is the appendix. She looked at Lien Frostmere with the expression that had become her default for these situations, somewhere between amusement and resignation at the scale of his preparation. Lien's response was minimal, one raised eyebrow, which for Lien Frostmere constituted a full agreement. The lightning channel blazed, and Wei Liang had exactly one evening. And if it wasn't enough, there would be no second chance. Chapter 12 Crown Princess Yu Stormcrest had read the tribunal's preliminary filings on a forbidden jade resonance at the Azure Veil sect. Wei Liang let this information settle into his assessment without reacting to it, because reaction before understanding was poor documentation practice. She had come to the sect with advanced knowledge of his situation. The question was not whether she knew. She had just told him she did, but what she had concluded from what she knew, and what she intended to do about it. The tribunal's preliminary filings are not public documents, he said. No, she agreed. The Stormveil Kingdom has had diplomatic cultivation agreements with the tribunal for 60 years. My cultivation attaché receives copies of relevant filings. She studied the inscription on his palm. The tribunal's preliminary characterization of the jade's resonance as forbidden is based on Heaven's Decree 7. The decree is 300 years old, and its second supporting pillar is empirically wrong. He absorbed this. You've done your own analysis of the decree. I've had a week, she said. The delegation's travel time from Stormveil. I read thoroughly. She folded her hands on the table. The soul bond mechanism does not violate individual cultivation sovereignty. I know this because I've read 3 cultivation law texts that the tribunal's decree does not cite, 2 of which postdate the decree and directly address paired resonance theory. She paused. Tell me why you haven't made that argument in your inquiry filing. I made the core version of that argument, he said. The 3 post-decree cultivation law texts, I haven't located all of them. Which ones are you citing? Shun Huayun's Resonance Theory Compendium, the revised edition from 140 years ago. Xu Mingji's Paired Law Studies, 80 years ago. And a private cultivation theory text from the Stormveil Royal Library that is not publicly available. She met his eyes steadily. I can have copies of all 3 to you by tomorrow morning. Wei Liang kept his expression neutral with the practice of someone who had been keeping expressions neutral in elder council chambers for 14 months. Inside, he was recalibrating at speed. The Crown Princess had traveled to this sect carrying documentation that directly strengthened his inquiry's legal foundation, had opened the conversation by revealing what she knew, and was offering to provide materials that he had not been able to locate through the archive's available channels. This was either a genuine offer from someone who had reached the same legal conclusion he had, or it was a sophisticated information-gathering approach designed to identify the gaps in his case. He assessed. The specific texts she cited were real and relevant, her decree analysis was sound, and her directness was the kind that comes from having already decided a course of action and moving to execution. Why, he asked. Because the tribunal's application of the decree to this situation would establish a precedent that affects paired resonance cultivation broadly, she said. The Lightning Law School has 3 practitioners currently exploring voluntary paired cultivation protocols. If the decree's artificial pathway argument is upheld against you, it threatens all of them. She met his eyes. My personal cultivation interests and the Stormveil Kingdom's institutional interests are aligned with a ruling that clarifies the decree's limitations. And the soul slot, Wei Liang said. He indicated his palm. The lightning channel has been pointing northeast for 3 weeks. She met his gaze. Her expression did not change significantly without looking away, which was itself information. The channel's orientation has been audible, I suppose is the word, to anyone sensitive enough to read ambient resonance signatures at range, she said. My cultivation attaché notified me of the unusual resonance pattern from the sect 2 weeks ago. I've been aware that the Jade was pointing at me since I read the tribunal's filing. And you came anyway. I came because the delegation was already scheduled, because my cultivation interests align with the inquiry's outcome, and because the channel's orientation told me something the tribunal's filing didn't, that the artifact was functioning as the ancestor designed it, not malfunctioning as Tsang Ruwei claimed. She paused. I don't believe in cosmological fate in the way the inscription implies. I believe in mechanism and compatibility. The Jade identified a compatibility. Whether that compatibility constitutes fate is a philosophical question I find less interesting than the practical one, which is whether the bond's mechanism is what the source texts describe it as. She looked at him directly. Is it? Yes, he said. Both parties retain complete individual cultivation autonomy. The bond contributes to and does not replace. I can describe the full mechanism as I've experienced it, or I can let the soul channel's existing documentation speak. Describe it, she said. I want your direct experience, not the documentation. He described it. The ice bond's character, what the soul link felt like, what he had learned through the passive resonance mechanism, how Lien Frostmere's cultivation had advanced and remained entirely hers. He described the fire bond and what Sable's 8 months of suppressed advancement had become through the bond's release. He described the mechanism honestly, including what he did not yet understand. She listened through all of it without interrupting. When he finished, she held her silence for a moment. The third channel, she said. Very active. I know. I need to understand the bond's full implications before making a decision. That's not reluctance, it's due diligence. I make significant decisions with complete information. I'd want nothing less, Wei Liang said. Then we'll meet again tomorrow, she said. I have the delegation's official schedule to establish tonight. Bring the full documentation package. She stood. The lightning channel ran a steady current between them that was not quite yet a bond, and was, clearly, building toward one. Tomorrow, he confirmed. She nodded and walked to the door with the precise bearing of someone who had accomplished the first item on her agenda and was already moving to the second. At the door, she paused. The tribunal observer arrives in approximately 15 days, she said, without turning. That's a deadline. I know, Wei Liang said. I don't like working against deadlines I didn't set, she said. But I'm good at it. She left. Wei Liang sat at the scribe's table in the reception hall after the delegation had moved to their guest quarters, the lightning channel running its electric warmth through his chest, and wrote the meeting into his documentation with the care of someone who understood that what had just happened was going to matter considerably in the weeks ahead. She stood to leave. One more thing, he said, is the tribunal's enforcement posture. If the observer arrives before the inquiry shield clears, I know the enforcement timeline, she said. I've had the tribunal's procedural manual in my traveling library since I read the preliminary filings. She paused at the door. The third-party intervention filing I mentioned, once that's in the system, it adds another procedural layer the observer has to work around. It won't stop enforcement posture, but it raises the cost of acting before the panel reviews. Her hand was on the doorframe. An observer who acts against a storm-veiled diplomatic delegation's active inquiry intervention would create an incident that the tribunal's diplomatic relations office would spend a year managing. You'd be willing to create that exposure for yourself, he said. I told you my cultivation interests and institutional interests are aligned, she said. The intervention gives me legal standing in the ruling's outcome. Whatever the panel decides, the Stormvale Kingdom has a documented position in the record. She paused. Tomorrow, third bell. Full documentation package. She left. The room held her absence for a moment. The specific quality of a lightning law cultivator's departure, the way a charged atmosphere settles after the charge moves on. Wei Liang noted the time in his ledger and began organizing the documentation package she had requested. Tsang Ruwei was going to have very specific feelings about the Crown Princess having read the tribunal filings. Wei Liang was going to need to be ahead of those feelings. He had work to do before tomorrow, and Tsang Ruwei was composing something tonight that Wei Liang did not yet know the shape of. In the Elder's Wing where the light was burning, past the third bell. Chapter 13, the documentation package grew overnight. Stormcrest's 3 texts arrived at the archive reading room via her cultivation attaché at the first bell. Chen Huayun's resonance theory compendium, Xu Mingji's paired law studies, and a private Stormvale Royal Library text on paired law cultivation outcomes that was not available to the general cultivation world. Wei Liang spent the second and third bells cross-referencing all 3 against his existing documentation. identifying the specific passages that directly addressed the decree's second pillar and the ones that would most clearly speak to an observer conducting an inquiry assessment. Chen Huayun's text was the most directly applicable. Written 140 years after the decree, it examined paired resonance cultivation across 12 documented historical cases and reached a consistent finding. Paired resonance bonds universally enhanced individual cultivation advancement while preserving each partner's independent cultivation identity. No case documented dependency, control, or sovereignty loss. The decree's second pillar, inappropriate spiritual dependency violating individual cultivation sovereignty, was directly contradicted by every case in Chen Huayun's compendium. Wei Liang cited page 47 twice, because page 47 contained the clearest summary statement. In all 12 examined cases, the bonded cultivator's elemental law refinement continued to develop along the individual's own Tao path without external direction or constraint from the resonance link. Xu Mingji's text addressed a different dimension of the decree's third pillar, the cosmological order argument. Mingji's analysis demonstrated that paired resonance cultivation did not disrupt broader cultivation stability in any of the 18 regions he studied, and actually correlated with improved regional elemental law balance in 3 of them, because paired cultivators whose laws complemented each other moderated each law's extreme tendencies rather than amplifying them. This was the ancestors' original argument, arriving independently from a post-decree scholar. The Jade did not threaten elemental law balance. It corrected imbalance. Wei Liang organized the citations by decree pillar and built the addendum to the priority filing. By the 4th bell, he had a documentation package that was substantially more comprehensive than the one originally filed. He sent the updated version to the central outpost via spirit courier with the formal notation. Supplementary evidence materially affecting the inquiry's factual foundation, filed pursuant to the priority addendum protocol. The spirit courier confirmed dispatch at the 5th bell. At the 6th bell, Lian Frostmere arrived at the reading room with her cultivation notes. She glanced at the citation stack, then at Wei Liang. "You were up all night," she said. 3 texts from the delegation's royal library arrived at 1st bell, he said. They directly contradict the decree's second and third pillars. She sat down and began reading. He watched her go through the citations with the focused speed of someone who had already understood the legal structure and was now slotting new evidence into existing frameworks. She made no notes while reading. When Lian Frostmere read, she was fully reading, not simultaneously annotating. Her annotations came afterward. Chen Huayun's page 47, she said, when she finished. "That's the one I'd lead with. This compendium was available to the tribunal 300 years ago," she said. "It postdates the decree by 140 years, but the cases it documents include paired cultivation partnerships that were active during the decree's drafting period." She looked up. The tribunal had access to this information and chose not to include it in the decree's evidentiary foundation. "That's an argument for the panel," he said. "Yes," she said. "It suggests the decree was issued against available contradicting evidence, not because the evidence didn't exist." She made her first annotation. "That's not just a legal defense. That's a challenge to the decree's procedural legitimacy." The crown princess was already thinking in these terms when she offered the texts, Wei Liang said. "She's been building the same case. We should coordinate with her directly," Lian said. Her legal resources and her institutional position as a delegation head give her arguments weight that an inquiry filed by a scribe and a senior outer disciple doesn't carry independently. "I'm meeting her this afternoon," he said. She set her brush down. "Is the lightning channel. Today, I think," he said. The character has shifted from orientation to arrival. She absorbed this. Through the ice channel, the particular quality of a person running calculations about a significant change to a network they are part of and finding the calculations acceptable. "Who is she?" she asked. He told her what he knew: the tribunal filings review, the legal analysis, the 3 texts, the directness of her approach. He described the meeting in the reception hall with the same precision he brought to all documentation, omitting nothing. Lian Frostmere listened and then let the information settle. "She came here having already decided," she said. "She came having done her research," he agreed. "The decision point is today. She sounds like someone worth having on the same side of this." "Yes," he said. "She does." Through the ice channel, running steady and clear, the quality of ice that has assessed a new variable in its environment, found the variable compatible with its existing structure, and has no objections. Not warmth. Better than warmth. Acceptance on the basis of assessment. Sable arrived an hour later with her own morning intelligence. "Song Rui met with the Alliance diplomatic contact last night," she said. "The meeting lasted 2 hours. My source is the contact's assistant, who has opinions about how the Alliance treats the people who work for it. Your source, Leanne Frostmere said, without looking up from her notes. People who are being mistreated by their employers are often willing to provide information to people they think might eventually change the situation, Sable said. It costs nothing to listen to them. She looked at Wei Liang. The combined agenda from Tsang Ruwei and Qin Moulton force a formal hearing before the observer arrives, which would generate a council ruling that the observer has to respect rather than the other way around. They're trying to preempt the inquiry's timeline. A formal Elder Council hearing has different procedural rules than a tribunal inquiry, Wei Liang said. In a council hearing, the elder has home-ground procedural advantage. Exactly, Sable said. They're trying to move the fight to a room where the rules favor them. Wei Liang thought this through. A formal council hearing would require formal charges, specific, documented charges that he could respond to with specific documentation. It would generate a written record. If the council was being pushed into a hearing by a combination of the elder and the Alliance's diplomatic pressure, the record would show that pressure. And the suppressed formation analysis, introduced at a council hearing rather than at the tribunal inquiry, would hit differently. It would be introduced in the room where Tsang Ruwei had the most authority, on a formal record that he could not later suppress. If they force a council hearing, he said, let them. Both Lien and Sable looked at him. We have better documentation than they know about, he said. A council hearing gives us a forum to introduce it formally, on the record, in front of witnesses they chose. He paused. And the suppressed analysis introduced at a council hearing, in front of the elders Tsang Ruwei has been cultivating as political allies, is considerably more damaging to his position than the same document introduced at a private tribunal inquiry. Leanne Frostmere made a note. Then we prepare for both tracks simultaneously, she said. We already are, he said. That's what we've been doing. He went to prepare for his afternoon meeting with the Crown Princess, carrying the updated documentation package in the third channel's building current. While outside the archive, Tsang Ruwei was meeting with a third alliance contact and calculating what he thought was a clear path to resolution, and none of his calculations included what 3 weeks of thorough preparation looked like from the inside. The work was nearly ready. Nearly was not done. He kept working, methodically, precisely, without wasted effort, the way all his best work was done, and tomorrow, Qin Moulton's petition would face everything Wei Liang had built. It would be enough, or it wouldn't. He had done all he could do tonight. Chapter 14 The Three-Way War Council in the archive reading room had been running, in various forms, since the bond with Leanne Frostmere formed. On the 42nd day of Wei Liang's remediation period, with Sable Embervale 1 week into her registered visiting stay, and you Stormcrest 2 days into the diplomatic exchange, it convened with its fullest picture yet of what they were running toward. Sable opened with intelligence because she always had the most current operational information. Qin Moulton had arrived at the sect's outer gate that morning with a formal diplomatic delegation. Not the 2-person attaché visit Wei Liang had anticipated, but a full 7-member ceremonial entry that required Elder Council reception and formal accommodation. He was carrying a petition that, based on Sable's source's description of its length and the specific Red Seal format, was a formal legal claim under the Sunfire Alliance's cultivation governance agreement with the Azure Veil sect. He's going to file for sect arbitration, Sable said. Not just a diplomatic complaint about me. A formal arbitration claim under the cultivation governance framework, which requires a council hearing, Wei Liang said. Within 5 days of filing, she confirmed. Leanne Frostmere had her cultivation governance text open. The arbitration framework, she said, applies to disputes between alliance members and external cultivators who have materially interfered with an alliance cultivation partnership. The bond's formation is going to be characterized as material interference. She looked at Wei Liang. He's also going to include the Jade as the interference vehicle. He'll try to frame the Jade bond as an involuntary cultivation pathway imposed on Sable without alliance authorization, Wei Liang said, which directly contradicts the bilateral voluntary resonance requirement documented in the source text. He doesn't know about the bilateral requirement in those terms, Sable said. Qin's understanding of the Jade is whatever the tribunal's decree characterization says. Artificial pathway. Override of fate assignment. He thinks you did something to me rather than something happening between us. Wei Liang absorbed this. The framing mattered. If the arbitration claim characterized the bond as an imposed external manipulation, it would frame Sable as a victim rather than a party with autonomous standing. Challenging that framing required her direct testimony about her experience of the bond formation. Can you testify at the council arbitration hearing? He asked her. I wasn't planning to be silent, she said. Your testimony needs to be specific, Leanne Frostmere said. in the tone she used when she was shifting from analysis to tactical instruction. Not I chose this, but here is the mechanism as I experienced it. The two key requirement, the fact that the bond did not form during the first 2 days of proximity, the specific circumstances of the tracking formation activation. Demonstrate the bilateral nature through your own account of what happened. I know what happened, Sable said. I can describe it clearly. Good. Lien closed the text. The arbitration timeline gives us 5 days to prepare. We also have the council hearing Song Ruwei is arranging separately, which may or may not coincide with the arbitration. They'll try to combine them, Wei Liang said. One hearing with 2 tracks, arbitration and the elders' petition against me, gives them a single forum to manage rather than 2 separate ones. Combined hearing is more efficient for their position. Combined hearing is also more complicated for them, Lien Frostmere said. 2 separate claims with different procedural standards in one room creates conflicts that a presiding elder has to resolve. And a presiding elder who is the person making one of the claims has a documented conflict of interest. This was the detail Wei Liang had been holding. The formation master has already filed a formal refusal on the dissolution request, he said. That refusal is in the record. If Song Ruwei presides over a combined hearing that includes his own petition against me, the conflict of interest is visible on the face of the record. He'd have to recuse from his own petition, Sable said. Or hand it to a different elder, Lien said, who is less personally invested and therefore less likely to rule the way he wants. Wei Liang set his brush down. There's something else. He told them about his meeting with Crown Princess Yu, the tribunal filings she had read, the 3 texts she had provided, her analysis of the decree's vulnerabilities, her statement about the Lightning Law School's practitioners. Both Lien and Sable listened without interrupting. When he finished, Sable said, "She's going to be the 3rd bond. The Lightning Channel has been at full orientation since yesterday evening," he confirmed. "But she hasn't decided yet. She's researching," Lien Frostmere said. "Like you'd expect from someone who only decides after full review." "She described it that way herself," Wei Liang said. Lien made a note. Her involvement in the inquiry, as a delegation head with diplomatic standing and access to the Stormvale Royal Library's legal texts, makes the case substantially stronger than 2 sect disciples and a visiting cultivator. It also makes the situation politically more expensive for Song Ruwei, Wei Liang said. Acting against someone in an active tribunal inquiry is already problematic. Acting against someone whose situation has drawn the interest of a foreign crown delegation is considerably more so. "He doesn't know about her involvement yet," Sable said. "He will by tonight," Wei Liang said. "The delegation head's meetings with the sect scribe are on the official schedule. He has access to that schedule. Then we should have the combined response ready before tonight," Lien Frostmere said. "I have it half prepared already," Wei Liang said. He opened the documentation stack. "Here is what I need from each of you before the 3rd bell today." He laid out the assignments. Sable, a formal written account of the bond formation's circumstances and mechanism from her direct experience. Lien, an updated legal argument section incorporating the 3 new texts from Stormcrest's library. Himself, the combined hearing response document that would serve simultaneously for the arbitration and the elders' petition tracks. They worked. The archive reading room was quiet except for the sound of brushwork and the dual-channel warmth of 2 active bonds doing what they did, maintaining the background awareness that let 3 people coordinate without constant verbal check-ins, each knowing when the others had moved something from pending to handled. By the 3rd bell, the combined response document was complete, reviewed, and ready to file. Wei Liang filed it with the council's administrative secretary before the filing window closed for the day. "You're fast," Sable said when he returned. "The deadline was the 3rd bell," he said. "I planned backward from there." "That's," she said, and stopped, searching for the word. "Efficient," Lien Frostmere offered, without looking up. "I was going to say admirable," Sable said. "But efficient works too." Wei Liang said nothing. The lightning channel ran its current through his chest, building towards something that was going to arrive whether or not it was convenient for any of the competing timelines. And he picked up his brush and began preparing for the next day's work. They also addressed the matter of what came after the arbitration and the observer's visit, assuming both went in their favor. The panel ruling would be the formal resolution, but panel rulings sometimes took months to process, and in the interim, the Jade's soul slots would continue orienting. 7 more bonds. 7 more people, somewhere in the cultivation world, whose elemental laws were compatible with the Jade's remaining channels. After this immediate situation resolves, Lien Frostmere said, with the precise calm she brought to all logistical questions, the remaining 7 bonds. 7 directions, he said. Shadow Law, pointing west. Wood southeast, metal east-south. 3 more directions, already active. Sequential or parallel pursuit? Sequential, I think. Pursuing them in parallel would spread our intelligence resources thin, and each bond changes its resonance environment in ways I'm still learning to read. He traced the inscription's edge. The jade seems to have a preference for building momentum rather than dispersing it. The first 3 bonds have all formed within the same 30-day period. I expect a period of consolidation before the next one orients clearly. Then use the consolidation period, Lian said. Build the precedent. When the panel ruling. Then pursue the next. That's my plan, he said. She made a note. Good. Then let's make sure we get there. She made the note with the finality of someone who has closed a chapter, but the petition was filed. But Qin Moulton's delegation was still in the sect, and the monitoring formations data was in someone's possession. What were they planning to do with it? Chapter 15 Passive Resonance Training was a concept Wei Liang had named after discovering it was happening. He had not planned it. The jade had not required planning. What it required was proximity, and proximity was something he organized around other legitimate activities, which meant the training ran continuously within the constraints of his actual schedule. The discovery: each active bond channel maintained a low-level absorption state whenever the corresponding bond partner was within resonance range. This was not passive in the sense of inactive. It was passive in the sense of not requiring active cultivation focus. His central cultivator meridian architecture ran the absorption automatically, drawing elemental law character from the ambient field of each partner's cultivation expression and incorporating it into his growing understanding of each law. What he was building was not elemental law mastery. He could not produce ice or fire independently at the level his bond partners could. What he was building was understanding the logic of each law, the internal principles that governed its expression, the character that distinguished ice law thinking from fire law thinking, and the way each character implied something about the person who cultivated it. After 30 days of continuous passive absorption through the ice channel, he understood ice law the way a musician understands a composition they have been listening to, not the ability to perform it, but a deep familiarity with its internal structure, its intentions, its particular kind of intelligence. Ice law was states, not forces, not movements, not dramatic expressions. States. The state of perfect stillness at absolute zero where nothing moves and everything is potential. The state of pressure building in a system that cannot yet change. The state of transformation happening slowly and inevitably because the conditions have been met. Ice law cultivators did not push ice into being. They created the conditions where ice was inevitable. This was why Lien Frostmere approached everything the way she did. The careful research before acting. The preparation that anticipated needs before they were spoken. The refusal to force outcomes before the conditions for them were correct. She was ice law all the way through. Her personality was not separate from her elemental law, it was an expression of it. He told her this during one of their morning sessions, carefully, because it was the kind of observation that could be received as intrusive. She looked up from her notes. You've been running the passive absorption continuously, she said. Since the bond formed, yes. And you're reading my elemental laws. Character, through the channel. Not your private thoughts or intentions, he said. The quality of the law itself. How it thinks. She was quiet for a moment. Ice law does think, she said. Most cultivators treat elemental laws as tools. Ice law isn't a tool. It's a way of reasoning. Precisely, he said. The patience in your approach to the inquiry. The preparation before you needed to act. The way you went to the tribunal outpost before I asked you to. He paused. Ice law. She looked at her notes. She made an addition to whatever she had been writing. He could not read her expression clearly, but the ice channel conveyed the specific quality of someone receiving an accurate external description of something they had assumed was invisible, the quality that exists between surprise and recognition. The fire channel, she said. What has that been teaching you? Permission, he said. Fire law is the decision to allow transformation. You don't make fire happen, you stop preventing it. Sable's 8 months under Qin Moulton's program. He was preventing fire from being what it is. The bond didn't add to her fire law. It removed the constraint. Different principles, Lien said. Ice creates conditions. Fire removes obstacles. Yes, and they complement each other exactly because of that difference. He looked at his palm. I'm the space between them. Neither law, but fluent in both. She made another addition to her notes. The lightning channel, she said, is different again. I don't have a full picture yet. The bond hasn't formed. But from the channel's orientation quality, lightning law is about precision in motion. The shortest path between two states. No wasted movement. That matches what I know of the Crown Princess's cultivation style, Lien said. Yes, he said. She closed her notes. What will you do with this understanding? The knowledge of the cultivation law argument was coming together in the way of arguments that have sufficient evidence. not elegantly, because real legal arguments never assembled with the clean lines of theoretical ones, but with accumulating weight. Each piece fit against the others. The bonding was voluntary. The advancement was genuine. The sovereignty of each bond partner was demonstrably unimpaired. The post-decree text said so, and the post-decree texts post-dated the decree's empirical claims and directly contradicted them. He ran the structure by Sable at the afternoon session. She listened, asked 3 clarifying questions about the arbitration process that he answered, and then gave him intelligence he had not anticipated. One of Cheen Moulton's cultivation consultants had visited the council building's administrative office this morning. The visit was listed as a courtesy registration, the standard formality for Alliance diplomatic staff. The consultant has tribunal affiliate status, Sable said. Southern Outpost. I know which one. Wei Liang noted the visit in his journal. He's checking whether our inquiry filing reached the Central Outpost priority queue before Tsang Ruwei's notification reached the Southern Outpost's processing queue. He paused. If the Central Outpost processed our filing first, we're in the inquiry track. If the Southern Outpost processed Tsang Ruwei's notification first, we might be in the enforcement track with the inquiry shield contested. And you don't know which happened? Not yet. He organized the stack. But the consultant checking suggests the Alliance doesn't know either, which means the result is not settled in their favor, or they wouldn't need to check. She nodded at his ledger. You're documenting this visit. Every move they make becomes part of the record, he said. They keep adding to it. He smiled at his ledger after she left, privately, because some acknowledgments were better kept internal. Then he opened the witness preparation document he had started at the 5th bell and continued working on it until it was ready ahead of schedule, which was the only schedule he found satisfying, and filed it precisely where it needed to be. Tomorrow, the suppressed analysis would finally see light, and Tsang Ruwei didn't know it was coming. Chapter 16 The annual proving of worth convened on the 40th day of Wei Liang's remediation period. Tsang Ruwei had arranged the calendar so that the proving's results would serve as Wei Liang's official remediation progress evaluation, a single event where his cultivation advancement could be assessed, documented, and then used to argue either that his artificial advancement was real and therefore concerning, or that it was insufficient and therefore grounds for the remediation's failure finding. The bracket assignments arrived 2 days before the event. Wei Liang was in the first round's 3rd bracket, opposing outer disciple Gao Shan, listed rank Qi condensation in the sect's official cultivation records. He located Gao Shan's file in the archive. Outer disciple, assigned 3 years ago, last formal rank assessment 6 months ago, at peak Qi condensation. The assessment was 6 months old. He went to Formation Master Wei Bangqing that afternoon. The Formation Master listened to Wei Liang's framing of the procedural concern, bracket accuracy, assessment currency, the fairness implications of outdated records, with the attention of someone who had been watching the cultivation assessment process for 20 years and was not surprised by what it sometimes produced. I'll run updated assessments on all disciples with records older than 4 months, the Formation Master said. Before the proving, Gao Shan's updated assessment, core formation, achieved at minimum 4 months ago, based on the technique density the Formation Master observed. The bracket fraud was now in the official record. The seeding error, with its trail leading to whoever had set the brackets using deliberately outdated information, was documented. Tsang Ruwei had built a trap. The Formation Master's procedural correction had turned it into a documented record of the trap's existence. Wei Liang went to the proving. In the ring, he did not win immediately. He did not try to. Gao Shan was a genuine core formation cultivator with 3 years of technique depth, and Wei Liang had been at core formation for 38 days. Direct exchange would have been costly. He did something different. He read formations. 14 months in the archive had given him comprehensive familiarity with the Azure Veil sect's core formation combat manual, including its standard formation structures and their documented weak points. Gao Shan's first formation was the soil law compression configuration, standard core formation opening, and its weak point was in the northeast pressure vector, where the boundary angles created a structural instability under a specific Qi thread application. Wei Liang applied the thread. The formation inverted. The pressure hit Gao Shan instead of Wei Liang. Gao Shan recalibrated and tried a second configuration. Wei Liang found this one's weak point in 8 seconds. Third configuration, 12 seconds. By the 4th attempt, Gao Shan was drawing on his actual core formation depth to build a technique complex enough that its weak point required real analysis to locate. The officiating elders were watching this 4th technique build, and they were watching its cultivation signature, and the cultivation signature was unmistakable. After the proving concluded and the spectators dispersed, Wei Liang took the long route back to the archive. Not the shortest path, the one with the most natural witnesses. The inner pavilion's busy corridor, past the formation hall where 3 senior disciples were running practice sessions, through the archive's main entrance where the archive master was visible through the glass, and directly to his working table where the documentation was in order and his presence was, in that specific way, accounted for. He noted this in his journal. Afternoon of the proving, 3 witnesses to route, arrived at archive at 4th bell, documentation in progress. The entry was unremarkable. That was precisely its value. Leanne Frostmere had understood the same concern from the Ice Channel's ambient feed, apparently, because she arrived at the archive 16 minutes after him and sat at her corner table without explanation. The Ice Channel ran its quality, precise, stable, and specifically positioned. The bracket fraud finding goes into the council record today, she said, after a few minutes of parallel work. Song Ruwei's seating authority is suspended pending review. His formal administrative leverage in the remediation process is reduced. Yes, Wei Liang said. He has 19 days until the observer, 3 days until the arbitration, and his institutional options are narrowing. She looked at her cultivation notes. What does he have left that doesn't require council authorization? Direct cultivation engagement, Wei Liang said, which he's been careful to avoid because it creates a different kind of record. Or an indirect approach, she said. Someone else's cultivation engagement. He absorbed this. The alliance delegation was on the mountain road. Sheen Moulton had 40 years of personal investment in his destiny management program and a formal arbitration petition currently before the council. He had brought 7 people. 7 was more than a courtesy delegation. I want the gate count on all alliance personnel currently inside the sect's outer perimeter, he said. By tonight. I'll have it by dinner, she said. Through the ice bond's steady current. Leanne Frostmere's quality, sharp and precise. Through the fire channel, Sable's, brighter and more direct. And from the northeast, the lightning's soul slot running its building current. 2 days to the crown princess's decision. But the more pressing question was what Song Ruwei was planning to do in those 2 days, now that the ground he had been standing on was gone. He had a clear answer the next morning, when the gate master brought him a copy of a formal complaint filed at the 4th bell. Elder Song Ruwei, citing Category 3 Remediation Authority, had petitioned the council to restrict Wei Liang's archive access to assigned tasks only. No independent research. No documentation of proceedings outside his formal scribe duties. No use of the restricted reading room without elder supervision. Not a cultivator-to-cultivator confrontation. An administrative cut, removing the tools Wei Liang had been using to build his defense. The petition was within the elder's authority, technically. Its counter was already in the documentation stack. Wei Liang had anticipated this category of move 3 weeks ago. He had until the 3rd bell to file the response. And if Song Ruwei thought restricting archive access would stop him from having the documentation ready, the elder had clearly never watched a scribe work from memory. His mistake, and Wei Liang intended to make sure Song Ruwei understood that before this was over. Chapter 17, The Proving's second day, produced 2 developments that mattered. The first was formal. The Elder Council's review of the bracket seating process found a specific administrative edit to the bracket data that had been made under Elder-level access credentials 3 days before the proving. The edit had changed Wei Liang's bracket placement from the 4th bracket, which would have given him a foundation establishment opponent, to the 3rd bracket with Gao Shan. The access credential log was documented. Song Ruwei's administrative authority was under formal review. Wei Liang recorded this in the official proceedings and in his personal ledger under counter-documentation. The formal record of the seating edit was evidence that the Category 3 violation's causal framing was wrong. The elder who had arranged the negligence assignment had simultaneously been arranging bracket fraud against the negligent disciple, which was not consistent with someone who believed their own framing. The second development was informal. 2 Sunfire Alliance cultivators found Sable at the resource distribution table at the midday break. Wei Liang was at the adjacent station. He registered them before they reached her. Fire law signatures, Alliance traveling colors, the specific purpose-built tension of people delivering a formal communication they know will not be received warmly. They delivered the communication. Sable received it with visible calm and pointed absence of warmth, informing them that she had left the Alliance, that her departure was not subject to retroactive authorization requirements, and that further communication should go through the Elder Council's formal mediation process. They did not leave immediately. They cited the Cultivation Governance Agreement. Sable cited the Guest Conduct Protocol Section 3. Wei Liang helped with the specific section number. They left. The protocol section, Sable said, after a moment. I added it 2 months ago, he said. The previous version had gaps. Her gaze settled on him. The fire channel ran with its characteristic quality, fire that has found the right conditions and is exactly as big as it is intended to be. The lightning one, she said. Tomorrow, he said. The Crown Princess has been reading the documentation package I sent last night. The bond will form tomorrow. You're certain? The channel's quality has shifted from building to imminent, he said. The Jade is specific about these things. She nodded. Are you ready for 3? I've been ready since before 2, he said. She considered him for a moment with the expression she had been developing since the storage room. Not quite amusement, not quite respect, something that resided comfortably between them without needing to be named. Good, she said. 3 will be useful. He finished his resource documentation, filed the Alliance contact incident report with the gate master before the 5th bell, and spent the evening preparing for what was going to happen when a crown princess who made decisions with complete information finished reading a documentation package that he had built to be as comprehensive as possible. He had made it very comprehensive. The surveillance problem materialized at the 2nd bell. Wei Liang was crossing the inner pavilion's south courtyard, a route he used on days with high foot traffic, precisely because high foot traffic meant better witness coverage, when Sable fell into step beside him from the western doorway. She did not announce herself. She matched his pace and kept her eyes forward in the way of a person delivering information that required ambient cover. 2 of Qin Molten 7 are not cultivation consultants, she said quietly. I recognize the shoulder technique from the Alliance's enforcement division. They came in under the diplomatic delegation registration, but the cultivation signatures don't match the filed credentials. This was the different category of action, not the Elder moving directly, the Alliance's enforcement assets moving under diplomatic cover. Are they tracking you? Wei Liang said, keeping his own voice in the range of normal corridor conversation. Or are they assessing the broader situation? Both, she said. One has been running ambient formation scans since yesterday. Not a tracking formation, a monitoring formation. They're cataloging resonance signatures in the sect, not following a specific target. A monitoring formation was more concerning than a tracking one. A tracking formation targeted a known signature and followed it. A monitoring formation was building an environmental picture, mapping who was where, which cultivation signatures corresponded to which people, what the resonance landscape of the sect looked like. That information was useful for something larger than retrieving one escaped disciple. They're building a deployment map, Wei Liang said. Yes. He noted this in his ledger the moment they were inside the archive wing, with time and witness, Sable, and the specific cultivation signature characteristics Sable had described. He added a notation about the credentialing discrepancy and the monitoring formation's activity pattern. Then he filed it. The Alliance Scouts' conduct protocol violation report went to the gate master at the 4th bell. He did not stop there. The sect's formal cultivation security assessment was a procedure he had looked up twice in the past 2 weeks, triggered when a documented external entity's personnel were found to be conducting unauthorized cultivation surveillance on sect grounds. The procedure required a senior elder's signature. Elder Pei Rongshu's signature, as it happened. The healer who had documented his situation from the beginning, who was not Song Rui's instrument in this matter, and who had been watching the Alliance's behavior with the focused attention of someone who took her responsibility to the sect's disciples seriously. He took the request to her. She read the monitoring formation report, the credentialing discrepancy, and his security assessment trigger request without expression. Then she signed it. The gate master will have the assessment authority to remove them from the inner perimeter if the monitoring continues, she said. They'll have one formal warning. That's sufficient, he said. Thank you, Elder Pei. The formal warning goes into the council record, she said. Everything you bring me goes into the council record. I know, he said. That's why I bring it to you. She gave him the look that was not warm but was not hostile, and he filed the signed request with the gate master before the 5th bell, and spent the evening preparing for what was going to happen when a crown princess who made significant decisions with complete information finished reading a documentation package that he had built to be as comprehensive as possible. He had made it very comprehensive. The monitoring formation's data, whatever it had collected, was not going to help Qin Molten if the arbitration record showed his delegation had been conducting unauthorized surveillance while his petition was pending before the council. Wei Liang had added this to his preparation framework 2 days ago, in the section labeled Anticipated Alliance Escalation Responses, because preparation was only useful if you prepared for the actual thing rather than the thing you wished they would do. At the 8th bell, the lightning channel shifted quality, from imminent to decided. Not, the bond is forming tonight. Not, close range confirmed. Decided. The particular quality of someone on the other side of the channel who had completed their information gathering and reached their conclusion. The 3rd bond was 24 hours away. He was ready. He had been ready since the Jade first pointed northeast, and he had understood that preparation was not a response to certainty, but a commitment made in advance of it. This final quality shift, from imminent to decided, was not a surprise but a confirmation. The work he had done was the work that mattered. He organized the documentation package in its final order, checked the citations in the 2 additional texts the Crown Princess had provided, and wrote a clean summary of the bilateral mechanism argument that could be handed to an arbitrator unfamiliar with the Jade's history and be understood in under 20 minutes of careful reading. Then he went to bed, because the third bond was going to happen tomorrow, and he needed to be present for it in the way that mattered. Not exhausted, not frantic, but prepared, functional, ready to be exactly the thing the Jade needed its central cultivator to be. The work was done for tonight, and tomorrow, the third bond would form, the documentation would be presented, and whatever Tsang Rui had planned in response to losing his archive restriction petition would answer to a case that had just gained a crown princess as its third witness. Tsang Rui didn't know yet, and tomorrow was going to be educational. Chapter 18. The second meeting with Crown Princess Stormcrest was at the third bell in the same reception hall, with the same relative seating and a considerably more substantial documentation package on the scribe's table between them. She arrived on schedule, which Wei Liang had expected. She opened the package, which was noticeably thicker than the meeting invitation had implied, and said, "You sent the updated package last night. The 3 texts you provided strengthened the case considerably," he said. "I incorporated them overnight." She sat down and opened the package without asking. She read the way she did everything, with complete focus, no visible reaction until she reached the end of a section, at which point she would make a small notation in her own ledger and move to the next. She went through the decree analysis section, the cultivation sovereignty argument section, the bond mechanism documentation from Elder Pei's examination findings, the bilateral resonance requirement from the ancestors' text, and the testimony documentation from both Lien Frostmere and Sable. She read Sable's testimony with particular care. When she finished, she set the package down precisely aligned with the table's edge. "The Alliance's formal arbitration claim was filed this morning," she said. "I know," he said. "I received the council notification at the first bell." Qin Moulton is characterizing the bond as an imposed cultivation pathway that interfered with his Alliance's governance arrangements, she said. He's framing it as a violation of the cultivation governance agreement between the Alliance and the sect. "I've prepared the response," he said. "The bilateral resonance requirement directly contradicts the imposed pathway framing, and the guest conduct violation log establishes that the Alliance's own agent activated an unauthorized tracking formation inside the sect, which created the circumstances of the bond formation. So the Alliance created the conditions for the bond it's now calling an imposition," she said. "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "You've been several steps ahead of all of this. I've been working with the information I had at each point," he said. "The Jade tells me directions. I prepare for what those directions imply. The rest depends on what actually happens." She looked at his palm, the inscription, the channel junctions, the ice and fire bond channels with their faint active glow. Then she looked at the lightning channel, which was running at the quality he had been describing as imminent to Sable the day before. "The mechanism," she said. "You described it as. The channel recognizes a compatible elemental law at close range. Its resonance architecture identifies the compatibility, and the bond requires bilateral authentic engagement from both parties to complete." "Yes," he said, "and the authentic engagement can be non-deliberate, but it has to be genuine. The Jade distinguishes between someone who opens a door and someone who is pushed through it," he said, using the ancestor's phrase. "I've been thinking about this for 3 days," she said. He waited. "The Lightning Law School's practitioners I mentioned," she said. 3 cultivators currently exploring voluntary paired resonance cultivation. If the decree's artificial pathway argument is upheld, it's applicable to any paired cultivation approach, not just the Jade's resonance method. They have no artifact involved. They're working with pure bilateral resonance theory. She paused. "The ruling this inquiry produces will be cited for the next 200 years. Whatever the panel decides here sets the standard, which is why the case needs to be as strong as possible," he said. "And which is why the case being presented by a sect scribe and 2 other disciples is less effective than the case being presented by a delegation head with diplomatic standing and access to a royal legal library." She held his gaze. "I can file a formal intervention document in the inquiry as a third-party affected party, a cultivator whose legal interests in the ruling's outcome are documented and legitimate. That would give the inquiry's case significantly more institutional weight," he said. "Yes." She looked at the lightning channel on his palm. "I am also aware that the compatibility assessment the Jade has been running since this delegation was announced has been pointing at me for approximately 22 days. 23, as of this morning," he said. I know. She was quiet for exactly as long as it took someone to move from final consideration to conclusion. I told you I make significant decisions with complete information. I have it now. She reached across the table and placed her hand over his palm, flat over the lightning channel. The third bond formed. It was different from ice and different from fire. Lightning law moved at the speed of the shortest path between two states. The bond completed with the precision and immediacy of current finding ground. No building, no gradual deepening. A single moment of contact, and then, full activation, the lightning channel blazing to life, and you stormcrest cultivation density cresting through soul awakening toward the threshold above it. Wei Liang felt his own rank advance. Core formation to soul awakening. The third bond's combined resonance carrying all three active channels simultaneously in a surge that lasted exactly as long as necessary and no longer. They both went still for a moment. Soul awakening, she said, in the tone of a cultivator noting a cultivation result. For both of us, he confirmed. She withdrew her hand and made a precise notation in her cultivation ledger. The same calm she brought to everything, now extended to a bond formation she had just completed. The lightning channel's character, she said. Is it what you expected? The shortest path between states, he said. No wasted movement. Yes. Good. She closed her ledger. I'll file the third-party intervention document today. The council arbitration hearing is in 3 days. We should prepare a joint presentation. I'll have the framework ready before tonight, he said. She stood, gathered her materials with the precise efficiency that was evidently her default operating mode, and paused at the door. Wei Liang, she said. Yes. The inscription on your palm. She looked at him steadily. 10 fates. 1 heaven. I don't believe in cosmological fate. A pause. I believe in compatible mechanism and good documentation. So do I. He looked at the inscription. The ancestor appears to have planned for both. She left. The lightning channel ran at steady precision through his chest alongside ice and fire. 3 active bonds in the Jade's architecture. 3 different ways of understanding what it meant to become fully what you were. By the time she reached the door, the joint presentation framework was already forming in his mind, not in fragments, but complete, the way preparations that have been running in the background surface when the conditions are right. 3 active bonds, a third-party diplomatic intervention, 6 post-decree texts now, and 2 professional opinions from sect specialists. The case was good. It was going to be better. He organized the documentation stack in the order that served the presentation's logic rather than the order he had assembled it. Evidence first, mechanism second, legal argument third, precedent fourth. Every section with its citations correct, and its terminology matched to what an arbitration observer would use. In 3 days, the council arbitration hearing would run. He had not yet decided which specific piece of documentation to introduce at which moment in that proceeding. The suppressed formation analysis, held back until now, had multiple possible introduction points. The bilateral mechanisms documentation was strong, but required the observer to understand the technical context before the legal argument could land. Sequencing mattered as much as substance. He worked until the second bell, then went to bed, because functional preparation required adequate sleep, and he was going to need both for the next 3 days. The lightning channel ran at steady precision through his chest alongside ice and fire. 3 active bonds in the Jade's architecture. 3 different ways of understanding what it meant to become fully what you were. He picked up his brush and began preparing the joint presentation framework. He had until tonight, and the arbitration was in 3 days, and the observer in 16, and the Jade was already pointing west at a shadow law cultivator whose name he did not yet know. But the Jade never pointed without reason. Chapter 19 Grand Elder Tsang Rui came to Wei Liang's dormitory at the 10th bell on the 48th day of the remediation period. He came alone, which was unusual. He came after standard operating hours, which was significant. And he came to the dormitory rather than through the formal administrative channels he had used for every previous interaction, which told Wei Liang that the formal channels had produced results he was no longer willing to work within. Wei Liang answered the door with his ledger on the desk behind him, the documentation package stacked beside it, because when you expected something, you prepared for it. Tsang Rui came in and sat in the guest chair, uninvited, because Grand Elders did not ask permission for chairs, and delivered the news that the tribunal's observer was dispatched 19 days from tonight, under enforcement posture, because the southern outpost had processed his notification request 4 hours before the central outpost completed its inquiry priority review. For hours, Wei Liang kept his expression neutral. He had prepared for this possibility. He had prepared for both possibilities, which was why the preparation was not wasted. The observer's enforcement posture, he said. Can the inquiry shield be asserted directly upon the observer's arrival? The shield is contested, Song Ruwei said. The observer has discretion to continue under enforcement posture while the shield's review is pending. He was watching Wei Liang carefully. The safe path is still available. Voluntary surrender of the Jade Shard, processed through the tribunal's voluntary protocols, reduces the procedure to cultivation suspension rather than. Elder Pei documented the Jade's integration as extraction lethal, Wei Liang said. Voluntary or forced, the procedure would destroy my meridians. I cannot consent to a lethal procedure. The tribunal's specialists would need to contradict the sect's own healer's formal medical documentation, he said. In a room where Master Wei has already formally refused the procedure on grounds of unacceptable risk. He met Song Ruwei's gaze. If the tribunal wants to argue that their specialists can do what Elder Pei and Master Wei both say is impossible, they can make that argument in an evidentiary proceeding. Song Ruwei looked at him for a long moment. Whatever he had expected from this conversation, capitulation, fear, a different kind of person under the careful neutral exterior, he had not found it. His expression had moved, over the course of the past 7 weeks, through several different registers, and tonight it arrived at something that was neither angry nor patient, but simply settled. The expression of a man who has come to the end of the options he had planned for and is accepting that he will need to operate without a clear path. The tribunal observer will conduct a thorough examination, he said. I welcome a thorough examination, Wei Liang said. The documentation I've prepared for it is thorough in return. The elder stood. He had nothing left that served the purpose he had come with. 19 days, he said. Thank you for confirming the timeline, Wei Liang said. After the door closed, he sat at his desk for exactly 2 minutes, the time required to let the specific quality of that interaction settle out of his attention, and then opened his ledger. New entry. Tribunal observer, enforcement posture, 19 days. Song Ruwei's voluntary surrender offer formally declined. Legal basis for declining. Extraction lethal documentation from Elder Pei Rongshu. Master Wei Bongqing's formal refusal, bilateral bond mechanism incompatibility with the voluntary surrender framework. He noted Song Ruwei's exact phrasing at each point where phrasing had been relevant. He noted the time and the single witness, himself, and that the meeting had been unannounced and after standard operating hours, which was its own kind of documentation. Then he added one line. The observer arrives in 19 days. We will be ready. He believed this. Not because the situation was certain, it was not, but because he had been preparing for it since the Jade Shard embedded in his chest, and what the Jade had promised him from that first inscribed moment. You could not carry something like that and treat uncertainty as a reason to stop working. You carried it forward, you documented everything, and you made the conditions right for what the Jade was designed to produce. He spent an hour after Song Ruwei left running the 19-day timeline in full. Day 1 through 3, the hearing on Qin Moulton's petition. He had a complete response framework. 3 witnesses, Lien Frostmere, Sable, Crown Princess Yu Stormcrest, covering the bilateral mechanism, the individual sovereignty evidence, and the diplomatic dimension. The monitoring formation violations, documented and formally on record. The credentialing discrepancy, documented. The guest conduct protocol violations, documented 3 times. Day 4 through 10, the settlement of whatever the arbitration produced. Either a finding for the alliance that would require appeal, which he had already prepared for, or a finding against the alliance that would close the immediate threat and turn their attention toward the tribunal observer. Day 11 through 19, the observer's arrival and the inquiry's formal opening. 3 active bonds, 6 supporting texts, 2 specialist opinions, a third-party diplomatic intervention from the Stormvale Kingdom. The suppressed formation analysis, introduced at the right moment. Elder Pei's clinical documentation, comprehensive and unassailable. He had built this structure one piece at a time across 48 days, each piece fitting against the others the way formation stones fit when they have been cut correctly. Not all of them had been cut in advance. Some had been cut on the fly, responding to what Song Ruwei and the alliance had actually done rather than what Wei Liang had anticipated. But he had been preparing a framework that could accept new pieces as they arrived, because he had understood from the first night in the medicine pavilion that he could not predict every move against him. He could only build a foundation solid enough to support the new pieces when they came. The foundation was solid. Through the bond network's ambient feed, ice to the northwest, fire south, lightning northeast, he felt the 3 active soul links running their quiet continuous resonance. Lien Frostmere was working. He could tell by the ice channel's specific quality when she was at her cultivation notes versus when she was resting. Sable was in her room. The fire channel's output slightly elevated in the particular pattern that meant she was running technique calibration in her head rather than sleep restless. Stormcrest was composing something. There was a focused precision quality to the lightning channel's current that matched the quality it had carried when she made her own decision. 3 people. 3 active bonds. 7 more to come. He recorded this. Day 48. Triple bond resonance network operational. Observer timeline confirmed. Song Rui's voluntary surrender offer formally declined. Documentation ready for arbitration. Then added, the foundation holds. Move forward. He filed the new entries, organized the documentation stack for the next morning's work, and went to bed at a reasonable hour because he was going to need to be functional for the next 19 days, and functional required sleep, and he was, despite all evidence to the contrary in some quarters, a practical person. The council arbitration was in 3 days. The observer was in 19. Between those 2 events, the Jade's 3 active bonds would continue building their resonance network. The post-decree legal argument would be presented and entered into the formal record, and the ground that had been in motion for 48 days would be prepared for what came next. He knew what came next. He had known for a long time what came next. You documented everything. You prepared for what the documentation implied. You moved forward, and you trusted that the foundation you had built was solid enough to support what the Jade needed to become. He had written that inscription 100 times since it appeared on his palm. He believed it now, not as prophecy, but as a promise he had started building on the first night in the medicine pavilion, and had not stopped building since. Sleep first, then forward, because 19 days left no room for hesitation. Chapter 20. The last night of the 40th day. They were on the archive roof again, the 3 of them, which had become the configuration for conversations that needed sky around them rather than walls. Leanne Frostmere stood at the parapet's edge with her arms at her sides, looking south. Sable sat on the low wall with her legs over the edge, watching the mountain roads signal fires. Wei Liang leaned against the archive structure at the roof's center, looking at all of it simultaneously. South, the Sunfire Alliance's fires had been burning for 2 weeks on the mountain road, orange points against the dark slopes that confirmed Qin Moulton's patience as a form of pressure. He was not going away. The formal arbitration claim was filed. The hearing was in 3 days. His presence at the sect, and his 7-member delegation, and his 40-year pattern of personal investment in the outcomes of other people's cultivation. All of this was a wall that would have to be addressed directly. North, Song Rui's window was dark for the first time in 3 nights. The correspondence had been sent. The 19-day clock was running. Whatever the elder had been composing in those late hours had found its destination, and its destination was a tribunal observer who was now en route under enforcement posture. The darkness in the window was not peace. It was completion. Northeast, the lightning channel, active for 2 days now, contributing its precision quality to the growing resonance field. 3 bonds, 3 elemental laws, 3 people who had each decided in their own way and for their own reasons to be part of this. None of them because they had been told to, all of them because they had looked at the situation honestly and found it worth the cost. The observer in 19 days, Sable said. The arbitration in 3. Qin Moulton at the south gate. She watched the signal fires. It's all moving at once. It was always going to, Wei Liang said. You knew this when you started? Lian asked, without turning from the south view. I knew the Jade was designed to complete itself, he said. I knew that anything powerful enough to correct fate's imbalances would attract the attention of everything invested in those imbalances staying the way they were. He looked at his palm. The inscription faded from its first light, but still present. 3 characters in pre-classical script that now read to him as clearly as his own name. I knew that if the ancestor had built the Jade correctly, and he had, then the only question was whether the person carrying it was going to be prepared enough to give it time to work. And are you? Lian asked. He thought about this honestly. He had documentation, 2 bond partners, and a third whose analytical capability was substantial. The formation masters suppressed analysis, the priority filing at the central outpost, 3 post-decree texts that directly contradicted the decree's foundations, in 19 days. He had more than he had had 39 days ago when all of it started. I'm more prepared than I was, he said. Which is all I've been trying to be, every day. Leanne Frostmere turned from the parapet. She looked at him with the expression that had been developing across 40 days of archive work and formation documentation and 1 bond formation in a frosted corridor. Not warm, exactly, because warmth was not her register, but something that operated as warmth does. Present, intentional, on your side. What's the plan, she said. Survive the arbitration. Survive the observer. Build the case for the panel. He looked at both of them. And keep moving forward. The Jade isn't done. It's pointing at 7 more people. However many of those bonds we can form before the panel rules, the stronger our position becomes. A pause. Not because bonds give me power over the ruling. Because each bond adds someone else's cultivation sovereignty to the case, someone else whose individual advancement the decree would have to contradict. Sable was quiet for a moment. And we find them, she said. The jade finds them, he said. We follow where it points, and we're ready when we get there. She nodded, once, the decisive nod of someone who has accepted a direction and is done deliberating about it. Leanne Frostmere did not nod. She turned back to the south view and said, in the manner of someone stating a fact, then we should sleep. 3 days to the arbitration. 4 hours until first bell, Wei Liang confirmed. 4 hours, Sable repeated. Right. She swung her legs back over the parapet edge onto the roof. The mountain road fires are going to burn all night. They'll keep burning, Wei Liang said. That's fine. They were not fires he had to put out tonight. Tonight, there were only preparations to finish and sleep to get. And in the morning, there would be more preparations and more forward motion. And somewhere ahead, the jade inscription's promise waited for the conditions to be right. 10 fates, 1 heaven. Below them, in the archive wing, a light was burning where the documentation stack sat in its final order. Arbitration preparation, observer preparation, the post-decree text from 3 different sources, the bilateral mechanism documentation, with Elder Pei's clinical examination as its foundation. All of it built piece by piece across 48 days, each piece doing exactly what a piece should do in a structure designed to hold. The documentation is ready, Sable said. It's ready, he confirmed. All of it. The suppressed analysis, the post-decree texts, the bond mechanism documentation, everything. In the order that works. With the citations correct. He looked at his palm. The inscription, 3 characters in pre-classical script, faintly luminous in the dark. The jade's mechanism is documented as thoroughly as an 800-year-old artifact can be documented by a 48-day investigation. If the panel looks at what I've built and finds it wanting, it will be because they've decided the outcome in advance, not because I left them an evidentiary gap. Leanne Frostmere turned from the parapet. She had been standing at the south view for long enough that the wind had worked at her braid, loosening the lower section. She did not fix it. The inquiry shield, she said. Even if the observer arrives under enforcement posture, the intervention document gives us standing to assert the shield formally. You had told him this afternoon. I drafted the intervention with that specific application in mind. The observer has to acknowledge it. They can proceed while it's under review, but they have to acknowledge it on the record. He looked at the signal fires on the southern slopes. We're not undefended. We're 3-way defended. The inquiry shield, the diplomatic intervention, and the cultivation sovereignty documentation. Any one of those creates delay. All 3 together creates a proceeding, not an execution. Sable stood and brushed dust from her outer robe with the efficient motion of someone transitioning from rest to movement. And the 4th soul slot, she said. It stirred. I felt it on the way down, he said. Shadow law. The channel is pointing west. Shadow, Lian said. West. He looked at the western horizon. Dark mountains. No signal fires. Nothing visible on that flank. Not yet. But the jade is orienting. Whoever the shadow channel is pointing at, they're in range of the network's awareness even if the bond is still months away. 7 more after tonight, Sable said. Shadow, wood, metal, water, space, earth, light. 7, he confirmed. In whatever order the jade finds them. In whatever circumstances the preparation I've built can support. He looked at both of them for a moment. The ice bond's clarity and the fire bond's brightness and the lightning bond's precision. 3 different qualities that had each made the last 48 days possible in ways he had not anticipated when the jade shard embedded in his chest and the inscription appeared on his palm. We're ready for tomorrow, he said. That's enough for tonight. The 4th soul slot stirred as he climbed down from the roof. Barely. A flutter, not orientation yet. Just the awareness of another law moving somewhere in the world. Another person whose elemental character the jade had not yet forgotten. He noted it. He would be ready for it when the time came. The 4th soul slot, the shadow law, the next person the jade had already identified and was waiting to reach. He was always ready. The question was never whether he was prepared. The question was what came next. What came next was everything the jade had promised. 10 fates, 1 heaven, and 7 more people who didn't know yet that the jade had already found them. Chapter 21. The morning after the 40th day arrived with the particular quality of days that follow significant threshold crossings. Ordinary in every surface detail, carrying all the weight in its foundations. Wei Liang rose at first bell and checked the soul slot orientations before he did anything else. This had become reflex. 3 active. Ice northwest, fire south, lightning northeast. All running steady. 3 warm presences in his meridian architecture, each one a different quality of light. Leanne Frostmere's clarity, Sable's brightness, used Stormcrest's precision. And the fourth soul slot, west, barely stirring. The flutter he had felt on the roof the night before had not deepened overnight. Shadow Law, pointing at something far enough away that the channel was more awareness than orientation. Days, he estimated. Maybe weeks. He opened his journal and wrote, Day 41. 3 bonds stable. Arbitration in 2 days. Observer in 18. Fourth channel, west, low intensity, non-urgent. He was methodical about the distinction between awareness and imminence because the Jade's timeline did not match his own, and confusing the two was how people got surprised. The arbitration documentation was ready. He spent the first hour verifying it anyway, because verification was not the same as completion and he preferred to be sure. Liane Frostmere arrived at the archive at the second bell. She did not announce herself. She sat at the northwest corner table, her spot, established through repetition rather than assignment, and opened her cultivation notes to the current page. Qin Moulton moved closer to the sect overnight, she said, without looking up. How close? The gate master's formation registered his cultivation signature entering the outer district. He's not at the gate yet, but he's on the road. She made a note in her ledger. He filed an advance courtesy registration with the council last night. Wei Liang noted this in his own ledger. The arbitration is in 2 days. He's going to try to influence the outcome. Presuppose rather than speculate, Lian said. He's going to influence the outcome. The approach is direct pressure, arriving in person with enough diplomatic authority to make the council uncomfortable with ruling against him. The cultivation governance agreement, she confirmed. His formal claim requires the council to grant him observer status at the arbitration. He'll bring his 7-member delegation and occupy the official gallery. And the crown princess has more diplomatic authority than Qin Moulton. The assessment was precise and delivered without emotional weight. If both observers are present, the gallery is balanced between the alliance's pressure and the kingdom's counterpresence. Wei Liang thought about this. I want Yu's delegation seated before Qin Moulton's. Let him arrive to find the diplomatic gallery already occupied by a crown princess. He wrote this down. I'll request a delegation seating arrangement from the council's hospitality office today. The request will be procedural and unremarkable. The outcome will be strategic. Lian looked at him for exactly 2 seconds. Then she returned to her notes. This had also become reflex, the particular form of acknowledgement that was not agreement and not approval, but was something in the operational category of, I have registered this and I do not object. Sable arrived at the 3rd bell with food she had obtained from the sect's central kitchen through a combination of charm, mild intimidation, and a genuine appetite that had not been properly addressed since the bond's core formation breakthrough. She set 3 portions on the table, distributed them without ceremony, and ate standing. The mountain road fires are still burning, she said, but there were fewer of them this morning. Qin Moulton pulled some of his scouts into the outer district, Wei Liang said. The perimeter line contracted. He's consolidating before the arbitration. She chewed, thinking, what do you need from me for the council hearing? Testimony on the bond's bilateral nature and your individual cultivation sovereignty before and after the bond. He organized a section of the documentation. Specifically, the alliance's explicit suppression of your cultivation advancement, the 8 months during which your core formation breakthrough was being held artificially below threshold. This establishes that the alliance's claim to your cultivation path includes active interference with your natural advancement. Sable looked at the ceiling briefly, in the manner of someone deciding how much of an unpleasant history to excavate for professional purposes. I can document it, she said. The advancement suppression was systematic. Qin Moulton kept detailed records because he was proud of the program. He may try to use those same records at the arbitration to argue you were under active cultivation development that Wei Liang interrupted, Lian said. He can argue that if he wants, Sable said. His records will show he kept me at Foundation establishment for 8 months through deliberate chi pattern suppression while I was naturally ready for core formation. That's not cultivation development. That's a cage. Wei Liang wrote. Sable testimony, cultivation suppression detail, 8 months controlled delay, explicit pattern. The records, he said. Do you have access to copies? I kept a set. Before I left. She looked at him. I knew I was leaving eventually. I prepared. He looked at her for a moment. The fire channel ran its characteristic brightness, fire that knows exactly where it's going. You're thorough, he said. I learned from watching someone else be thorough, she said, with enough dryness that it took him a moment to register this was a compliment. The morning passed in parallel work. Wei Liang organizing the arbitration documentation, Liane Frostmere refining the cultivation sovereignty argument's legal structure, Sable drafting her testimony. Outside, The sect's outer district grew slightly more crowded as Qin Molten's advance contacts began positioning. The mountain road's signal fires held steady. At the sixth bell, Wei Liang walked the documentation package to the council's hospitality office and filed the delegation seating request. The office clerk accepted it as routine. Stormcrest delegation would be seated before Qin Molten's application could be processed. The Thunder Soul slot in the northeast was running at its steady precision quality, the quality of something that had already made a decision and was simply waiting for the moment to arrive. The arbitration was in 2 days. Qin Molten was in the outer district. The documentation was ready. Wei Liang went back to the archive to keep working, because whatever was coming, he intended to meet it with everything he had, and he didn't have everything yet. Chapter 22 Patriarch Qin Molten of the Sunfire Alliance arrived at the Azure Veil sect's formal gate at the third bell on the 42nd day, with 7 cultivators at his back and 30 years of institutional authority in his bearing. He was 60 years old, built like a forge hammer, short, broad, with the specific density of a fire law cultivator who had been at peak soul awakening for a decade and found in technique what he had lost in natural advancement. His outer robe carried the Alliance's red and gold seal at both shoulders. His cultivation signature was like standing near a banked fire, controlled, substantial, capable of expressing itself in multiple configurations. Wei Liang observed him from the archive's upper reading room window, which had become his standard observation post for anything arriving at the south gate. He noted, formal diplomatic arrival, official party of 8 including Qin Molten himself, documentation likely prepared in advance of arrival, cultivation signatures running at formal register levels rather than travel levels. This was a political performance, not a travel party. The gate master met them at the entrance with the appropriate sect hospitality. Qin Molten requested a council session within 24 hours, citing the Cultivation Governance Agreement's rapid response clause. This was the clause that allowed a formal alliance member to request a council session within 1 day if they had filed a formal claim, which Qin Molten had done remotely 3 days ago. Wei Liang found this in the gate master's forwarded notifications when he checked them at noon. Formal claim under the Cultivation Governance Agreement, filed by Patriarch Qin Molten of the Sunfire Alliance, regarding the interference with the cultivation pathway of Alliance disciple Sable Embervale. He brought the notice to the afternoon's working session. Sable read it with the specific quality of expression that belongs to people reading about themselves being described as property. She set it down carefully on the table. The interference with the cultivation pathway, she said. He's saying the bond is an interruption of his plan. His claim characterizes the bond as an unauthorized alteration to your cultivation trajectory that he had designed and invested in, Wei Liang said. The implication is that your trajectory was his. I wasn't his disciple. I was in his program. There's a difference. Not in the Cultivation Governance Agreement, Lian said. She had the relevant section open. The agreement defines cultivation relationship broadly enough to include organized advancement programs. Qin Molten's claim will argue that his program constitutes a formal cultivation relationship under the agreement's terms, and that a formal cultivation relationship gives him the right to contest bonds that interfere with his advancement plan, Wei Liang said. This is the mechanism he's using. The claim doesn't target the bond directly. It targets the bond through your status as a program participant. Sable was quiet for a moment. Then, he didn't tell me I was in a formal cultivation relationship. He told me I was in an opportunity program. The distinction may matter at the council hearing, Wei Liang said. If the program's documentation doesn't establish formal cultivation relationship status under the agreement's definition, his claim loses its foundation. The program documents, she said. I have them. She produced a folded stack from inside her cultivation pouch. She had brought them from the storage room, and they had been in her possession since. Everything he gave me at the beginning. The program terms, the advancement framework, the opportunity timeline. She set them on the table. Nothing in here calls it a cultivation relationship. Lian Frostmere took the top document and began reading it with the focused speed of someone who knew what they were looking for and had the legal training to identify it on site. Wei Liang took the second. 7 minutes later, Lian set the document down. No formal relationship language, she said. The documents describe an advancement support arrangement with defined program parameters. It explicitly states that participation does not create a formal cultivation relationship under sect or inter-sect agreements. He wrote that in to make the program less legally binding for him, Sable said, so he could end it when he wanted. He wrote it in to limit his obligations, Wei Liang said. It also limits his claims. He was already writing. At the council hearing, we cite this specific exclusion clause. His claim requires formal relationship status. His own documentation negates that status. Lian looked at the document, then at Wei Liang. Something in her expression shifted by a fraction, the particular fraction that corresponded to. This was well positioned before he arrived, and it was not an accident. You knew about this exclusion clause before today, she said. Sable's testimony described the program's structure in enough detail that I researched the governance agreement's definitions last week, he confirmed. I wanted to know if the claim was legally viable before it arrived, and if the documentation had said formal relationship. Sable asked. Then we would have needed a different argument, he said. But I wanted to know. Sable looked at Lian. Lian looked back at Sable with an expression that was as close to conspiratorial acknowledgement as Lian Frostmere's face ever achieved. Qin Moulton's request for a council session was granted. The hearing was scheduled for the following afternoon. Wei Liang spent the evening preparing the response documentation and making sure he had every relevant citation correct. In his working notes, under the heading Arbitration, Qin Moulton claim, he wrote, Foundation is legally defective. Documentation establishes. Proceed with confidence and without complacency. He was always prepared, but he was also never overconfident. The arbitration would tell him what he had missed. Chapter 23 The Elder Council's arbitration hearing convened in the formal chamber at the second bell. 12 elders attended, 4 of whom were Tsang Rui's factional supporters and were unlikely to rule in any direction that embarrassed the Grand Elder. Qin Moulton's delegation occupied the visitor gallery's left section, Yu Stormcrest's delegation occupied the right. The Crown Princess herself sat at the gallery's front row with the particular stillness of someone who has been to a great many formal proceedings and knows how to make their presence felt without moving. Tsang Rui was absent, his administrative authority still under formal review following the bracket fraud finding. This was noted in the official record. Wei Liang sat at the respondents' table with Sable at his left and Lian Frostmere at his right. This arrangement was not accidental. Sable's fire channel and Lian's ice channel created a visible ambient resonance field around the table, the quiet glow that bond channels produced when their partners were adjacent. This was not a display of force. It was a display of fact. These people were bonded, the bonds were stable, and the bonds were producing exactly the mutual cultivation advancement the source text described. The presiding elder opened the proceedings. Qin Moulton presented his claim over 30 minutes, citing the governance agreement's cultivation relationship provisions, characterizing Sable's departure as an unauthorized withdrawal from an active cultivation program, and framing the bond as an interference with the natural cultivation pathway he had been shepherding. His language was precise and well-prepared. His documentation filled 12 pages. He did not cite the specific exclusion clause in his own program documents. Wei Liang waited. When his turn came, he spoke for 20 minutes. He presented the exclusion clause in full, with direct quotation from Qin Moulton's own program documentation. He cited the governance agreement's formal relationship definition and noted that Qin Moulton's program documentation explicitly disclaimed that status. He presented the bilateral bond mechanism documentation, the cultivation sovereignty evidence, and Sable's own testimony on the 8 months of deliberate advancement suppression. Then he said, the petitioner's own documentation establishes that no formal cultivation relationship existed between the petitioner and Sable Embervale under the governance agreement's applicable definitions. A claim under the governance agreement cannot succeed where the agreement's threshold conditions are not met. The petition should be denied on this basis alone. He set his papers down and sat. The council deliberated for 40 minutes. Qin Moulton spent those 40 minutes trying to catch Sable's eye across the chamber. She looked through him in the specific way of a person who has decided another person no longer exists as a relevant consideration. The ruling, petition denied. The exclusion clause in Qin Moulton's program documentation was dispositive. No formal cultivation relationship existed under the governance agreement's definitions, and therefore no valid claim could be brought under the agreement's interference provisions. Qin Moulton rose from the petitioner's table with a controlled expression that told Wei Liang precisely what was coming next. Not legal means. The next category of action, the one that didn't require council authorization. He met Wei Liang's eyes across the chamber for exactly 2 seconds. I'll be in contact, Qin Moulton said, to the room generally, and left. After the chamber cleared, Wei Liang made 3 notes. Petition denied. Qin Moulton now operating outside formal channels. Threat assessment elevated to likely direct action. Lian Frostmere was already at his elbow. He'll try something before he leaves the sect district, she said. Within 48 hours, Wei Liang agreed. While he still has diplomatic cover and before the council can formally revoke his visitor status. Where do you want to be? Somewhere with witnesses, Wei Liang said. And somewhere Sable can work. Sable cracked her knuckles. I've been waiting for him to try something that wasn't paperwork, she said. But he had looked at Wei Liang with something colder than anger on his way out, something Wei Liang recognized as a man who had run out of patience with his own restraint. Whatever came next would not be subtle. Chapter 24. The 44th day began with you Stormcrest requesting a formal session with the Azure Veil Sect scribe liaison, meaning Wei Liang, for the purpose of reviewing the diplomatic cultivation exchange documentation. The request was legitimate, properly routed through the official schedule, and time for the second bell. Wei Liang arrived at the formal reception hall 3 minutes early, documentation in order, wearing his standard scribe's uniform because he was, formally, the scribe assigned to this delegation, and this was a formal session. You Stormcrest arrived precisely on schedule with her cultivation attaché and a document case that was noticeably thicker than cultivation exchange documentation typically required. The exchange documentation first, she said, sitting down. Then the other matter. They handled the exchange documentation in 20 minutes. It was genuine documentation. The Stormveil Kingdom's interest in the Azure Veil Sect's formation cultivation methods was real. The exchange framework was well designed, and the specific protocols you had pre-approved were clearly the product of preparation rather than improvisation. Wei Liang filed each page correctly and noted the appropriate administrative items for follow-up. When the exchange documentation was complete, you set her document case on the table and opened it. The Celestial Tribunal's enforcement queue, she said. I obtained this through the Diplomatic Cultivation Agreement's information sharing provision. She set a copy of a 5-page document in front of him. Your case is currently listed at Position 7. Position 1 through 6 are matters being actively pursued. Position 7 has been categorized as Pending Observer Report Confirmation, meaning the enforcement team is waiting for Auditor Pen Suru's preliminary finding before proceeding. Wei Liang read the first page. The enforcement queue document listed the case identifier, the applicable decree, and the current status. Position 7. Wei Liang, Null Affinity Scribe, Azure Veil Sect. Forbidden Jade Resonance. Pending. The observer's preliminary finding carries significant weight in whether enforcement proceeds. You continued. A favorable preliminary finding, one that describes the jade as a pre-existing artifact with a legitimate mechanism, creates grounds for the case to be redirected from the enforcement queue to the panel review queue. Panel review is slower but provides legal protection during the review period. I was expecting a 6-week minimum for panel review, Wei Liang said. If the observer's preliminary finding is favorable, 8 to 12 weeks is more accurate for a case of this profile, she said. The panel has 4 active decrees being reviewed in parallel. Your case, if moved to panel review, would likely be calendared in the 2nd-month window. She looked at him. 12 weeks is enough time to change the political context of the ruling significantly. If additional bonds form, he said, each bond adds a sovereign cultivator's testimony to the case. A ruling against the jade at full activation would explicitly invalidate the cultivation sovereignty of 10 cultivators, each of whom represents either an independent state, a major sect, or both. The panel does not make rulings that create that level of institutional conflict unless the evidence for doing so is overwhelming. Wei Liang absorbed this. You've been modeling the legal landscape. I told you I make decisions with complete information, she said. This is what complete information looks like for this case. She produced another document. I've also drafted the third-party intervention filing I mentioned. With your review and signature as the primary party, I can file this with the Tribunal's documentation office today. He read the intervention filing. It was thorough, more thorough than he had expected. She had cited the 3 post-decree texts, the bilateral mechanism documentation, the cultivation sovereignty argument, and added 2 additional cultivation law references that he had not located through the archive's available sources. These 2 additional texts, he said. I didn't have these. The Stormveil Royal Library has materials that are not in circulation outside the kingdom, she said. These texts are available to me legally. Introducing them through my intervention filing gives you access to them through my legal standing without requiring you to have independent access. He looked at her for a moment. Through the Lightning Channel, running at the quality it had held since the bond formed 2 days ago, he felt the character of her thinking, precise, structural, 3 steps ahead at all times. Not cold. Cold would have been indifferent to his situation. This was strategic investment, which was something different. Thank you, he said. Strategic interest, she said. The ruling's outcome affects Stormveil directly. I'm not doing you a favor. I'm pursuing my own interests in the most effective way available. Those aren't mutually exclusive, he said. She looked at him for exactly 2 seconds. Then she gathered her portion of the documentation and aligned it with the table's edge. File the intervention today. I want it in the tribunal's system before Qin Moulton files anything. Qin Moulton's petition was denied this morning. He'll file something else, she said. He's not done. She stood with the precise efficiency of someone who had completed one item on her agenda and was moving to the next. I'll send the additional text to your archive address by evening. The citations are in the filing. She left. Wei Liang sat with the intervention filing and the enforcement queue document and the two additional texts he had not had before this morning, and wrote in his notes, Crown Princess strategic alignment confirmed. Intervention filing, strong. Additional texts, review tonight. Enforcement queue position 7, panel review pathway, favorable observer, finding critical. He had until tonight to prepare. Chapter 25. Over the next 2 days, Wei Liang and Yu Stormcrest met 3 more times in the reception hall, ostensibly for cultivation exchange follow-up sessions. The exchange documentation was genuinely useful and genuinely discussed, but each session also produced additional strategic work on the tribunal case. The first meeting, she provided the 2 additional cultivation law texts from the Royal Library. He spent the afternoon integrating them into the argument framework. They were more directly applicable than he had hoped. The first text, Xu Mingji's Paired Law Studies, contained an 80-year-old court ruling by the Stormvale Kingdom's own cultivation judiciary that explicitly defined paired resonance cultivation as a voluntary, individual sovereignty-preserving practice. The ruling postdated Heaven's Decree 7 and directly addressed the decree's second supporting pillar. The second meeting, she reviewed his integration of the texts and found 3 places where the argument's logical flow was stronger with different sequencing. She was right on all 3. He revised. The third meeting, they discussed the tribunal observer's expected arrival timeline and how to ensure the documentation was presented in the most effective possible format for Auditor Pin Suru's evaluation criteria. During the third meeting, Wei Liang found himself working with someone who operated at a comparable speed and who did not require him to slow down or explain basic context. This was, he realized, relatively rare. Lian Frostmere operated this way within her specific domains: cultivation law, formation analysis, precise legal drafting. Sable operated this way within operational intelligence and tactical assessment. You operated this way across everything simultaneously. The observer's preliminary finding timeline, she said. Best case, 2 to 3 days after his examination. If the examination is thorough, Pin Suru has a reputation for thoroughness, which means we want the documentation in his hands before his examination begins, not during. Pre-reading context shapes preliminary findings significantly in favorable directions for the documented party. She made a note. I'll request a pre-examination documentation briefing through the diplomatic channel. The observer has to accept diplomatic correspondence. He'll know what you're doing, Wei Liang said. Yes. He'll also know that the diplomatic correspondence represents the Stormvale Kingdom's formal interest in his finding. Observers who are aware that a ruling has diplomatic implications are more careful about their preliminary language. She looked at him steadily. Careful language tends to be more favorable when the facts support a favorable reading. The lightning channel ran its precision quality. He had been aware of it in the background of every meeting. The channel that had been pointing at Yu Stormcrest for a month before she arrived, that had blazed when they first met, that now carried the steady warmth of an active bond and the particular sharpness of her thinking. The remaining soul slots, she said, on the final afternoon. You've mentioned 7 more directions. 4 active bonds, he confirmed. Shadow, wood, metal, water, space, magma, and light still forming. He looked at his palm. The 4th channel, shadow, pointing west, is still at low intensity, but it'll strengthen. And each bond before the panel ruling strengthens the case. Each bond adds a sovereign cultivator whose cultivation sovereignty the panel would have to explicitly override to rule against the Jade. He met her eyes. At full activation, a ruling against the Jade is a ruling against 10 elemental laws, 10 cultivation traditions, and every political entity they represent. The tribunal avoids those rulings. What happens if they rule anyway? Then we fight on different ground, he said. But I'd rather win on this ground. She was quiet for a moment. Then, when the observer's preliminary finding comes back favorable, the enforcement queue clock stops. That gives you time. That gives us time, he said. She looked at him with the expression that had developed across 5 days of working sessions. Not personal warmth, but something adjacent to it, something that lived in the same territory. Respect confirmed through demonstrated competence, a decision solidified by evidence. I make significant decisions with complete information, she said. I have it now. The bond. I'm not committing to the timing, but I want you to know the decision is made. I know, he said. The channel has known for 2 days. Of course it has. She gathered her materials. File the updated documentation with the tribunal office today. The observer arrives the day after tomorrow. She was already planning for what came after, and he was already planning alongside her. Chapter 26. Stormcrest made her decision in the formal documentation session, in the manner she made all significant decisions, with complete information, clear acknowledgement of consequences, and no performance of uncertainty she did not actually feel. She placed her hand over Wei Liang's palm. The inscription, the channel junctions, the lightning soul slot running at the quality she had been observing and analyzing for 6 days, and the third bond formed. Lightning law, when it completed, moved exactly as its nature implied, the shortest path between two states. Not gradual, not building. A single moment of contact and then simultaneous activation, the lightning channel blazing full, her cultivation density surging through the threshold it had been pressing against, Wei Liang's own rank advancing alongside it. Soul awakening. Both of them. The bond's resonance surge hit the surrounding air with a sharp electrical clarity that smelled briefly like an approaching storm and then settled. Yu withdrew her hand and made an immediate notation in her cultivation ledger. Soul awakening, she said, in the clinical tone of a cultivator recording a significant result. Yes, Wei Liang confirmed. The lightning channel's character, shorter path, less wasteful. Every technique you run at Soul Awakening will produce results faster than the same technique at the top of core formation, he said. The efficiency gains compound. Lightning law at Soul Awakening is qualitatively different from lightning law at core formation. Not just stronger, but more precise. Good. She closed the ledger. The third-party intervention filing goes to the tribunal office today, with the bond formation documented in the addendum. The bond is now a direct fact in the record, not an anticipated event. I'll add the documentation this morning. I'll file it this afternoon. She stood. My delegation is aware of the bond as of this morning. I described it as a strategic cultivation partnership with confirmed bilateral sovereignty preservation, accurate and politically manageable. How did they respond? With the particular variety of careful neutrality that experienced diplomats use when the crown princess has done something that requires them to recalibrate, she said. They'll adapt. I am the delegation. Wei Liang noted in his documentation, third bond formed. Both advanced to Soul Awakening. Third-party intervention addendum, filed today. Lian Frostmere's response to the news was delivered at the afternoon archive session with minimal visible reaction. One precisely raised eyebrow, a 2-second pause in her writing, and the return to work. Through the ice channel, the specific quality of someone confirming a prediction they had made 3 weeks ago. Sable's response was immediate and vocal. A crown princess, she said. You bonded a crown princess. A pause. I mean, obviously. Of course you did. I'm just saying it out loud because it's going to be impressive when people find out. It's already in the documentation, Wei Liang said. That's not the same as when people find out, Sable said. Documentation is for elders and lawyers. Crown Princess of Stormvale joins Cultivation Network is for everyone. It's not a network, Wei Liang said. It's a network with documentation, Sable said. Which is the best kind of network? He worked through the afternoon on the bond formation addendum, the updated sovereignty documentation, and the pre-examination briefing package that you had arranged to send to the tribunal observer through diplomatic channels. By evening, he had 4 bond formation records in the official documentation, a third-party intervention from the Stormvale Crown, and a documentation package ready for Auditor Pinsuru's arrival in 2 days. The observer was coming. The question was not whether they were ready. They were, but whether what they had built would hold under examination. He was about to find out. Chapter 27. The petition to formally detain Wei Liang came the following day. Qin Moulton had spent 24 hours consulting with the 3 alliance cultivators who held tribunal affiliate status in the southern and eastern outposts, and what they had produced was a joint filing. A formal petition under sect visitor authority requesting that the sect council restrict the movement and ongoing cultivation activities of Wei Liang pending a full tribunal review. Song Rui's administrative authority was still under review, which limited his ability to sign the petition directly. He worked around this by having 2 of his factional supporters co-sign with Qin Moulton's affiliates. The petition arrived at the council office at first bell with 4 signatures. Wei Liang received a copy through the council notification system at the second bell. He spent 20 minutes reading it and noting the specific claims. Then he went to use Stormcrest's delegation office. She had already received a copy through the diplomatic correspondence channel. She was reading it when he arrived. The restriction motion, she said. I've reviewed it. The legal basis is thin. The Cultivation Governance Agreement has a provision for temporary movement restriction when a bonded cultivator has unresolved formal claims pending, he said. Qin Moulton's petition argues that his failed arbitration constitutes an unresolved formal claim because the denial was procedural rather than substantive. A procedural denial is still a denial, she said. He cannot refile the same claim immediately unless he can present new substantive evidence that was unavailable at the original hearing. He's arguing that the bond formation with you constitutes new evidence. The bond with me was formed after the arbitration ruling, she said. The petition argues that subsequent bond formations are evidence of ongoing interference with cultivation pathways, using the same logical framework as the original petition but attempting to extend it to all bonds including the new one, which would mean each new bond extends the unresolved claim indefinitely, Wei Liang said. The petition is an escalation mechanism. If the council accepts the framework, each bond one form becomes additional grounds for restriction. Yes. She stood. The council meeting is this afternoon? Third bell. I'll attend, she said, in the tone that was not a request. With my full diplomatic standing. The council meeting convened at the third bell. The chamber held 12 elders, Qin Moulton and his 4 affiliates at the petitioner's table, Wei Liang and his 3 bonded partners at the respondent's table. Ice, fire, and lightning law visible in the ambient field around the table. And Crown Princess Yu Stormcrest of the Stormvale Kingdom in the gallery, not as part of the respondent's party, but as an independent diplomatic observer whose legal standing in the case she had already filed in the morning's record. Qin Moulton's counsel presented the restriction petition over 40 minutes. The argument was sophisticated and had clearly been prepared by someone who knew cultivation law well. It did not rely on the failed arbitration's claim directly. Instead, it constructed a new claim from the pattern of bond formations, arguing that the accelerating rate of bonds showed escalating fate interference with multiple cultivation pathways that created an urgent public interest in restriction. Wei Liang responded over 35 minutes. He cited the pre-decree cultivation texts, the Stormvale cultivation judiciary ruling from Xu Mingji's paired law studies, the bilateral mechanism documentation, the bond formation records showing each partner's independent cultivation sovereignty and advancement. He cited the third-party intervention Yu Stormcrest had filed, which formally documented the Stormvale Kingdom's position that the bonds were compatible with individual sovereignty and the kingdom's own cultivation law standards. Then Yu Stormcrest spoke from the gallery. She spoke for 11 minutes. She spoke in the precise, unhurried manner of a crown princess addressing a sect council, as someone whose word carries institutional weight that the council must account for and who was aware of exactly how much weight she was carrying. She described the Stormvale Kingdom's cultivationist law framework, the cultivation judiciary ruling that directly addressed paired resonance, and her own experience of the bond as a sovereign advancement rather than an imposed one. At the end of 11 minutes, the petition's framework had been addressed from every angle. The council deliberated for 50 minutes. The ruling, petition denied. The bond formation pattern did not constitute ongoing cultivation interference under any applicable legal standard. The Stormvale Kingdom's position and the documented evidence of sovereign advancement in each bonded partner were dispositive. Qin Moulton left the chamber without speaking. Through the fire channel, Sable's particular quality of controlled satisfaction. She had been waiting for him to fail in public for a long time. After the chamber cleared, Yu Stormcrest came to the respondent's table. The observer arrives tomorrow, she said. Tomorrow, Wei Liang confirmed. The documentation package is in the observer's pre-examination briefing. Delivered this morning. Then we're ready, she said, and left with the precise efficiency of someone who had accomplished what she had come to accomplish. Lian Frostmere looked at the door for a moment after you departed. Then she looked at Wei Liang. 2 legal victories in 2 days, she said. 3 counting the bracket fraud, he said. Song Rui won't try legal means again after the observer arrives, she said. Whatever he does next won't go through the council. Wei Liang had been thinking the same thing. I know, he said. Which is why we need to be careful about what we're not watching while we're watching the council. He filed the day's documentation and went back to work. Chapter 28. The assassination attempt happened on the 46th day during a scheduled herb-gathering assignment in the East Forest section. Wei Liang had been assigned this task legitimately. The archive master had requested a fresh supply of several preservation herbs for the manuscript section, and Wei Liang was the archive's most qualified botanical identifier. He had done this assignment 12 times since joining the sect. The route was familiar. The forest section was approximately a 40-minute walk from the sect's outer wall, and there were 3 junior disciples assigned to assist. Qin Moulton had apparently known this. The ambush was professionals, not the Alliance's diplomatic cultivators, but the Alliance's operational squad, the kind that Alliance patriarchs kept available for situations where diplomatic tools had run out. For cultivators, soul awakening rank, with fire law combat specializations and the specific coordinated formation approach of people who had worked together before. They came from 3 directions simultaneously. Wei Liang was in the middle of identifying a specimen when the attack signatures registered in the ambient resonance field, the specific quality of coordinated attack formations activating. He was already moving when the first strike hit the ground where he had been standing. The 3 junior disciples were behind him, not yet in range. He positioned himself to keep them there. The ambush squad had made a calculation error. They had assessed a soul awakening cultivator traveling alone and had brought appropriate force for a solo soul awakening cultivator. They had not accounted for the fire channel. Sable arrived in the herb gathering area 3 seconds after the first strike. She had been following at a distance. Not because she had expected this specifically, but because she had expected something and had decided that being nearby was better than being distant. She came in from the south with her core formation fire law running at full expression and the specific focus of someone who has been waiting for exactly this opportunity. The ambush squad encountered fire law for the first time at close range. The fire law combat technique Sable deployed was not the controlled, calibrated technique she used in training sessions. It was the technique of a fire law cultivator who had spent 8 months with her advancement artificially suppressed and was now at core formation with all of that stored intensity available. The formation's north cultivator went down in the first engagement. The east cultivator retreated behind a formation shield. The west and south cultivators tried to reach Wei Liang and found themselves between 2 angles of attack. Wei Liang was not passive. He used what he had, soul awakening cultivation with 4 active channels giving him access to ice, fire, lightning, and shadow elemental law in a layered resonance field. He could not produce those laws at the level of a practitioner trained in them, but he could produce the structural understanding of each law, and a resonance field layered from 4 different elemental structures was something the ambush squad's formation had not been designed to address. He kept them occupied. Sable eliminated 2. The remaining 2 fled west, which was Qin Molten's most direct exit route. Qin Molten himself had been observing from a distance. He was badly burned by the time the engagement ended. Sable had thrown a controlled fire arc toward his observation position as she arrived, and he had taken partial contact that had removed most of his outer robe and had left burn patterns on his left arm and shoulder. He survived because he had shields prepared and because he had good instincts about when to retreat. He retreated, directly out of the sect's outer district and onto the mountain road south. The junior disciples, unharmed, positioned correctly behind Wei Liang throughout the engagement, were shaking when it was over. Wei Liang spoke to them directly and specifically. What they had seen, what it had been, and that they were required to report it to the gate master and council by the 4th bell. You're a witness, he told each of them. Being a witness is important. Your report is the official record. Give it accurately. They did. The gate master's report reached the council before evening. The attack was formally documented as an assassination attempt by Alliance cultivators on a sect member during a legitimate sect assignment, with a foreign patriarch present as the directing authority. The council revoked Qin Molten's diplomatic status that same evening. He was already gone. Sable, back at the archive, checked her outer robe for burn damage and found none. She looked mildly disappointed. He was already running before I could get close enough for the good shots, she said. The good shots would have killed him, Wei Liang said. I know, she said. I was being restrained. The documentation was filed. Qin Molten was now a foreign entity with revoked diplomatic status who had directed an assassination attempt against a sect member under active tribunal inquiry protection. This was going to matter. Wei Liang noted the date and time and filed everything. Chapter 29 Song Ruwei made his call to the Ghost Lantern Hall from the sect's communication formation at the 3rd bell of the 47th night. Wei Liang did not know about this at the time. He knew about it 4 days later, when a junior disciple in the communication formation maintenance team mentioned, casually, to another junior disciple, in the archive's east corridor, that the formation had logged an unusual long-distance transmission to an unlisted recipient on the 47th night. Wei Liang was in the adjacent storage room when this conversation happened. He noted the date, the time, the communication formation's involvement, and the fact that the recipient was unlisted, which meant either the formation's logging was faulty or the call had been deliberately obfuscated using a formation technique that required elder-level access to the communication array. Song Ruwei had elder-level access to the communication array. His administrative authority was under review, but that review had not yet reached the communication formation's access logs. Wei Liang spent the afternoon in the archive researching the Ghost Lantern Hall. It was an appropriate choice for someone with Song Ruwei's situation, a sect of shadow assassins with enough plausible deniability mechanisms to separate the contractor from the contract in most formal investigations. They accepted payment in cultivation resources rather than spirit currency, which made the transaction harder to trace. Their operative quality was reputably high. He told Lien Frostmere that evening. She was quiet for 3 seconds, longer than her usual processing pause. He's sent for an assassin, she said. Most likely. The timing, the unlisted recipient, the formation obfuscation. The communication was 17 minutes long, which is long for a sect communication and short for a social call. 17 minutes is long enough to negotiate contract terms, agree on a target profile, and establish a dead-drop payment mechanism, she said. Yes. She looked at her cultivation notes. The observer arrives tomorrow. Yes. And Song Rui has sent for an assassin to resolve the problem before the observer's preliminary finding can give us legal protection. That's the most probable interpretation, he said. Then we need to know when the assassin arrives, she said. Not after they've had time to establish a position. I've been developing a formation observation routine for the sect's entry points, he said. I added it to the passive monitoring after the Alliance's tracking formation incident. Any Foundation establishment or above cultivator with a concealed cultivation signature entering through an unofficial route will register as a pattern anomaly. You have the Archive's formation access level, she said. The monitoring routine runs on the Preservation Formation Array. The Archive's Preservation Formation extends to all outer walls. She looked at him for a moment. You set this up before he made the call. I set it up when it became clear he would exhaust his official options before the observer arrived, he said. I didn't know what he would try next. I prepared for the categories. Through the ice channel, the particular quality she carried when she had confirmed something she had calculated but not yet been certain about. The monitoring routine, she said. When did you add it? 32 days ago, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then she returned to her notes. This acknowledgement was all she gave him, and it was enough. Chapter 30 Sha Nightvale entered the Azure Vale sect on the 51st day through the South Maintenance Passage, a utility route for equipment delivery that had no formal disciple traffic and was covered by a formation with a 3-second response gap in its rotation cycle. The formation monitoring routine registered her as a pattern anomaly at the 4th bell. Wei Liang read the alert in his monitoring formations log at first light. Single cultivator, high core formation cultivation signature, concealed to mid-foundation establishment to casual inspection, but running at full core formation and movement, entering through the South Maintenance Passage, now moving at the specific pace of someone conducting a systematic environmental survey rather than traveling to a destination. This was professional reconnaissance. The Ghost Lantern Hall's contractor had arrived. He did not alarm the sect. He did not alert the gate master. He went to the observation bench in the inner pavilion's south courtyard, sat down with a maintenance ledger that needed updating. It did need updating. This was genuinely legitimate work, and watched. Sha Nightvale was good. He assessed within the first hour, very good. She moved through the sect's active spaces in the way of someone who had extensive practice blending into cultivation communities, neither rushing nor dawdling, cultivating an ambient signature that read as someone who belongs here and is performing a routine task. She had changed her outer robe to a sect visitor style and was wearing it with the natural ease of someone who had done this before. She mapped the archive's outer approaches, the dormitory wing's sight lines, and the training ground's visibility patterns over the course of 4 hours. And then she sat on the inner pavilion's observation bench, 12 meters from Wei Liang, and began watching the inner courtyard. Wei Liang continued updating the maintenance ledger. He felt the shadow channel stir. Not dramatically. Not the way the ice channel had responded to Lien Frostmere's proximity in the archive reading room. Not the fire channel's certainty when Sable had landed in the herb garden. This was quieter. The shadow channel was shadow law. It operated in the space between clear observation and deliberate concealment, and its resonance recognition was correspondingly subtle. But it was there. The channel recognized its complement. He wrote in his ledger, monitoring formation anomaly, core formation, concealment active, South Maintenance Passage, professional reconnaissance pattern, probable Ghost Lantern Hall operative. Current position, inner pavilion observation bench, 12 meters. He kept writing. He did not look at her. She watched him for 30 minutes. Then she got up and left through the east dormitory corridor. He noted the time. She knew he had registered her. He had not tried to conceal the fact. He had not reacted with alarm, had not called for assistance, had not done anything that suggested he considered her presence an emergency. This was information she was processing, and what she did with that information would tell him what she was like. He went back to the archive and prepared the note. Chapter 31. The note was brief. I know what you were hired to do. I also know what the 4th soul slot is pointing at. Come talk first. He left it folded on the inner pavilion's rooftop, precisely where her observation post had been. A specific location that told her the note was addressed to her personally, not placed for any random discoverer. He used the archive's wax seal on the fold, which identified it as archive correspondence. Then he went to bed, because it was the second bell and he had work in the morning, and there was nothing else productive to do before she decided. She found the note at the sixth bell, before dawn. Wei Liang knew because he had set up a formation indicator at the observation post position, a simple thread of qi that would dissolve if the paper was picked up. The indicator dissolved at the sixth bell. He was already awake. She did not respond immediately. She did not come to him that morning or the afternoon. She continued her reconnaissance for another full day, now with the awareness that she had been identified and the target was aware, which was either a professional evaluation of the situation or a trap assessment, and which interpretation she was running depended on what kind of person she was. By evening of the second day, Wei Liang had concluded that she was neither running immediately nor abandoning the contract immediately. She was gathering information, which was professional, which was good. It suggested she made decisions based on evidence rather than instinct or institutional directive. The message arrived on a practice arrow shot through the archive's south-facing window at the second bell of the third night. The arrowhead had been removed, replaced with a small tied roll of paper. Wei Liang unrolled it. For words, archive roof. Third bell. He went to the archive roof at the third bell. Lien Frostmere was not there. She did not know about this yet, and he had assessed that arriving with backup would be read as a threat by a professional assassin doing a preliminary meeting. He arrived alone. Sha Nightvale was already there. She was leaning against the archive structure's east face with her arms crossed, and her shadow law cultivation running at the specific quality of a practitioner who is not concealed but is maintaining full combat readiness. She was 30 years old approximately, with a cultivator's precise economy of movement and the specific stillness of someone who had spent years in environments where stillness was survival. She looked at Wei Liang. Talk, she said. He talked. He gave her everything relevant in clear, efficient order. The Jade's nature and mechanism, the 4 active bonds, the tribunal timeline, the Tsang Ruwei connection, the Ghost Lantern Hall's client. He did not soften any of it, and he did not perform any emotion about it. He told her what she needed to know to evaluate her situation. When he finished, she was quiet for 10 seconds. The 4th soul slot, she said. What direction? West, he said. It has been pointing west for 4 weeks. You entered from the south maintenance passage. You have been operating from the west dormitory corridor as your secondary position. She looked at him with a calibrating expression. You mapped my secondary position. I mapped the monitoring formation's outputs, he said. You're very good. But the formation covers the wall circuits, and your route uses the west corridor's window exit, which is in the circuit. The soul slot, she said again. What happens? Both parties advance. Neither controls the other. The soul link is a thread of spiritual energy between cultivation architectures. You feel the ambient character of the bond partner's law. They feel yours. No commands, no obligations, no access to thoughts or will. The Jade's resonance mechanism requires both parties to be willing. It cannot be imposed. She was quiet for 30 seconds this time. The Ghost Lantern Hall's contract fee, she said. It's already been paid. I know, he said. Tsang Ruwei paid in spirit stones, transferred through the formation array's private payment channel. How do you know the payment channel? I found the communication formation's access log. Another 10 seconds. You found it, or you placed a logging monitor? Found it, he said. But I would have placed a monitor if the log wasn't already keeping records. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression of a professional who has encountered something outside their experience category and is updating their assessment accordingly. I don't commit tonight, she said. I'm not asking for commitment tonight. I'll think about it. I know you will, he said. You're thorough. She left without any particular farewell, with the specific economy of movement that was clearly habitual rather than performative. Wei Liang noted the time and went back to work. The shadow channel was running quietly, steadily, with the particular quality of something that knew what it was pointing at and was patient about the timing. Chapter 32. Sha spent 3 more days in the sect, and Wei Liang spent those 3 days working as though he had not had a conversation on the roof, because he had, in fact, not had a conversation that changed anything immediately, and any visible change in his behavior would be read by a professional as either tension or strategy. He worked. She watched. On the 3rd day, she came to the archive reading room in the afternoon. She sat at the table he had left open, the western table, which had been consistently unoccupied during the working sessions, which was not an accident. She did not announce herself. She set down a document she had apparently been carrying. A Ghost Lantern Hall mission assessment form, filled out in a compact, precise hand, the relevant fields completed. Contract status, she said, pushing the document toward him. I want you to read this. He read it. It was a professional document, clear in its structure. The relevant field, conflict of interest assessment. The entry, target associated with pre-existing legal claim involving tribunal inquiry. Completion of contract creates Ghost Lantern Hall accessory liability under tribunal enforcement jurisdiction, Section 14, Paragraph 3. Contractor independence potentially compromised by soul slot resonance proximity. Status, under review. The Ghost Lantern Hall will allow you to return the contract fee, Wei Liang said. If I file a conflict of interest claim with supporting documentation, she said. Yes. The tribunal watch list for dangerous resonance entities, he said. I told you the hall is on it. You told me. I verified it. She looked at the document. The hall was added to the watch list 11 years ago following a contract completion that was subsequently ruled a tribunal case interference. Section 14, Paragraph 3 was written in direct response to that incident. Song Rui's consultant didn't tell him about the watch list, Wei Liang said. Song Rui's consultant is not a Ghost Lantern Hall member, she said. He's a Southern Outpost affiliate who knows the hall by reputation and arranged the contact. He wouldn't know the internal watch list implications. She looked at Wei Liang directly. If I complete this contract and the tribunal subsequently pursues a case against the hall, the conflict of interest filing I could have made becomes evidence of willful disregard, which creates hall-wide liability rather than individual contractor liability, he said. Yes. She folded the document. The soul slot, she said. You said the jade distinguishes between someone who opens a door and someone who is pushed through it. Those are the ancestors' words, he said. The bond cannot form through proximity alone. Both parties have to genuinely engage with what the resonance mechanism is offering. Not deliberately, but genuinely. The jade has been active for 800 years and has extensive experience with the distinction, he said. She looked at him for a long moment. Show me the mechanism, she said. Not describe it. Show me. The channel structure, the soul slot, the active bonds. He showed her. He extended the same demonstration he had given to Lien Frostmere in the archive reading room on the second night. The channel mapping, the two-key principle verified through testing, the resonance quality that each active bond contributed to the overall network. He showed her the ice channel's clarity, the fire channel's brightness, the lightning channel's precision, the fourth slot's shadow orientation. The shadow channel, in her proximity, was the loudest it had been since the day she arrived. She examined everything without expression. When he finished, she was quiet for 2 minutes. The contract fee, she said. Song Rui paid 20 spirit stones. That's consistent with a preliminary contact fee, he said. Not the full amount. The full amount is paid on completion, she said. I've accepted the preliminary fee. I haven't completed the contract. Which means you can return the preliminary fee with the conflict of interest filing and the contract terminates without hall liability. Yes. She stood. I'm not deciding tonight, she said. You told me that 3 days ago. I'm still not deciding tonight, she said. But I'm deciding soon. The shadow channel told him she was right. Soon, and the resolution, whatever form it took, was going to arrive before the tribunal observer's preliminary finding. He had 3 days before the preliminary finding would likely be delivered. Chapter 33. Xia came back the following evening. She did not announce herself through the archive's main entrance. She came through the south window, which was, technically, an unauthorized entry point, and sat at the western table with the composure of someone who had made a decision and was now executing it. The jade structure, she said. You showed me the channel mapping. I want to ask about the nature of the soul link. What specifically? Wei Liang said. You said the bond partners feel the ambient character of each other's cultivation law. You feel Lien Frostmere's ice law, her feeling the ambient character of your null affinity architecture. Sable's fire law. You Stormcrest's lightning precision. She folded her hands on the table. What does shadow law feel like from the outside? He thought about this. The shadow channel had been pointing at her for weeks, and what it carried in those weeks was a quality he had been developing language for. Shadow law from the outside, he said, feels like the space between what is seen and what is there. Clarity about where the light isn't, rather than where it is. The structural awareness of negative space. The shape of a thing defined by what surrounds it rather than what composes it. He paused. It feels like precision, but sideways. She was quiet. Is that accurate? He asked. More accurate than I expected from someone who doesn't practice shadow law, she said. The negative space description is, the hall uses different language for it, but the concept is the same. The passive resonance training, he said. The ice channel has been contributing to my spatial reasoning for 6 weeks. Shadow law's contribution would likely be in the same domain, structural awareness, pattern recognition in negative space, the identification of what's absent rather than what's present. That would be useful for someone in your position, she said. It would be useful for anyone, he said. The Jade's design pairs laws that complement each other. Ice and shadow operate in adjacent registers, cold clarity and negative space clarity. They're not the same thing, but they reinforce each other. She looked at the table. The other partners, she said. Lien Frostmere, Sable Embervale, you Stormcrest. They agreed to this individually. Each in their own way, he confirmed. Lien Frostmere through a deliberate decision to protect me in a corridor. Sable through a decisive choice under pressure. You Stormcrest after 5 days of thorough information gathering and deliberate calculation. He met her eyes. The Jade's mechanism records how the bond formed and what authentic engagement looked like. Each one was different. Each one was real. She was quiet for a long time. Then, the Hall's conflict of interest filing. If I file it, the contract terminates, the preliminary fee is returned, and I am officially designated as a non-completer on this specific contract. That notation goes in my Hall file. Does a conflict of interest non-completion affect your Hall standing? Less than a tribunal accessory citation would, she said. Much less, he agreed. She looked at the window. The soul slot, she said. You said it's been pointing at me since I arrived. Since you entered through the south maintenance passage, he confirmed. The channel registered your presence through the monitoring formations output before I had visual confirmation. For weeks and 3 days, she said. Approximately. And it won't stop pointing. The Jade has an assessment framework I can observe but can't override, he said. The shadow channel has been consistent since it began orienting. It doesn't change between scans. She was quiet for the longest pause yet. Tell me what happens after the bond, she said. Not the mechanism. What happens to my work? The bond doesn't create obligations. You have full operational independence. The soul link carries ambient resonance in the background. You'd be aware of the other channel's activity states. They'd be aware of yours. But your work, your methods, your decisions, those remain yours. Would I be able to take contracts that involved any of the bonded partners? The soul link doesn't prevent action, he said. It provides awareness. What you do with awareness is your judgment. She looked at him with the expression of someone running a final audit on a decision they had already made. The conflict of interest filing, she said. I'm going to file it tomorrow. I'll be here, he said. That's not why I'm telling you, she said. I'm telling you because you deserve to know what's happening before it happens. A pause, fractional but deliberate. The Jade. When it points at someone, does it know something about them? I think it identifies compatibility, he said. Not character, not destiny. The specific resonance match between a person's cultivation law and the soul slot's requirements. What the Jade finds is the right fit, not the right person in any larger sense. But the fit is real. The resonance is real, he said. What you do with it is yours. She stood. Tomorrow, she said. Then she left through the window the same way she had come in. The shadow channel ran its particular quality, negative space clarity, the awareness of what was there in the spaces between what was visible, through the archive's late-night quiet. Chapter 34. The detention attempt came before she had filed the conflict of interest claim. Song Rui made his move on the 55th day at the second bell, when Wei Liang was returning from the council's documentation office after filing the observer's pre-examination update. The route from the documentation office to the archive passed through the inner pavilion's north corridor, a covered walkway that Wei Liang used regularly because it was the most direct route. 6 core formation disciples were waiting in the north corridor. Song Rui stood at the corridor's far end with the expression of a man who had calculated that the observer's arrival in 2 days was his last window before the preliminary finding gave Wei Liang legal protection, and who had decided to move now rather than wait. Medically supervised meridian examination, the elder said. Elder Pei's office, directly. The council has authorized a precautionary assessment. Wei Liang did not look at the corridor's ceiling. He kept his eyes on Song Rui. He said, I'll need to see the council authorization. It will be provided at the examination, Song Rui said. Authorization precedes compliance, Wei Liang said. That's the council's own procedure for medically supervised assessments. I read it in the procedure manual. He paused. Section 7, paragraph 2. Song Rui's expression moved by one fraction. He had expected this meeting to proceed differently. He had expected compliance, or fear, or at minimum the kind of hesitation that bought the 6 disciples time to position themselves. Wei Liang's response, delivered in the conversational tone he used for documentation queries, was not that. The lights in the corridor went out. All of them. Not a formation failure. A deliberate shadow law application that absorbed the light sources in a clean, professional sweep. In the darkness, Wei Liang felt a hand close around his wrist and pull. Not rough, not panicked, but with the specific directional authority of someone who knew where they were going and had done this before in similar conditions. He went with it. They moved through the darkness in the specific way that shadow law permitted. Not invisibility, but rather the quality of being in the space between observations, present but unregistered by the reflexive attention of people looking for something in particular. The 6 disciples scrambled. Song Rui shouted. The sounds receded. Wei Liang felt the shadow channel running at a completely different quality than it had in any previous proximity. This was not ambient awareness. This was active, full, both keys present and both engaged. The resonance circuit completing as the shadow field expanded around both of them, incorporating his null affinity architecture into its structure. The bond formed in the darkness. Shadow law, when it completed, was the quietest of the 4 bonds. Not silent. He felt it as a deep structural shift, the shadow channel opening to its full operational capacity, the way a window opening changes a room's acoustic quality. But it arrived without the visual display of ice or fire or lightning. In the darkness, there was nothing to mark the moment except the warmth of the 4th bond activating. And then his own cultivation rank surging. Spirit sovereign. The 4th bond's combined resonance. Ice, fire, lightning, shadow, all 4 running simultaneously for the first time in full activation, produced a cultivation density he had not experienced before, the 4 elemental laws creating cross-resonance harmonics that amplified each other. Spirit Sovereign arrived not as a wall breaking, but as a structure expanding, his cultivation architecture extending to accommodate the new capacity. The light came back on when Sha chose to restore it. They were standing in the archive's main reading room. The 6 disciples were still in the north corridor, which was either 60 meters away or effectively unreachable given what had just happened to their formation coverage. Sha looked at her hands. This changes my contract, she said quietly. Yes, Wei Liang said. She looked at the shadow channel quality running through her own meridians, the bond's contribution, the additional resonance density that had come with core formation's arrival. Core formation, she said. She had been at late foundation establishment for 3 years. The bond's mechanism doesn't manufacture advancement, he said. It unlocks what was there. She was quiet for a moment. Then she looked at him with the professional expression of someone who has reached a conclusion and is settling into its practical implications. I'll file the conflict of interest claim today, she said, before I send the message to Tsang Ruwei. The message to Tsang Ruwei, he said. Returning the contract fee, she said, and explaining why. He thought about the elder receiving that message, a message from the Ghost Lantern Hall's operative he had contracted, explaining that the contract was voided due to conflict of interest, including the detail of exactly what conflict of interest meant in this context. He'll be afraid, Wei Liang said. Yes, she said. He should be. Through the shadow channel, running at its full quality for the first time, the negative space clarity of shadow law integrated into his resonance network. Wei Liang felt the 4th bond settling into its permanent architecture, and beyond it, the 5th slot stirring quietly with a warmth that was not shadow, and not lightning, and not ice, and not fire. The observer arrived in 2 days, and Tsang Ruwei was running out of moves. Chapter 35. The message arrow went through Tsang Ruwei's window at the 7th bell of the 55th day. Wei Liang did not see it delivered, but he heard about it within 2 hours through the monitoring formation's activity log and through Lien Frostmere, who had been in the outer archive when the elder's personal quarters produced the specific pattern of sounds that accompany a person in a state of acute alarm. He overturned something, she said. Heavy furniture, from the sound. The reading table, Wei Liang said. He keeps it positioned under the east window. She looked at him. You've mapped his furniture. I've mapped his behavioral patterns in response to stress events, he said. The reading table is the first object he overturns. His response to the assassination attempt failing and the council's formal diplomatic revocation was the table, followed by the records cabinet. The records cabinet has not gone yet. The message arrow contained the contract fee return, she said. And an explanation of why, he said. In Ghost Lantern Hall professional correspondence style, factual, precise, no embellishment. The conflict of interest filing is now in the Hall's official records. Tsang Ruwei's contract was the Hall's last concealed option. He has nothing left that doesn't create direct documentation of his involvement. Sha came to the archive at the 8th bell. She had sent the message and filed the conflict of interest claim and had, apparently, spent an hour assessing what her current situation was. She sat at the western table with her hands flat on the table surface, a stillness that was different from her default professional economy. The Hall has been notified, she said. Conflict of interest, supporting documentation attached. The preliminary fee will be returned through the Hall's financial channel within 48 hours. And the Hall's response. Acknowledged, she said. Conflict of interest filings are handled administratively. There's no disciplinary notation for the first filing in a career. A pause. I've had an uncomplicated record for 11 years. The filing is noted. That's all. Good, Wei Liang said. She looked at the table. The 4 partners. How they received you. Each of them came to it differently. Yes. And none of them regret it, she said. Not quite a question. None of them have expressed regret, he said. Lien Frostmere has expressed exactly 3 statements about the bond since it formed. All were operational. Sable has expressed more, most of them positive, a few that were about the circumstances rather than the bond itself. You Stormcrest has not expressed anything that I would characterize as personal rather than strategic. He paused. What they each feel about it is theirs. I can tell you what I've observed. What have you observed? 3 people operating with more cultivation capacity than they had before, he said. 3 people who are facing a difficult situation and haven't left. He looked at the shadow channel's quality in his meridian map. The Jade doesn't give you feelings about a bond. It gives you a bond. What you do with the rest is yours. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, I'll stay for the observer's examination. I was hoping you would. I want to see how the inquiry is handled, she said. The Ghost Lantern Hall has dealt with tribunal investigators before. I have operational experience that may be useful. It will be, he said. She nodded once, with the precision of someone who has made their decision and is done deliberating about it. The observer arrives tomorrow? Tomorrow, he confirmed. Auditor Pen Suru. Colorless, precise, no visible rank. He's going to ask hard questions. Good, she said. Hard questions should have clear answers. The 5th soul slot pulsed, warmth, green and living, from the south. Not the same south as the fire channel. Further south, deeper. But that was for later. The observer came first. Chapter 36 Auditor Pensuru arrived at the Azure Veil sect at the 7th bell of the 56th day, without ceremony and without announcement. He appeared at the formal guest registration desk in the sect's outer reception hall carrying a document case, a sealed tribunal commission letter, and the kind of absolute absence of personal presence that some people cultivated deliberately and some achieved through natural inclination. He was middle-aged, colorless in the literal sense, gray outer robe, gray inner robe, gray cultivation aura at a level that did not register clearly on any elemental affinity test. He handed the commission letter to the reception desk's senior disciple, waited for it to be logged, and then stood with his hands behind his back and said nothing. Wei Liang met him in the reception hall 12 minutes after the gate master's notification reached him. Auditor Pensuru, he said. Wei Liang, I've been expecting you. I know, Auditor Pensuru said. Your pre-examination documentation package arrived 3 days ago through the diplomatic channel. I've read it. Wei Liang absorbed this without reacting. Did it provide useful context? It provided thorough context, the auditor said. Whether context is useful depends on whether it's accurate. I'll form my own assessment. He looked at Wei Liang for exactly the amount of time required to complete an initial visual assessment. I'll need to examine all bonded parties, individually and collectively. I'll also need access to the formation analysis documentation and Elder Pei Rongshu's examination records. All available, Wei Liang said. I've organized them in the archives reading room. Elder Pei is aware you're coming and has set aside time this afternoon. Formation Master Wei Bangqing, the auditor said. I understand he has a suppressed analysis relevant to the incident. Wei Liang looked at him for 1 second. He does, he said. I'll want to speak with him as well. The auditor picked up his document case. I'll start with the examination of the Jade structure itself. 3 hours minimum. I require a quiet room and no interruptions. The archive's secondary reading room, Wei Liang said. I'll clear it. The examination took 6 hours. Wei Liang knew this because he was available outside the room throughout, and the auditor's sessions had clearly defined phases: the Jade structure phase, the bond thread examination phase, and the cultivation history documentation phase. That Wei Liang estimated from the sounds and the duration of the intermediate silences. At the end of 6 hours, Auditor Pin Suru emerged from the secondary reading room with 17 pages of notes and a filled document case. He did not immediately provide a preliminary finding. He met individually with Lien Frostmere, then Sable, then Yu Stormcrest. The Stormvale Crown Princess's meeting lasted 40 minutes, the longest of the individual sessions, and then Sha Nightvale. He spoke with Elder Pei Rongshu and reviewed her clinical notes. He reviewed Formation Master Wei's suppressed analysis. At the end of the second day, he sat at Wei Liang's work table and wrote for 30 minutes in precise, close lines. He did not share the preliminary finding immediately. He would, Wei Liang had been told, deliver it in writing to the council, to the bonded parties, and to the tribunal's central outpost simultaneously, within 72 hours of completing his examination. Your documentation, the auditor said at the end of the session, is comprehensive. Thank you, Wei Liang said. That was an observation, not a compliment, the auditor said. Comprehensive documentation creates expectations of accuracy. If the documentation is accurate, the finding will reflect that. If any element is inaccurate, the finding will also reflect that. He stood. I'll deliver the preliminary finding within 72 hours. He left without any further comment. Wei Liang sat with the empty room for a moment and then began preparing for the waiting period that the next 3 days would require. Chapter 37 Waiting was, in Wei Liang's experience, one of the most demanding cultivation disciplines, not for its difficulty, but for the specific quality of attention it required. Productive waiting was preparation. Unproductive waiting was anxiety. The distinction was whether you were using the time. He used the time. 3 days of observer examination waiting was 3 days of cultivation training, bond network development, and preparation for whatever came after the preliminary finding, favorable or unfavorable. The 4-bond resonance field had new properties. The first 3 bonds had created a primary resonance triad. Ice, fire, lightning, complementary laws running in the same architecture, each strengthening the others through cross-law harmonics. Shadow Law, as the 4th edition, had introduced a different kind of contribution, not a new elemental power, but a structural overlay. Where ice gave him cold clarity and fire gave him permission for transformation, and lightning gave him the shortest path precision, shadow gave him the awareness of what wasn't there. The negative space that defined every positive space. The structural framework that made patterns visible because it was the absence of pattern. He trained the layered field every morning with the 4 partners. The combinations were tactically interesting. Ice and shadow together produced a freezing dark field, cold clarity and negative space operating simultaneously, creating an environment where both the structure and the absence of structure were simultaneously legible. Fire and lightning together produced a storm blaze effect, transformation permission and shortest path precision, creating a rapid, high-intensity discharge pattern. Shadow and lightning together created something he hadn't anticipated, a precision of absence technique, where the lightning's shortest path operation was applied to the shadow's negative space framework, allowing him to identify the most efficient route through any concealment field. He was not yet able to use these combinations in combat at the level the partners could use their individual laws. But he was building the understanding, and understanding was the foundation. Lien Frostmere began calling him by his name during this period, rather than the habitual second-person address she had used since the archive. He noted this without comment. Through the Ice Channel, the character of someone who had made a private update to an internal catalog. He said, "You've been calling me by name since the arbitration." "Yes," she said, without elaboration. He did not press. Through the Ice Channel, the private completeness of someone who has no intention of explaining, but who has noticed that the observation was accurate. They trained. The days passed. The 5th soul slot stirred from the south at irregular intervals, warmth and green, and something ancient. He noted the orientation each time without taking action. On the 3rd day of waiting, at the 4th bell in the afternoon, the preliminary finding arrived. Chapter 38 The Tribunal Observer's preliminary finding ran to 32 pages. Wei Liang read all 32 pages before he summarized it for the others. The first 12 pages were the examination findings, detailed documentation of the Jade structure, the bond threads, the cultivation advancement records for each bonded party, and the ancestors' documented mechanism as it was expressed in the current activation state. The language was clinical and precise. Auditor Pin Suru had been thorough in exactly the way he had said he would be. Pages 13 through 22 were the legal analysis, Heaven's Decree 7 and its supporting pillars, the post-decree text Wei Liang had cited, the Stormvale Cultivation Judiciary ruling from Xu Mingji's paired law studies, the bilateral mechanism documentation, and the cultivation sovereignty evidence from each bonded partner's testimony. Pages 23 through 30, the preliminary finding. Wei Liang read this section twice. The key language. The Jade structure examined is consistent with the heaven-weaving ancestors' documented work and predates the issuance of Heaven's Decree 7 by an estimated 800 years. The decree's applicability to pre-existing artifacts is legally contested and cannot be determined at the preliminary stage without panel review. The first supporting pillar of the decree, regarding artificial cultivation pathways, is addressed by the bilateral mechanisms documentation as a mechanism that requires authentic willingness from both parties and therefore does not constitute an artificial override of fate's natural assignment. The second supporting pillar, regarding inappropriate spiritual dependency, is contradicted by the sovereign cultivation advancement evidence and the Storm Veil cultivation judiciary precedent cited in the third-party intervention filing. The third supporting pillar, regarding cosmological order, is a philosophical argument that the panel will evaluate in accordance with standard decree review procedures. And then, preliminary recommendation, transfer of this matter from enforcement queue to panel review queue, pending the bonded parties' continued compliance with inquiry protocols. Enforcement action suspended during panel review period pending evidence of escalating harm. He set the document down. Favorable, he said to the others. Through the ice channel, Lien Frostmere's particular quality of registered outcome. Through the fire channel, Sable's quality of vindicated confidence. Through the lightning channel, you Stormcrest's quality of confirmed prediction. Through the shadow channel, Sha Nightveil's quality of professional assessment. The enforcement action is suspended, Lien said. During panel review, Wei Liang confirmed. The finding moves us from the enforcement queue to the panel review queue. Panel review takes 8 to 12 weeks. During that period, no enforcement action can proceed without a showing of escalating harm. Escalating harm, Sha said. They'd have to argue that additional bond formations constitute escalating harm, you said, from her position at the table's east end. She had read her copy simultaneously, which they may attempt. But the preliminary findings language on the bilateral mechanism documentation weakens that argument considerably. The auditor has already concluded that the bonds require authentic willingness, which is the opposite of harm. Song Ruwei is in formal detention, Lien said. Who would make the argument? Lord Arbiter Jin Selim, Wei Liang said. He's been tracking this situation through the tribunal's monitoring channels since the vault incident. He noted in his ledger, preliminary finding, favorable, panel review pathway opened, enforcement suspended, Lord Arbiter escalation likely. The observer's preliminary finding had given them time. The question was what to do with it, because the 8th through 10th soul slots were still dark, and the 5th was already stirring, and the panel review clock was running whether or not the next bonds were formed. We have time, Wei Liang said. Not infinite time, but time. Then we should use it, you said. Yes, he agreed. We should. Chapter 39, the formation vault array activated on the 59th day at the 3rd bell of the morning, when most of the sect was asleep. Song Ruwei had not fled. Wei Liang had expected that he might. Formal detention for tribunal inquiry interference had been proposed, but not yet fully processed, leaving the elder in a liminal status where his administrative authority was suspended, but his physical movements were not yet restricted. He had been observed visiting the sect formation vault 3 times in the past week. Wei Liang had noted these visits. He had not yet determined their purpose. The 3rd bell told him. The formation vault's primary array activated with a resonance signature that the archive's preservation formation detected as a broad-spectrum elemental suppression field, designed to suppress uncontrolled elemental resonance entities within the sect. It was an ancient array, built into the sect's original formation infrastructure, and it had not been activated in recorded history. Its parameters had been designed for a specific threat category, a cultivator whose elemental resonance had grown unstable and was projecting elemental force into the ambient environment without control. It targeted Wei Liang's Jade resonance field. The impact was not subtle. He was in the archive's dormitory section when the array fired, and the first wave hit him as a suppression pressure concentrated across all 4 active soul links simultaneously. Not the clean activation pressure of a bond forming. The opposite, a constriction that pushed against the channels from outside, trying to narrow them. Through the ice channel, Lien Frostmere registering a sudden structural pressure on her foundation core. Through the fire channel, Sable waking hard from sleep with fire law reactive instinct. Through the lightning channel, you Stormcrest's precision immediately beginning to locate the suppression source. Through the shadow channel, Sha Nightveil already moving before she was fully awake, the shadow law practitioner's instinct toward operational action activating before conscious decision. Wei Liang was already at the dormitory window. The formation vault was in the sect's northeast quadrant, and the suppression field's emanation point was visible as a geometric shimmer in the air, the kind of distortion that ancient formation arrays produced when they ran at power levels they had not maintained in centuries. He went toward it. The suppression pressure increased as he moved closer to the array's emanation point. He felt the ice channel narrowing, not breaking, but under structural pressure that would, if maintained long enough, compress the bond thread to the point of damage. The fire channel was running hot in response to the external pressure. The lightning channel was firing at irregular intervals as you Stormcrest tracked the array's structure from her diplomatic suite. Sha arrived first because shadow law travel through the sect's covered corridors at night was faster than standard movement. She was at the formation vault's outer wall when Wei Liang arrived, examining the structural access points. Lien Frostmere arrived 12 seconds later, her ice law running at full ambient expression, the cold front of a practitioner whose cultivation core was under direct pressure. Sable arrived last, because she had stopped long enough to put shoes on, and was showing admirable restraint in not setting anything on fire before she understood the formation structure. Yu was still at the diplomatic suite, but the lightning channel told Wei Liang she was working, the precision quality running in rapid, focused pulses that meant she was analyzing the array's control architecture through the combined resonance field's information feed. It's the primary suppression array, Lien said. Pre-classical formation, anchored at 9 points. The vault has the control pillar. I see 3 anchor points from here, Xia said. The suppression field has gaps between the anchors. Ice can seal the anchor points if I reach them, Lien said. But the control pillar keeps the array running even if the anchors are sealed. Xia can reach the vault interior through the service passage, Wei Liang said. The service passage isn't covered by the suppression field's inner radius. Then I reach the control pillar, Xia said. And then what? You will have the control pillar's structural vulnerability mapped by the time you reach it, Wei Liang said. Through the lightning channel. Use precision quality, focused and specific, and almost done. 30 seconds. I can hold the anchor points from the outside for 30 seconds, Lien said. Sable, Wei Liang said. I see the energy conduit, Sable said. It's running along the vault's south wall. Fire burn through on the conduit cuts the array's power supply. Give me the control pillar vulnerability, and I'll work from the conduit end. The lightning channel sent a precise structural map through the resonance network. Use Stormcrest's analysis, transmitted through the bond's ambient information channel. The array's control pillar vulnerability point identified as the northwest anchor connection where the pre-classical formation's integrity had degraded over 8 centuries. Xia moved. Lien began sealing anchor points with ice. Sable moved toward the south wall's energy conduit with her fire law running. The array fought the suppression. Ancient formations had a particular resistance quality, not intelligence, but structural persistence, the design intent of 800 years maintaining itself against interference. The suppression pressure on Wei Liang's soul channels did not decrease as the team worked. If anything, it intensified as the array's control mechanisms registered the disruption and compensated. He felt the ice channel compress further. Lien Frostmere's foundation core under structural pressure. Not damage yet, but the direction was toward damage. Then the control pillar's northwest connection point was severed. Xia's shadow law applied to the specific structural gap you had identified, the precise absence technique that lightning shadow combination had produced in training. The pillar's connection to the anchor network broke. The array's integrated suppression field fragmented into uncoordinated component parts. Sable burned through the energy conduit. The array died. The suppression pressure released simultaneously across all 4 channels. The ice bond's clarity rushing back to its full quality, the fire bond's brightness returning, the lightning bond's precision stabilizing, the shadow bond's negative space awareness clarifying. Wei Liang took one long breath. They stood in the vault's access corridor, the formation's remnants visible as fading geometric light patterns in the air around the anchor points. For people, covered in the dust and distortion heat that formation collapses produced, breathing in the quiet that followed significant expenditures of cultivation force. From the vault's interior came the specific sound of someone moving toward the exit at a speed that suggested they had expected a different outcome. Song Ruwei emerged from the vault's inner chamber with a travel pack on his back. He stopped when he saw them. Wei Liang looked at the elder for a moment. A man who had spent 62 days attempting to control a situation that had moved entirely outside his ability to control it, who was now standing in the ruins of his last gambit, with a travel pack that demonstrated he had expected to be leaving under different circumstances. The formation discharge, Wei Liang said. It will register on Auditor Pin Suru's monitoring formation. He has an alert set for any sect-level formation activation during the inquiry period. Song Ruwei looked at the ruined array, at the 4 cultivators, at his travel pack. He set the pack down. The 5th soul slot pulsed from the south, warmth and green and ancient. As Auditor Pin Suru walked around the corner of the formation vault's outer wall, document case in hand, pencil already out, with the expression of a man who had been awake and had been expecting this. Interference with an active tribunal inquiry, the auditor said, in the precise language of formal charge initiation. Grand Elder Song Ruwei, you are formally detained under the inquiry's jurisdiction pending transfer to the tribunal panel's administrative review. Song Ruwei did not resist. He sat on a stone ledge and put his hands on his knees and looked at the ground. Wei Liang noted the time in his journal. Day 59. Formation vault array neutralized. Song Ruwei detained. Tribunal jurisdiction. 4 bonds stable. 5th slot, south, activation imminent. He looked at the 4 partners. At the arc of events from the first night in the medicine pavilion to this moment in the ruins of an ancient array that had failed to do what it was built to do. Thank you, he said. All of you. Sable looked at him. Don't get sentimental. We have 3 more people to find before the panel convenes. She was right, but it was still worth saying. Chapter 40. The days following Tsang Rui's detention had the quality of aftermath, not resolution. The panel review was still months away. Lord Arbiter's Selim was still active. The remaining 5 soul slots were still dark. But the immediate pressure that had governed every day of the past 2 months had shifted. The Elder was detained. The Observer's preliminary finding was formally on record. The Tribunal's enforcement posture had been officially suspended. Wei Liang used the space to do something he had not done since the jade embedded itself in his chest: sleep 8 hours. He woke at the 3rd bell feeling different. Not fundamentally different, but the particular adjustment that happens when a burden carried in the background of every waking hour is temporarily lifted. He noted this in his journal. Day 60. 8 hours sleep. Preliminary finding favorable. Immediate tactical pressure reduced. Strategic work continues. The 5th soul slot was active that morning. Not subtle, not the flutter of west-pointing shadow orientation. Active, warm, directional, pointing due south with the clarity of a channel that had been orienting for weeks and had reached full readiness. It felt different from the 4 active bonds. Not cold and precise like ice, not bright and direct like fire, not electrically sharp like lightning, not negatively aware like shadow. This was warmth in the wood sense. The warmth of living things growing toward light. The patience of something that had existed for 300 years and was not urgently concerned about the schedule. He told the partners over the morning archive session. South, Lien said. How strong? Fully oriented, he said. The channel is at the same readiness level as the others were in the hours before their bonds formed. Sable leaned forward. Do you know who? I know the direction and the elemental law character, he said. Wood or nature law? Ancient, deep, carrying something unusual in its cultivation signature. The channel reads like a law that has been in practice for a very long time. Centuries, Shah said. Possibly. He looked at his palm. The source text described the Jade's soul slot compatibility assessment as responding to the cultivator's law rather than their age or rank. Whatever is south, the Jade has been certain about it since the southeast slot oriented. We have the panel review period, you said. How long before Lord Arbiter's Selim escalates? Unknown. He'll know about the preliminary finding through the tribunal's reporting chain. His response time depends on whether he treats this as a standard panel case or as an emergency requiring direct action. Wei Liang had been running this calculation since the finding was delivered. His previous behavior, arriving in the verdant deep personally, issuing celestial writs, suggests he treats direct action as a default. I don't expect the panel review period to proceed without interruption. Then we use the time we have, you said. South, Wei Liang confirmed. There's a forest preserve south of here, the Verdant Deep. It's listed in the sect geographic records as a restricted area under the Forest Covenant. He had looked this up at first bell. The Forest Covenant protects a spirit preserve where human cultivation activity is restricted. If the 5th soul slot is pointing into or near the Verdant Deep, the Covenant's restrictions will be relevant. Spirit preserve, Lien said. Yes, which means whatever the Jade is pointing at may not be entirely human. He met the table's various attentive expressions. The Wood Law channel reads, ancient and deep. The source texts mention that the ancestor designed the soul slots to accommodate any cultivator of compatible elemental law, human, spirit, hybrid, or other. Sable looked at him. You're going south. We're going south, he said. The observer's preliminary finding gave us the legal window. Tsang Rui's detention closed the immediate sect-level threats. The next person the Jade has already identified is south. He closed his journal. I'd like to leave tomorrow. Through the 4 active channels. For different qualities, for different characters, for different ways of being exactly what they were. They had each chosen this in their own way and for their own reasons, and none of them were leaving. Tomorrow, Lien agreed. The 5th soul slot ran warm and green and alive. A pulse that had the patience of 300 years behind it, pointing south toward the deep forest and whatever waited there. The Jade was not done, and so the path continued. Chapter 41. Wei Liang left Azure Vale sect at dawn under the protection of a sentence. The sentence existed in a tribunal filing, 3 pages from the back, in language dry enough that most people would skim past it. While a cultivation foundation was under formal inquiry review, no sect, court, alliance, or private actor could take actions altering the subject's meridian architecture, confiscating the object under review through force, or inflicting cultivation-severing penalties before adjudication. It was, in effect, a legal shield. It was also temporary. He had copied the clause by hand before sunrise, sealed one version in his journal case, left another with archivist pay, and submitted the third to the Azure Veil Gate office so no one could later claim ignorance. Song Rui remained under sect detention. The observer's inquiry had not ended. The window existed. Therefore he would use it. The fifth soul slot pointed south with the clear pull of a destination rather than the vague pressure of a direction. Warmth moved under his sternum in a steady rhythm, woodlaw resonance with an undertone like old rain soaked into roots. Each time he tested the channel with a thread of chi, the answer returned unchanged. South. Sable rode beside him on a chestnut spirit mare she had acquired from the sect stables by making the stable master choose between arguing with her and accepting a proper receipt. She had, to her credit, paid. "You look happier outside the walls," she said. "I look less interrupted." "That is not the same thing." "No," he said, "but it is adjacent." Sable snorted and kicked her mare into an easy trot. The road out of Azure Vale wound between terraced herb slopes, then descended through stone-cut ridges toward the forest belt in the south. Morning mist still held low in the valleys. Disciples gathering dew lotus at the far fields paused to stare as the bonded scribe and the rogue fire heir rode away under no escort and no restraint. Leanne Frostmere joined them at the third switchback. She did not ride up from behind. She was simply there at the turn, mounted on a pale blue crane horse from the Frostmere caravans, silver cloak tied close, expression arranged into that familiar version of calm that usually meant she had already decided the argument and saw no reason to repeat it. "You were not assigned to come," Wei Liang said. "Correct. Then why are you here?" She looked ahead toward the southern line of dark trees. "Because the most reckless cultivator alive should not travel unsupervised while carrying a world-level artifact and a provisional legal shield." Sable laughed. "Your estimate of my recklessness is inflated," Wei Liang said. "No," Lian replied. That ended that. By noon they had left the sect roads and entered common territory where courier posts, trade paths, and pilgrim routes crossed under local protection markers. Wei Liang kept one hand near the case at his side where the inquiry papers were stored. Law was strongest when visible. Law was also strongest when copied into enough hands that killing one witness did not kill the record. He had prepared for pursuit. He had not prepared for the absence of it. No sect riders appeared behind them. No alliance observer tailed them from the ridges. No hired blades tested the road. He considered this for 3 miles and decided the lack of interference was not mercy but patience. Someone expected the south to become dangerous enough that pursuit would be unnecessary. At the 7th-mile marker, his shadow lengthened in the wrong direction. Wei Liang slowed his horse half a pace. Sable saw it first. "Behind us." "No," he said. "Beside us." Lian's gaze slid to the right-hand tree line. A figure detached itself from the shade under a black pine and stepped onto the road without sound. Sha Nightvale wore travel gray instead of assassin black, which made her look more like a poor pilgrim than a ghost lantern hall blade. Only her eyes gave her away. They had the stillness of someone who had already chosen where every knife in a clearing belonged. "You could have announced yourself at the gates," Sable said. "Then your gate records would be wrong," Sha replied. "You followed us anyway." "Yes." Wei Liang studied her. "Was that your choice or your hall's?" "Mine." She glanced south. "The west channel stopped fluttering 2 days ago. I am not needed there yet." He noted the wording. Not needed there yet. She had accepted, without saying so, that the 4th soul slot would eventually become her problem in a more formal sense. Her presence now was not an admission. It was a decision adjacent to one. Lian asked, "Did anyone follow us from Azure Vale?" 3 sets of eyes until the herb terraces. None after the river crossing. Sheen Moulton's people are watching the sect roads. They are not watching the covenant paths. Sha rested a hand on her reins. "Someone else's." "Tribunal?" Wei Liang asked. Sha gave a small tilt of her head. "Maybe. The watchers hide like officials." That was enough to narrow the category. They stopped at a roadside shrine by late afternoon, where travelers left river reeds tied into knots for safe crossings. Wei Liang reviewed maps on the shrine's stone table while the others watered the horses. South of the shrine, the formal road forked. One branch continued toward county markets. The other narrowed into an old timber route that ended at the edge of the verdant deep. He traced the boundary mark with one fingertip. "Forest covenant line begins here." Sable leaned over his shoulder. Meaning human cultivation activity inside the preserve is restricted by treaty. No large-scale techniques, no harvesting without permission, no armed patrols unless invited by the wardens, no sect claim markers, no spirit beast capture. And us. We enter politely. That has never worked for me. Then this will be educational. Lian took the map. If the fifth slot points inside Covenant land, we may be walking into spirit jurisdiction while carrying a tribunal inquiry object and 4 active bonds. Yes. You say that too calmly. Calm is cheaper than panic. She returned the map. That sentence is annoying because it is accurate. They made camp before the boundary rather than forcing a night entry. Wei Liang set only mortal protections around the campfire, bells on thread, a trip line of reed hooks, ash spread thin enough to catch footprints. Covenant land would notice disrespect more sharply than weakness. He wrote 2 copies of their intended route and left one under a shrine stone in case they vanished. The other stayed in his sleeve. Near midnight, the 5th soul slot pulsed so hard it woke him from shallow sleep. The warmth carried not urgency, but recognition, as if something on the far side of the forest had lifted its head and turned toward him. Sable was awake at once, fire law resonance bright and alert through the bond. Lian rose more slowly, hand already on her sword. Sha was simply standing at the tree line, as if she had been there all along. Visitors? Wei Liang asked. No footsteps, Sha said. Just birds. There were birds. Hundreds of them, though none came into the camp circle. They moved branch to branch in the dark canopy above the southern path, not crying out, not hunting, just watching. Lian looked up. Forest notice. Wei Liang nodded once. Then tomorrow we will be judged before we speak. The birds stayed until dawn. When the first sunlight touched the shrine stones, all of them took wing together and streamed south over the verdant deep like a green-black river. The 5th soul slot answered with a single living pulse that carried one message with perfect clarity. Come now. Chapter 42. The verdant deep began without a gate. One step there was ordinary forest. The next step the air changed texture, cooler under the leaves but thicker with life, as if every root and branch had a vote in whether strangers were allowed to pass. The old timber road narrowed into a moss-dark path lined with standing stones carved in both human script and the curling spirit glyphs used in Covenant lands. Lian read the human half aloud. Lay down greed. Lay down dominion. Walk as guests or not at all. Sable read the next stone. No flame above lantern height, without warden consent. That seems targeted. It is targeted, Wei Liang said. She clicked her tongue but banked her fire law presence low. The 5th soul slot grew brighter with each mile. Wei Liang kept his pace measured, even when the pull sharpened enough to make his pulse follow it. The forest noticed hurry. He preferred not to announce hunger to a jurisdiction built on older rules. They saw the first warden at mid-morning. Not because the warden revealed himself. Because a boar the size of a cart burst from the undergrowth with a broken spear shaft in its shoulder, crossed the path in 3 leaps, and collapsed in a fern hollow 30 paces away. 3 green cords of spirit chi pinned it in place before it could rise. Then a figure dropped from the branches. He landed soundlessly on the boar's back, drove his palm against its skull, and ended the beast's thrashing with one efficient pulse of woodlaw control. He was tall, antler-crowned, and built like a carved tree trunk given a man's shape. Moss braided his dark hair. Vines wound his forearms in living patterns that tightened when he looked at the travelers. Boundary walkers, he said. Name yourselves. Wei Liang dismounted first and kept both hands visible. Wei Liang of Azure Veil sect, traveling under active celestial tribunal inquiry protection and no hostile intent. The warden's eyes narrowed at tribunal. Lian gave her name and clan. Sable gave only Sable, which was honest enough for her. Sha said nothing until the warden's gaze reached her, then answered with Sha Nightvale. Passing through. Passing through where? The warden asked. Your forest, unless you object. He did not like that answer. Wei Liang marked it and stepped in before the exchange became a contest. We are following a lawful spiritual pull to a person inside Covenant territory. We will respect, preserve rules. Lawful to whom? To the artifact under review and to the old records attached to it. The warden looked at him for a long moment, then at the mark on his palm, where the jade script sometimes surfaced under strain. I am Warden Hollowbranch. You will keep your chi folded unless survival requires otherwise. You will not take herbs, beasts, wood, water, or soil without leave. You will not carve path marks. You will not hunt. You will not set spiritual fire. If the preserve asks you to leave, you leave. His gaze moved over Sable again at that line. If your legal paper claims otherwise, your legal paper may argue with the trees. Understood, Wei Liang said. Hollowbranch gestured once. The green cords released the dead boar and wound themselves back into his wrist vines. Then walk. He vanished into the forest before anyone could ask whether that meant permission or surveillance. They found out the answer an hour later. Every time the path forked, a bird waited on the correct branch. Every time they crossed a stream, stepping stones surfaced from under the water just before their horses reached the bank. The forest had agreed to let them move, and it was making sure they moved only where it wished. Wei Liang accepted the arrangement. Agreement was still better than hostility. At midday, the fifth soul slot surged hard enough that he stopped walking. Ahead, he said. The others felt it through his posture before they felt anything else. The path opened into a ring of giant cedar roots surrounding a clearing bright with filtered green light. At the center stood a girl in plain hemp clothes, barefoot, hair tangled with burrs and leaves as if the forest itself had tried and failed to tidy her. She looked no older than 17. She was running for her life. Two smaller wardens pursued her from the far side of the clearing, both carrying branch spears tipped in living thorn. They were not killing her. They were hurting, driving her toward the northern exit where more spirit glyphs had begun to rise from the soil. "Stop there," one of them shouted. "By covenant order you return to the boundary for correction." "I already said no," the girl shouted back. "How many ways do you people need it phrased?" Then she saw Wei Liang. The fifth soul slot blazed. Warmth flooded his chest, not abstract this time, but precise, focused, answering her presence the way the first four bonds had answered theirs in the seconds before activation. Under the dust and fear and mortal shell, her spiritual signature reached him with old, living depth, a woodlaw current, so broad it felt like hearing a forest speak through a single throat. The girl's eyes widened. She changed direction mid-run and sprinted straight toward him. "You," she said, skidding to a halt half behind his shoulder as the two wardens checked their advance. "I choose this group." Sable blinked. "That is not how groups work." "It is now," the girl said. One of the wardens lowered his branch spear. "Travelers, step aside. The mortal violated preserve order." "I slept in an empty shelter," the girl snapped. "You are acting like I burned your sacred tree. You crossed restricted route lines, ignored recall instructions, and refused re-education summons." Wei Liang kept his tone level. "What is the nature of the offense?" "Internal preserve matter. And she is asking for external witnesses." The second warden's expression cooled. "External witnesses are not a right. Neither is summary removal," Wei Liang said, and drew the folded inquiry order from his sleeve. He did not wave it. He held it where they could see the seals. "I am under active celestial tribunal review. Any attempt to coerce spiritual contact with me or seize an object interacting with my cultivation foundation becomes part of that record. If this person has become relevant to that interaction, then external witness status can be created." Sable gave him a sideways look that translated, with uncommon precision, to, "You found a way to use bureaucracy against tree police." The first warden clearly hated that this had become a sentence-level dispute. The girl peered around Wei Liang's shoulder at the papers. "You talk like an archive shelf." "Often usefully," he said. The fifth soul slot kept pulsing, each beat warmer than the last. The first warden straightened. "State your relevance, mortal." The girl crossed her arms. "No. Then we return you to the boundary." Wei Liang made the choice before the wardens could move. "She walks with us until a senior warden hears the matter." The clearing went still. Lian's eyes narrowed a fraction, not in disagreement, but in calculation. Sable smiled in the way she did when a conflict had finally become interesting. Sha shifted one step left, taking the line that would cut off the second warden's angle if this became force. The first warden said, "You are a guest in Covenant land." "Correct," Wei Liang said. "And a guest who has been asked for witness protection by a person your preserve has not accused of blood offense, theft, or sacrilege. If a senior warden orders me to yield, I will hear that order from the senior warden." The two wardens looked at him, then at the girl, then at the inquiry seals again. Their hesitation lasted only 3 breaths, but it was enough. Preserve law had room for hierarchy. He had given them a route upward. At last the first one said, "Then you all come." The girl let out a breath that might have been relief if relief had teeth. As they resumed the path, she stayed near Wei Liang with the instinctive closeness of someone who had decided which side of a danger line she intended to stand on. "What is your name?" he asked quietly. She frowned as if the question itself were troublesome. "Right now? Jean. Only Jean. The rest follows when I trust people." "Fair enough." The fifth soul slot pulsed again, deep and green and alive. Whatever else she was, the jade had already made its decision. And somewhere deeper in the verdant deep, something old enough to outrank these wardens had just been told that Wei Liang had interfered. Chapter 43 Senior Warden Willow's Pine received them in a hall grown from living cedar. No beams, no nails, no cut planks. The chamber had been persuaded rather than built. For trees arched inward to form the walls, their trunks woven at shoulder height into shelves where bowls of glowing moss cast a quiet green light. The floor was packed black earth covered with mats of dry leaves that did not crumble underfoot. Jin looked around the hall with naked dislike. I know that face, Willow's Pine said from the central dais. It is the face of someone who already plans to disagree with me. He appeared older than Hollow Branch, not by wrinkles, but by rootedness. Bark scaled one side of his throat. One eye was a polished amber bead, the other human and very sharp. When he spoke, small vine shoots near the walls adjusted their direction to listen. Wei Liang bowed. Senior Warden, thank you for hearing the matter. I am hearing it because you brought seals from an external court into my forest, and because Hollow Branch judged that ignoring them would create paperwork. Willow's Pine looked mildly offended by the concept. Begin. The first warden spoke, efficient and clipped. Zhen had crossed restricted route lines near the inner groves 4 times this month. She had ignored 3 summons. She had slept outside assigned mortal shelters. She had approached spirit shrines without escort. When wardens tried to return her to the preserve edge for corrective instruction, she had fled. Zhen waited until he finished. All of that is true, she said. Also, your assigned mortal shelters smell like wet rope. Your corrective instruction is 6 hours of people talking to me as if I am a particularly disappointing chicken, and the spirit shrines keep trying to talk to me first. Willow's Pine steepled his fingers. The last point interests me. The rest does not help your case. Nothing helps my case with you people unless I bow at the right rhythm. Incorrect. Evidence helps your case. Bowing only helps your manners. Sable looked down to hide a grin. Wei Liang spoke before the exchange drifted into personality warfare. Senior Warden, the relevant issue from my position is that this person's spiritual signature is interacting with an active artifact under tribunal review. Willowspine's human eye fixed on him. Say that more carefully. So he did. He described the 5th soul slot's sustained orientation south. He described the resonant spike at first contact in the clearing. He described the woodlaw depth he had sensed beneath Zhen's current mortal aura. He did not embellish. In legal and cultivation matters alike, precision survived challenge better than drama. When he finished, Willow's Pine said, "Hold out your hand." Wei Liang did. The old warden descended from the dais and laid 2 fingers over the mark on Wei Liang's palm. A thin green current passed between skin and skin. The Dual-Soul Jade answered by surfacing in pale lines across Wei Liang's hand. 10 channels branching from a central shard script. For lit. 1, the 5th, burned vivid green. Jin took one involuntary step back. Ah, Willow's Pine said. It was a small sound. It carried history. He turned toward her. State your full name. Jin's jaw tightened. No. State it. For the first time since the clearing, uncertainty crossed her face. Jean Bloom tied. She said at last. Each syllable dragged from somewhere she had tried to seal. That is what you all keep waiting to hear. The hall went quiet. Lian looked at Wei Liang once. He understood the question in the glance. Name recognized? No. Not from sect records. Not by title. But the Jade had. Willow Pine said. And what are you, Jin Bloom tied? Tired. Answer the question. She stared at him with open resentment, then at the glowing channels on Wei Liang's palm, then at the floor. I was a guardian spirit, she said. A long time ago. Grove class, then river fed, then upper canopy ward. Wood law, growth branch, medicinal branch, some weather influence in the old years. Her voice flattened into recitation, the words clearly old enough to hurt. 3 centuries ago I crossed the preserve edge to heal a plague village after the local sect refused entry. The spirit courts called it interference. They stripped my true form and folded me into a mortal shell so I would learn limits. Sable's expression changed first, all the humor leaving it. Lian's shoulders went still. Xia, who rarely reacted visibly to biography, turned her head a fraction as if re-evaluating the room. Wei Liang asked, You retain memory? Pieces. Enough to know when someone is lying to me. Enough to know this body is too small for what I used to carry. She rubbed one wrist. Enough to hate every lesson they wanted me to learn. Willowspine's face held neither approval nor apology. Your punishment was lawfully imposed by the Elder Groves. Your laws produce ugly work, Jin said. He did not contest it. Wei Liang considered the structure as it now stood. Ancient spirit forced into mortal form. Suppressed woodlaw depth. Direct resonance with the 5th slot. Preserve wardens attempting re-education rather than immediate seizure, which meant they feared precedent or shame or both. Most important, Zhen had chosen his side in the clearing before he offered her anything. What happens if I leave? Zhen asked him. It was not a plea. It was a practical question from someone deciding whether to jump. Willow's Pine answered before Wei Liang could. If you exit covenant protection while under sentence, you lose preserve standing. You may not return to the inner groves without petition. Your old claims remain suspended. Your assigned shelter is revoked. So exile with better scenery, Jin said. Call it what you like. Wei Liang asked, Senior Warden. If she chooses departure of her own will the preserve classify it as self-removal rather than extraction? Willowpine studied him. You intend to draft my categories for me? I intend to understand the price before anyone pays it. The old warden's amber, I gave back green light. Self-removal, if witnessed and recorded. But departure does not restore what she lost. Zhen laughed once, sharp and brief. None of you can restore what I lost. The fifth soul slot pulsed, so hard Wei Liang almost reached for his chest. He did not. He held still and let the conclusion form in the only order that mattered. Person in danger. Choice requested. Cost visible. He said, then walk with us. Willowspine's gaze snapped to him. Zhen's did too. You have known me for less than an hour, she said. Yes. I am difficult. That has not distinguished you from my current company. Sable made a noise halfway between offense and laughter. You are carrying a legal storm under your ribs, Zhen said. The whole forest can hear it. If I leave with you, your enemies become mine. If you stay, your enemies remain yours and your options stay narrow. She looked at him for a long moment. Under the dirt and the hemp cloth and the cultivated disregard, old loneliness stood in plain sight. Willow's Pine said, You offer boldly for a guest. No, Wei Liang replied. I answer a question. Zhen lifted her chin. Fine. I am walking with the archive shelf. The fifth soul slot answered with a surge of green, so bright the moss bowls flared. Willowpine drew a slow breath. Then hear this, all present. Zhen Bloomtide departs covenant standing by declared self-removal, witnessed by Senior Warden Willow's Pine, Warden Hollow Branch, and external party Wei Liang under tribunal protection. Her prior sentence remains in force before the spirit courts. Her movement beyond the boundary is her own act. Record it carefully, Wei Liang said. I will. Zhen gave him a sidelong look. You really do talk like an archive shelf. It is still useful. Annoyingly. Willowspine's gaze settled on the fifth slot, glowing in Wei Liang's palm. Before you leave, understand this. The Preserve did not call Lord Arbiter xianxia. We have no interest in helping the tribunal. But world audible resonance travels farther than forest borders. If he heard this activation beginning, he may already be on the road. Wei Liang closed his hand over the jade lines. So, the legal shield had bought time, not secrecy. He turned to Zhen. Can you ride? Badly. Can you run? She smiled for the first time, feral and bright. Much better. Outside the living hall, the branches overhead began to shake though no wind had touched the grove a moment earlier. Something fast was entering the verdant deep from the north. Chapter 40, for they did not leave the grove at once. That would have been panic, and panic was what got people trapped on bad terrain under someone else's timing. Wei Liang asked Willow's Pine for 10 minutes. The senior warden granted 7 and called it generous. Wei Liang used all 7. First he mapped their route from the grove to the southern covenant edge. Not north, where xianxia would arrive if he followed the main preserve access line. Not west, where tribunal marshals would prefer open ground. South and southeast, through waterlogged root country where large formations were hard to stabilize and where a small group could disappear under canopy. Second, he distributed roles. Sable, if they press with direct force, you do not answer with full output fire. You answer with heat veils and line breaks. Smoke if necessary. You're asking me to insult my own element. I am asking you to keep the forest from joining the tribunal against us. Annoying, she said, but nodded. Lien, rear control. If marshals force a choke point, I want ice on footing, not bodies. Slow them, fracture momentum, no preserve damage if possible. Understood. Sha, watch for soul lock or seal arrays. Tribunal marshals favor layered restraint over loud pursuit. I know, she said. There was history in the answer. He noted it for later. Zhen. He turned to the newest and least stable variable. How much of your wood law can you access right now? She looked irritated by the question, which usually meant he had asked the right one. Almost none on purpose. More than that by accident. Define more. Plants lean when I pass. Moss grows over inscriptions I dislike. Once last month I made a fig tree produce fruit out of season because a warden was being tedious. Sable stared at her. That is not almost none. You try doing it through a mortal shell built by punishment. Wei Liang held up a hand before the conversation widened. Can you call roots across a path? If they're close, and if no one asks me to be elegant. Good. Save that for when I ask. The fifth soul slot kept humming between them, a chord not yet resolved. Zhen noticed it each time she glanced at him, and looked away each time as if refusing to stand too close to an answer. They left the grove under a preserve escort that was not, formally speaking, an escort. Hollow Branch walked with them to the stream crossing because Willow's Pine had decided external witnesses leaving under tension counted as a forest stability concern. That was as near to favor as the senior warden was willing to come. At the stream, Hollow Branch paused. If the tribunal turns this grove into a battlefield, the preserve will remember who brought them. Then remember accurately, Wei Liang said. I did not summon them. Accurate memory is rarer than people claim. With that, the warden stepped back onto a root bridge and vanished into the green. They moved fast after that. Jin did not take a horse. She loped ahead, into the side, barefoot over roots and stone with the easy balance of someone whose body still remembered a truer shape. Every few hundred paces she stopped, pressed her fingers to bark or moss, and reoriented without needing a map. You're better at this than your introduction suggested, Wei Liang said when she dropped back alongside him. I said I could run. She glanced at the trees. Also, the forest is gossiping. About what? You. Mostly. She looked amused despite herself. One branch thinks you're arrogant. Another thinks you're polite in a suspicious way. A cedar root near the old floodbed says your firelaw companion hums off-key. Sable looked offended. I do not. The root disagrees. That almost broke the tension. Almost. The break ended when white light crossed the canopy. Not sunlight. Not spirit weather. A straight vertical line of silver-white radiance descending through the treetops far to the north, so clean and severe it made every living color around it look temporary. Lien swore under her breath. Marshals, Xia said. 3 breaths later the sound reached them, a deep bell strike from the north, not heard with ears alone, but with meridians. Tribunal announcement tone. Jurisdiction asserted. Jin flinched. Can they do that inside Covenant land? They just did, Sable said. Wei Liang made the next decision without slowing. Route change. Southeast. That adds distance, Lien said. It also adds water. She saw the line of thought and nodded. Large tribunal pursuit arrays wanted clean anchors. Swamp channels and moving root systems corrupted clean anchors. They cut off the preserve path and entered low wet country where giant ferns rose shoulder high and the ground bounced underfoot with trapped water. Horses became a liability within 50 paces. Wei Liang ordered them released with directional taps and sent them northwest under light cover marks. Better to lose transport than present perfect targets. The second bell strike came closer. Then voices, amplified by a carrying technique, formal and distant. By authority of the Celestial Tribunal, Subject Wei Liang will halt and submit the artifact under inquiry protection for emergency containment. Resistance will be taken as admission of cosmological harm. Sable barked a laugh. That sentence should win an award for saying theft politely. Wei Liang kept moving. Agreed. The swamp shallowed into a clearing around a fallen giant tree. Jin stopped so fast that mud sprayed from her heels. Wait, she said. She crouched beside a sapling no thicker than a wrist. For a breath, she only stared at it. Then she placed 2 fingers against the bark. The 5th soul slot surged. Green light traced up the sapling in branching veins. Leaves unfurled. The trunk thickened, split, twisted, and shot upward in one long living heave. 30 heartbeats later the thing stood as a fully grown cedar, roots buckling out through the mud in a broad fan wall that sealed the clearing's northern approach. Everyone stopped. Jin sat back on her heels, breathing hard. I haven't done that in. She frowned. Long enough that I no longer enjoy counting. Wei Liang stepped closer, keeping his voice quiet. Are you hurt? No. Just angry. The answer was useful. Anger could function. Sable circled the new-grown cedar with open admiration. You turned a sapling into a fortress because officials were coming. Yes. I like you. Jin ignored her and looked at Wei Liang instead. Are you the reason this is happening? The question was direct enough to strip away every easy answer. He looked at the 5th slot's glow reflected in the water pooled between roots. I am part of the reason. You are the other part. That is not a real explanation. No. It is the honest fraction I can prove in under 5 breaths. She stared at him as another bell sound rolled through the forest. Try the longer version, she said. He had time for 6 sentences. He used them well. An ancient artifact fused to my meridians and created 10 soul slots aligned to elemental laws. For have activated through chosen bonds. The 5th has been pointing south for days and answered you on sight. Proximity to me is reducing the suppression on your woodlaw channel, which is why your control is returning. If the process continues, a bond may form. It will require your consent. Jean absorbed that with a face gone blank in the way people did when too many important words arrived at once. 10, she said. Eventually. That sounds like either a blessing or a catastrophe. Current evidence supports both. For one beat her mouth, almost twitched upward. Then the cedar wall shuddered. Something struck it from the far side. Not enough to break through, but enough to split bark and send birds exploding into the air. Sha's knives were in her hands before the splinters landed. Lian's sword left its sheath with a sound like frost forming on glass. Sable's palms lit with contained ember red. Wei Liang looked at Zhen Bloomtide. You asked if I was the reason, he said. Here is the rest of the answer. Anyone who stays near me gets less peace and more choices. Another impact hit the cedar wall. This time white cracks of tribunal force spread through living wood. Zhen rose, mud to the knee, green light breathing under her skin for the first time in 300 years. Fine, she said. Then let's make one before they do. Chapter 45. Lord Arbiter Xianxia did not enter the clearing like a man. He entered like a verdict. The cedar wall split down the middle under a single downward stroke of white authority chi. Bark peeled back in long ribbons. Living roots recoiled. Through the opening stepped 6 celestial marshals in silver-gray armor marked with the tribunal's ringed eye sigil, their formation precise enough to look pre-drawn. At their center walked Xianxia in layered white robes edged with gold thread and law script. He was not physically imposing. Average height, lean middle years. His danger came from arrangement. Every fold of cloth was where it should be. Every breath arrived at an exact interval. His face held the cultivated patience of a man used to calling violence procedure. Wei Liang stepped forward before anyone else could. Lord Arbiter, he said. Subject Wei Liang. Xianxia's gaze passed over the clearing, the broken cedar, the mud, the gathered women, and returned to Wei Liang's chest, as if he could see the jade through bone. You left your sect's jurisdiction while under review. Under active protection, yes. Protection is not freedom. It is enough to prevent emergency confiscation without panel authorization. One of the marshals shifted at that. Good. Let them remember the rule while their superior was breaking it. Xianxia regarded him with cool interest. You have become bold since the archive records first mentioned your name. I have become better documented. Sable covered a grin with one hand. Lian did not move, though approval sharpened through the ice bond like a line drawn clean across paper. The arbiter's gaze drifted to Zhen Bloomtide. And now you disturb covenant land and awaken sealed spirit law signatures. The scale of this contamination is growing. Zhen crossed her arms. You entered my forest with 6 armored strangers and split a tree in half. Pick a better word than contamination. One marshal inhaled sharply. Xianxia did not. Name, he said. Zhen Bloomtide. That got him, if only by half a heartbeat. Recognition. Not of the person perhaps, but of a record. Interesting, he said. Wei Liang caught the shift at once. You knew the sentence. I know many old cases. Enough to arrive the same day the 5th slot surfaced? The arbiter did not answer the question directly, which answered it well enough. Wei Liang, Xianxia said. I did not come for the inquiry. I came because the jade's resonance crossed a world-audible threshold after the vault incident and again upon entering this preserve. The artifact is no longer a sect irregularity or a regional dispute. It is now a cosmological hazard. Emergency authority attaches. Show the decree, Wei Liang said. The marshals looked at one another. Xianxia's expression cooled by 1 degree. You are not in a position to demand production from this office. Then you are not in a position to claim authority that supersedes active inquiry protection without production. The clearing held very still. He kept his breathing even. This was the center of it now. Not strength against strength. Record against convenience. If he yielded the frame, he yielded everything. The panel has not ruled, he continued. Observer Pin Suru suspended enforcement pending review. My cultivation foundation and the artifact integrated into it are protected from forced alteration. If you seize the jade now, you are not preserving process. You are bypassing it. Xianxia folded his hands behind his back. And if process is too slow for the danger before us, then you still produce the emergency finding. You speak as though rules bind catastrophe. No, Wei Liang said. I speak as though men who call themselves heaven's servants should not be trusted when they ask for a body and an artifact in the same gesture. Sable's fire law resonance flared with savage approval. Use distant lightning thread, linked across kingdoms, sharpened in response. Even at range, she could feel the confrontation through the bond. The arbiter looked at each of the 4 active companions in turn, then at Zhen, whose unformed connection burned bright enough now to stain the air green at the edge of Wei Liang's senses. Listen carefully, he said, and for the first time the softness left his voice. The man before you carries a fractured relic that binds cultivation pathways by resonance and amplifies them across jurisdictions. For women are already attached. A 5th is beginning. Each activation makes the artifact less containable. If I permit this progression to continue, I do not risk one sect's corruption. I risk a pattern that can rewrite fate allocations on a continental scale. He addressed them, not Wei Liang. Smart. So Wei Liang changed the target again. Then tell them the cost of your mercy, he said. Xianxia's eyes returned to him. Say plainly what surrender means. Not containment. Not emergency authority. The actual sequence. Silence. Wei Liang pressed. Will I survive extraction? One of the marshals looked away. There it was. Jin Bloomtide saw it too. No, she said before the arbiter could speak. That is why you kept using soft words. Xianxia answered at last. Survival probability is low. Sable laughed once, without humor. Low. Lian's blade tilted a fraction lower, which on her meant she was closer to using it. Wei Liang nodded. Thank you. That clarifies the offer. The arbiter's patience thinned. I am still offering one. You are offering a dressed execution. I am offering a death that prevents larger harm. Wei Liang looked him in the eye. Then at least you have the courage to name your side of the trade. The fifth soul slot pounded like a second heartbeat. Jun Bloomtide stepped up beside him, mud-streaked, barefoot, eyes bright with old forest anger. For the record, she said, I decline any fate where the man who got me out of a punishment cage dies because a tribunal fears paperwork. Green light spilled from her hands. Not a bond yet. Not consent completed. But close enough that every marshal took notice. Xianxia's gaze sharpened. Do not. You arrived too late to tell me what not to do, she replied. The air between them tightened into distinct lines of power. White authority from the marshals, blue cold stillness from Lian, banked inferno from Sable, silent cut lines from Xia, distant lightning pressure from you through the bond, and rising green life law from Jun. Wei Liang understood the shape of the next minute with brutal clarity. If he fought here, the forest might turn on all of them. If he ran without changing the field, the marshals would pin them before sunset. If he surrendered, he died and the jade changed hands. 3 choices. 1 usable. He drew the inquiry order, raised it high enough for every marshal to see, and tore the sealing ribbon free. By active inquiry right, he said, voice carrying across cedar and marsh water. I demand witness recording of this unlawful extraction attempt before bonded and in bonded parties of the verdant deep. Senior Warden Willow's Pine. If your preserve still honors accurate memory, witness now. The torn seal burned gold as legal chi activated. Far beyond the clearing, through miles of living forest, something answered. Branches bent, roots heaved, and from every direction at once, the verdant deep began to wake. Chapter 46. The forest answered Wei Liang's demand like a court older than courts. Roots surged through black water and leaf mold, lifting in ridges around the clearing. Branches bent low enough to knit a moving ceiling overhead. Moss on the split cedar wall flared green gold, catching the burned legal seal and reflecting it outward through the grove like a signal passed from trunk to trunk. Lord Arbiter Xianxia looked up once. So did every marshal. No one in the clearing missed the fact that the verdant deep had not moved for the tribunal. It had moved for witness. Senior Warden Willow's Pine stepped from the trees 30 paces to Wei Liang's left, hollow branch at his shoulder, and 2 more wardens spreading wide to either side. None pointed weapons at the tribunal. None needed to. Their presence made the jurisdictional line visible. The preserved witnesses, Willow's Pine said. Xianxia's voice remained measured. Senior Warden, you interfere in a celestial emergency. Incorrect, Willow's Pine replied. I record one. The answer landed. Wei Liang did not waste the opening. Lord Arbiter, you cited emergency authority. Produce the text. White silk shifted at Xianxia's sleeve. At last he drew out a narrow scroll case of polished bone, opened it, and let a single sheet of gold-flecked decree paper unfurl between his hands. The law script on it was old enough that even Wei Liang recognized the style before he read the first full line. Heaven's Decree 7. The marshals straightened as if the page itself carried rank. Xianxia recited without hurry. No paired artifact, bonded mechanism, mirrored root, or fate-binding construct may alter the cultivation of individual destiny by forcing resonance through another soul. Such devices are contrary to heaven's proper allocation and constitute unlawful interference with solitary assent. He lowered the decree a fraction. The language is plain. No, Wei Liang said. The language is strategic. The arbiter's gaze sharpened. Wei Liang stepped into the center of the clearing where the broken cedar and the witness roots made a natural ring. He had no intention of arguing this as a private exchange. Let every marshal hear the shape of it. Let Jin Bloomtide hear it. Let the wardens record it and repeat it. You use the phrase individual destiny as if it is self-defining, he said. It is not. It is an ideological preference dressed as principle. The decree does not say the jade drains cultivation from one to feed another. It does not say the bond can be forced. It does not say mutual advancement is false. It says your institution dislikes destiny being shared. One marshal frowned despite himself. Xianxia's answer came clean and immediate. Shared destiny is dependence. Dependence corrupts cultivation. By whose authority? Heaven's. Name the person who interpreted heaven that way. The arbiter's expression did not change, but he did not answer at once. So Wei Liang pressed further. The heaven-weaving ancestor built the jade before your decree existed. The archive records attached to the artifact, the old diagrams, and the resonance architecture all predate your prohibition by centuries. That means two possibilities. Either heaven changed its mind after permitting the ancestor's work, or men in your institution decided the ancestor was intolerable and wrote philosophy as law. Sable folded her arms and smiled with open malice. Lian's attention sharpened like winter light. Willow's pine, to his credit, looked interested rather than entertained. Xianxia said, the heaven-weaving ancestor defied proper order. By making cultivation bilateral? By teaching souls to anchor one another. You say that as if it is self-evidently shameful. Wei Liang let his gaze move across the marshals. How many cultivation techniques rely on external anchors? Teacher inheritances, bloodline transmissions, sect-protected scripture chambers, weapon spirits, oath altars, battlefield formations, paired sword intent. None of those offend your office until a man and woman share advancement in a way you cannot easily regulate. That one drew a reaction. Marshal on the right flank, jaw tight. Marshal third from center, eyes down. Hollow branch, arms folding 1 inch closer. Good. Multiple audiences finding the same crack. Xianxia's voice cooled. Do not mistake administrative tolerance for philosophical approval. External supports are permitted where they preserve hierarchy and responsibility. The jade does neither. It preserves consent, Wei Liang said. That is your actual objection. The clearing went still. Zhen Bloomtide looked at him, then at the decree paper, then back. The arbiter said, careful. No. Precise. Wei Liang pointed at the decree. Every bond one carry required choice. Your own observers documented the bilateral mechanism. The decree can only classify that as unlawful if your office believes individuals do not own the right to tie their destinies where they wish. Cultivation is not romance. Agreed, Wei Liang said. Which is why the tribunal's fear of chosen ties reveals a political concern, not a spiritual one. Sable barked a laugh. One of the wardens muttered, good line, before catching himself. Xianxia rolled the decree, closed with a single controlled movement. You enjoy rhetoric. I enjoy definitions that survive contact with facts. Then here is one. The ancestor is dead. The decree stands. Wei Liang held the arbiter's gaze. Again, by whose authority was the ancestor declared wrong? For the first time, the answer came a fraction too late. The celestial tribunal adjudicates heaven's law. That was not the question. Silence. Not because Xianxia lacked words. Because every answer he could give exposed the seam. If he said a prior chief arbiter, then a man had judged the ancestor. If he said the tribunal panel, then an institution had judged the ancestor. If he said heaven itself, he would need revelation text he had not produced. Zhen Bloomtide smiled without kindness. So no clean answer then. The arbiter turned to her. Spirit sentences exist because your kind once learned what follows when power obeys appetite. And tribunal decrees exist because your kind fears what it cannot own. Wei Liang felt the fifth soul slot pulse between them, bright and near completion. This was no longer just an argument about text. It was becoming the decision point the jade had been moving towards since dawn. What happens when someone whose life was narrowed by law stands in front of a law demanding another narrowing? Xianxia read it too. Last offer, he said. Yield the artifact, and I will petition for merciful treatment of your companions. Sable's smile vanished. Lian's sword rose 1 measured inch. Sha's shadows tightened at her feet. Zhen Bloomtide's eyes went green at the edges. Wei Liang answered before any of them could speak. You may keep your mercy. The arbiter nodded once, not in respect, but in conclusion. Then the next record will not be a conversation, he said. Behind him, the 6 marshals shifted into a wider arc. And under Wei Liang's ribs, the 5th soul slot opened like a gate waiting for one final choice. Chapter 47. The first marshal moved for Wei Liang's wrist. Zhen Bloomtide got there first. She did not draw a weapon. She simply stepped between them on instinct so old it had survived 3 centuries of punishment. One breath she stood half behind Wei Liang, mud-streaked and barefoot. The next she occupied the line of harm with both hands raised, as if the body forced upon her years ago had remembered what it had once been made to do. No, she said. The word rang through the clearing with more than sound behind it. The marshal's restraining seal met green light. For one impossible instant, the world balanced. Then the 5th bond formed. Wei Liang had lived through 4 activations already. Ice had come like sharpened stillness. Fire like joyful ruin. Lightning like the shortest path cut through hesitation. This was none of those. Would Law arrived as living permission. The Dual-Soul Jade ignited beneath his sternum and flung green-gold lines through every meridian in his body. The fifth soul slot did not merely fill. It rooted. He felt growth as force, patience as momentum, healing as a kind of refusal to accept the world's preferred injuries. The bond thread shot from his chest to Jean Blumtide's heart in one clean sweep of light, and the moment it locked he understood two things at once. She had always been a guardian. She had been punished for acting like one. Jean cried out, not in pain alone. In expansion, cracks of pale green light raced across her skin like sunlight through leaves. The hemp cloth at her shoulders split as spiritual form and mortal shell stopped agreeing on where her outline ended. Vines burst from the wet earth around her ankles, twining upward without touching. Her hair lengthened, dark with river green beneath it. For a flashing heartbeat, Wei Liang saw the old shape layered over the current one. Antlered canopy spirit, bark-marked arms, eyes full of old rain and medicinal dawn. Then the two forms folded together rather than choosing between themselves. She remained a girl. She remained a spirit. She became both. The clearing exploded into growth. Trees in a 200-meter radius surged skyward so fast bark screamed. Ferns leapt waist-high to overtop the marshals. Moss flooded broken stone. The split cedar wall sealed itself, then grew wider, roots pushing outward in thick coils that lifted two marshals clean off their feet. Vines twisted around spear shafts and tribunal tags, not crushing them, but taking ownership of every surface they touched. The marshals broke formation. Sable laughed like a lit fuse and slammed a controlled plume of heat into the white restraints still forming around Wei Liang's hands. The seals warped and peeled away. Lian's ice snapped out low along the mud, turning stable footing into mirrored hazard under the marshal's boots. Xia vanished into the new shade and reappeared behind the left flank long enough to cut 3 array tokens from a belt before anyone saw the motion. Xianxia moved at last. He raised 2 fingers and a line of white authority chi dropped from canopy to earth, clean enough to slice roots mid-growth. For massive vine split. A young cedar crashed sideways. The marshals used the opening to regroup. Wei Liang inhaled, and the world inhaled with him. 5 bonds. Ice steadied his thinking. Fire drove force into motion. Lightning sharpened sequence. Shadow gave him awareness of openings and concealment. Wood flooded the whole structure with resilience and living reach. The resonance field around his body expanded in a green-edged sphere, laced with 4 other colors, every active partner suddenly clearer than they had been a breath before. Then his cultivation broke through. The pressure started at his dantian, then rose along the spine in a vertical rush of low resonance too broad to be contained by his old stage. He had been pressing toward the edge for days, maybe longer, building structure through each bond, each legal fight, each tactical survival. Woodlaw did not add raw power so much as make a new architecture possible. Foundation and intent aligned. Element and will aligned. Distance ceased being a barrier and became a solvable geometry. Void crossing. The name surfaced in his mind with the ugly clarity of rank recognition. Space around him folded 1 finger width. That was all. 1 finger width of local displacement. Enough to move his shoulder out of the path of a martial blade before the blade completed its cut. Enough to understand what the rank offered. Not teleportation. Not miracle. A negotiation with distance. Jean, still glowing green through the seams of her restored spirit markings, stared at him. Did we both just get promoted? Yes, he said, and stepped 3 feet sideways through a gap that should not have fit a body. The nearest marshal swore. Wei Liang struck with an open palm, not to break bone, but to drive a 5-law pulse into the marshal's chest plate and throw him back into the root wall. Wood anchored the impact. Fire accelerated it. Ice kept the force narrow. Lightning chose the shortest internal route. Shadow hid the true vector until contact. The armor rang like a bell. Across the clearing, Jean Blumtide threw out 1 arm. The ground answered. Thick medicinal creepers burst from the mud under a martial formation plate and wrapped both ankles, then the knees, then the waist. He cut 2, 3, for vines. 8 more replaced them. Jean's laughter broke free this time, raw and disbelieving. I remember this, she said. Jean Selim looked at her as if watching a sealed disaster reopen. Contain the new bond, he ordered. Bad choice. The moment he named her as target, every instinct in the clearing aligned. Lian moved to Jean's left flank with blade and frost. Sable surged right with banked fire. Xia appeared behind the root line nearest the arbiter himself, not striking, just reminding him that his back was no longer private. Wei Liang saw the shape form and chose not to over-control it. This mattered, not because 5 against 7 were unbeatable, but because the field itself had turned. The marshals were no longer arresting a disorganized cluster. They were pressing into a bonded unit with layered elements, local witness, and terrain that now loved one side more than the other. Xianxia saw it too. He did not retreat yet. He raised his hand toward the canopy and called down a white seal the size of a gate. Wei Liang answered with his new rank on instinct alone. He did not block the seal. He moved the distance beneath it. The world folded one armspan around his body. Not far. Not elegant. Enough. The seal hit empty air. Every warden in view looked at him with new respect and fresh concern. Because now the Dual-Soul Jade did not merely survive challenge. Now it was growing faster than the tribunal's timing. And Lord Arbiter Xianxia had just witnessed the fifth bond forge in open defiance of Heaven's Decree 7. Chapter 48. The battle ended without ending. No one in the clearing won a final advantage. No one landed the decisive strike that would fix history into one clean sentence. Instead, the field tilted, the tribunal recalculated, and Lord Arbiter Xianxia chose the kind of retreat that institutions prefer to call escalation. He stepped back from the root-broken mud, lifted one hand, and every marshal disengaged at once. It was disciplined enough to make Sable curse. "I hate competent enemies," she said. Xianxia looked at the transformed grove, at Zhen Blumtide's still glowing spirit marks, at the five-law resonance flickering around Wei Liang's body, and reached into his sleeve once more. This time he drew a writboard of white jade edged in black. The thing carried enough official chi that the wardens shifted uneasily, though it was not directed at them. "Witness," the arbiter said, voice carrying across the clearing and through the trees beyond it. "By authority of the Celestial Tribunal, under Heaven's Decree 7 and Emergency Cosmological Review Clauses, I issue Celestial Writ 17-9. Wei Liang, bearer of the fractured Dual-Soul Jade, is ordered to appear before the full tribunal panel within 30 days to answer charges of fate interference, unlawful bond proliferation, and cosmological destabilization." Law script burned across the jade board as he spoke. Failure to appear will convert inquiry status to fake criminal designation. Associated sects, clans, kingdoms, and preserves will be notified. Harboring the accused after the deadline will constitute obstruction of Heaven's order. Sable made a rude gesture with two fingers. Lian ignored the theatrics and asked the question that mattered. Can he enforce this across covenant boundaries? Willow's Pine answered before Xianxia could. He can notify. He cannot compel preserve compliance without a separate tribunal preserve conflict clause. He knows that. "I know enough," Xianxia said. Wei Liang met the arbiter's gaze. 30 days. "You should be grateful," the arbiter replied. "I am giving process another chance." "No, you are giving yourself time to gather a larger hammer." The corner of Xianxia's mouth moved almost enough to count as amusement. "And you are giving yourself time to gather more women." Zhen Blumtide stepped forward, green light rising along her arms again. "Try saying that in a more contemptuous tone. Perhaps the forest will laugh." The arbiter did not dignify her with an answer. Instead, he raised the writboard and drove its base into the mud. The board rooted itself upright in the clearing with a sound like a temple bell heard underwater. "The writ stands," he said. "It will remain as witness notice until your departure." Then he looked at Wei Liang with cold precision. "If you complete the artifact before the hearing, you may force a legal category none of us want tested. If you fail, the panel will carve the jade out of your corpse and close this era's mistake." He inclined his head once. "Choose efficiency." With that, he turned. The marshals withdrew around him in disciplined silence, leaving behind cracked roots, broken mud, and one impossible sentence anchored in white jade. No one moved for several breaths. Then Sable walked up to the writboard, read it top to bottom, and kicked mud at the base. "Fake criminal," she said. "That is so theatrical it almost circles back to stupid." "Do not touch the board itself," Wei Liang said. "I know. I was insulting it from a safe distance." "Reasonable." He turned inward for one breath and tested the new structure of his cultivation. Void crossing was there, not settled, but real. The rank changed less about raw destruction than about spacing, field control, and the relationship between self and route. Combined with the 5 active laws, it widened his problem-solving range in ways he had not yet measured. It also came with a cost. His meridians ached as though roots had been threaded through them too quickly. The jade ran hot. The 5 bonds all felt clear, but the newest one had that slight instability all fresh structures carried before habit and trust thickened around them. Zhen Blumtide stood with both hands open, staring at the glowing bark lines crossing her wrists. "I can hear the grove sap moving," she said softly. "I haven't heard that since." She stopped. "No, longer than memory, longer than words." Wei Liang stepped beside her. How is your shell? Adjusted. Angry. Hungry. She looked at him. Connected. If the answer changes, say it. You really do make care sound procedural. It scales better that way. To his surprise, she laughed. Willow's Pine approached them across the grove. The writ is lawful as notice, however foul the timing. The preserve will not enforce it for the tribunal, but neither will we erase it. I was not going to ask you to, Wei Liang said. Good. Asking forests to forget is a poor strategy. Hollow Branch knelt by the broken cedar and set both palms to the wound. Fresh bark began to knit over the split. 30 days is not much. No, Wei Liang said. It is not. Lien sheathed her sword. How many more soul slots are active? He closed his eyes and tested the architecture. 5 lit. 5 dark. One of the dark had already shifted. The 6th is pulling west, he said. Not weakly. Not vaguely. West with metal law character and forge heat underneath it. Sable looked up at once. Another one already? The field grew with the 5th bond. That appears to have accelerated the next orientation. Xia emerged from the shade with 3 confiscated tribunal tokens hanging from one finger. If the hearing is in 30 days, then your best legal posture changes. Wei Liang nodded. Yes. The others looked at him. At full resonance, he said. The jade completes its original purpose. Completed ancestral artifacts enter a harder legal category. Destroying one becomes not emergency containment, but historical desecration, especially if all active bonds are consensual and documented. Lien understood first. So the hearings clock is also our campaign clock. Exactly. You Stormcrest's voice arrived then through the lightning bond, clear despite the distance, and carrying the clipped authority she used when already halfway through planning. I felt the breakthrough and the writ surge from the northern relay towers. Tell me I am not too late to be useful. Sable grinned. Your timing remains intolerably efficient. Wei Liang answered the bond. You are in time. The tribunal issued a 30-day appearance order. 5th bond formed. 6th slot points west. 3 breaths of silence. Then you said, good. At last the problem has become honest. Explain. It is no longer a moral panic. It is a campaign. Get out of the forest, regroup at the sect border, and bring me every map you own. If heaven wishes to schedule your destruction, we will schedule faster. The lightning thread pulsed and went quiet. Sable looked delighted. I do enjoy when she becomes frightening. Wei Liang studied the white writ board fixed in the mud. 30 days. 5 bonds gained, 5 still missing. Ancestral law, tribunal law, covenant law, kingdom law, sect law, all colliding in one moving corridor. He had wanted time. He had it now in the worst useful form. And somewhere west, in the mountains of furnaces and weapon songs, the 6th soul slot had already begun to answer. Chapter 49, they left the verdant deep under watch, and with more goodwill than anyone had expected that morning. Not affection. Forest preserves did not distribute affection cheaply. But witness had weight, and the wardens had seen both the tribunal's pressure and Jean Blumtide's choice in open ground. That altered the shape of departure. Willow's Pine walked them to the Covenant edge at dusk. You entered as a legal nuisance, he told Wei Liang. You depart as a precedent. I cannot yet tell which is worse. Those categories overlap often, Wei Liang said. Do not come back with an army. No plan currently requires one. That sentence contains too many escape routes. Fair. At the final standing stone, Jean paused and touched the barkleaf cut into its face. A thin line of green traveled under her fingers, then faded. She did not speak. Willow Pine did not either. Some partings existed in a register outsiders did not deserve translated. They recovered the horses exactly where Wei Liang had hoped to find them, grazing near a stream under the residual guidance marks he'd left in the reins. Jean viewed the animals with open skepticism until Sable shoved a handful of dried pear slices into her hand and said, If you fall off, we mock you only until the next crisis. Comforting, Jean said. She did not fall off. The sect border relay pavilion lay 2 days northwest of the preserve, where Azure Vale roads met the Kingdom courier lanes. You Stormcrest arrived there before they did, because of course she did. When Wei Liang's group rode into the courtyard at midday on the 2nd day, they found the pavilion turned into a campaign office. Maps covered the wall screens. Messenger birds lined the eaves in marked cages. 3 Stormvale aides sorted route tablets by region and transit risk. 2 Azure Vale scribes who had clearly expected a routine relay posting now looked as if their quiet careers had been attacked personally by logistics. You stood at the central table in travel armor under a formal cloak, silver hair pinned high, expression arranged into the kind of command focus that made lesser officials start apologizing before she addressed them. She looked up as they entered. Her gaze took in Jean's restored spirit marks, Wei Liang's altered aura, the general state of everyone's clothes, and the lack of any fatal injuries. You look inefficient, she said. The day had obstacles, Wei Liang replied. She accepted that and pointed at the table. Report. He did. Briefly. 5th bond formation. Jin Selim's personal appearance. Heaven's decree, 7 argument. Celestial writ. 30-day deadline. 6th slot pointing west. She interrupted only to clarify the exact legal language of the writ and whether the preserve had recognized witness status. When he finished, she nodded once. Good. Better than expected. Jin stared. What, in your world, counts as expected? Worse than this. Reasonable again. You slid a stack of marked route tablets across the table. I already started cross-referencing your likely remaining elemental partners based on the slot pattern and known law concentrations. We can be confident about 3 territories and make intelligent guesses at 2 more. Sable pulled one tablet closer. You did all that from one resonance surge. No. From your previous bond sequence, the ancestors archived elemental ordering notes, and the fact that the world remains obligingly patterned when one has enough information. She tapped the map. 5th was wood in the South Preserve. 6th is metal in the West Mountain sector. The strongest candidate region is the Iron Meridian Mountains, and, within them, the Anvil Covenant. Lien moved beside her. Weapon forgers. Yes. Metal law concentration, furnace culture, lineage records of repeated failed breakthroughs among elite disciples. One file in particular is interesting. You pulled a second tablet. Rue Ashmantle. Daughter of Grand Forgemaster Rue Senator repeated peak core stagnation for 2 years despite high talent markers and ideal resource access. Official diagnosis, root defect. Unofficial notes from merchants. She keeps breaking half-finished blades because she says the metal refuses to answer. Wei Liang took the tablet and read the merchant note twice. Not root defect, he said. Likely not, you agreed. Jin leaned over the map. You people turn lives into pins on paper with alarming speed. Only when time is short, you said. Welcome. Sit down. Jin stared at her for a beat, then obeyed as if the command had slipped past her defenses by wearing the clothing of competence rather than authority. Wei Liang pointed to the western ranges. Travel time. If you go directly with fast relay changes and no tribunal delay, 6 days. 7 if mountain weather turns. 5 if we burn favors in 3 jurisdictions and stop pretending this is a private matter. We should burn the favors, Sable said. We will, you replied. Sha had been silent since entering the pavilion, eyes on the edges of the room where shadows gathered under map shelves and travel screens. Now she spoke. The tribunal will watch western routes first. Yes, you said. So we use that. She moved 3 tokens onto the map. Public route. Main road from Azure Vale through Frostmere Toll Valleys, then Northwest Caravan Pass. We leaked that one. Secondary visible route. River Barge Registry through county transport offices. We leaked that one too. Actual route. Storm Courier Line to Black Reed Crossing, then the Ash Miner ladders into the lower Iron Meridian Basin. Hard climb. Low traffic. No tribunal preference because civilized officials dislike mud. Sable smiled with open approval. I continue to enjoy your mind. Focus. Lien, read the route, then the alternatives. If we take the Ash Miner ladders, we lose carriage support. We gain 2 days and lose most formal checkpoints. Wei Liang looked at the remaining unlit slots through the Jade's internal architecture. 6th west. 7th carrying a distant fluid pull he could not yet place. 8th thin and strange. 9th dense and subterranean. 10th absent, or hidden under a veil he did not yet know how to read. This is not a cultivation problem, you said, placing both palms on the table. Everyone looked at her. It is a campaign. We have a 30-day deadline, 5 missing bonds, an enemy institution with transport superiority, and a legal condition that changes if we complete the artifact first. That means route control, information discipline, and sequence optimization matter as much as breakthroughs. Wei Liang nodded once. Agreed. Then hear the sequence. Today we rest 4 hours, resupply, and issue false route signals through 3 channels. Tonight we move. We do not return to Azure Vale sect except for document retrieval by proxy. We do not sleep twice in the same registered inn. We do not allow local magistrates to write our names unless forced. If anyone here has an objection, say it now so I can assign around it. No one spoke. Jean raised one hand after a breath. I have a question. Ask. When did this become your life? You considered her. At birth, mostly. Jean nodded, as if that made a grim sort of sense. Wei Liang looked around the table at the people now tied to the same moving deadline by law, choice, bond, or stubbornness. 5 down. 5 to go. 30 days to reach a hearing he intended to alter before arrival. Outside the relay pavilion, Messenger birds burst from the eaves in 3 different directions, carrying lies that would soon become useful. And far to the west, the 6th soul slot answered the map with a hard metallic pull like a hammer, striking an anvil in the dark. Chapter 50. The Iron Meridian Mountains looked forged rather than grown. Even from the lower basin paths, the range rose in layered black-red ridges scored with old quarry cuts, furnace vents, and mineral seams that flashed iron blue when the sun struck them. Smoke trailed from vent towers along the higher slopes. At night, you said, the whole mountain face glowed in bands where the Anvil Covenant kept earthfire channels running under the foundries. They were still 2 valleys away, traveling under minor cloaks and dust veils, when the 6th soul slot changed from directional pull to rhythmic pressure. Metal. Strained metal. A hammer raised, paused, raised again. Wei Liang slowed on the narrow ledge path and touched 2 fingers to the center of his chest. She's close. You looked up from the route slate in her hand. Distance. Within the mountain sector. Not this ridge, but near enough that the slot is reading activity rather than only location. Lian scanned the smoke bands. Forge activity? Cultivation stress layered through forge activity. He searched for the right phrasing. It feels like someone trying to force an answer from material that keeps refusing to lie. Zhen, walking the edge path with infuriating balance despite only 3 days of travel experience on mountain roads, looked over. You say strange sentences with such confidence. The slot uses strange sensations. Then the woman at the other end must be having a bad day. That, Wei Liang suspected, was an understatement. The ash miner ladders had done their work. They had climbed through soot gullies, slept once in an abandoned blasting shelter, and passed 3 checkpoints without ever presenting the names the tribunal had likely circulated by now. Use false routes had also worked. Twice they had seen official riders heading toward road systems the group had never touched. Now the problem changed from evasion to entry. The Anvil Covenant held the central mountain forge city of Red Crucible, a place half sect and half industrial state. Outsiders entered for trade, commission work, or challenge rights. They did not casually wander into forging compounds asking whether the Grand Forgemaster's daughter happened to be a hidden elemental match for an ancient soul artifact. Sable kicked loose a pebble and watched it bounce into the ravine. So what is the elegant plan? You answered without looking up. We do not begin with elegance. We begin with access. She handed Wei Liang a copied merchant bulletin stamp 2 days earlier at Blackreed Crossing. Rue Ashmantle has failed her breakthrough again, you said. The mountain gossip line is very active. 3rd furnace collapse in 6 weeks. 2 shattered spearhead prototypes. 1 broken soul-forged saber. Her father reportedly told the Covenant elders yesterday that if she cannot reach soul awakening before the autumn weapons convocation, he will remove her from succession review. Sable whistled. Supportive family structure. Weapon sects are sentimental only about metal. Wei Liang read the bulletin. The wording was merchant dramatic, but the pattern matched the slot's pressure exactly. Repeated attempts, repeated refusal, and a law character that sounded less defective than mismatched. If she is forcing a metal law breakthrough against an unanswered resonant structure, he said, then every attempt is making the problem more rigid. Lian glanced at him. Can you fix that by proximity alone? Unknown. Probably not. But proximity will clarify the structure. You rolled the route slate closed. Then the first objective is simple. Get inside Red Crucible. See Rue Ashmantle before her next forge cycle. Do it without alerting her father or the Covenant elders unless the contact succeeds. And if it fails? Sha asked. Then we leave before becoming a formal political problem. No one commented on the optimism deficit. It was correctly calibrated. They reached the lower market town by dusk, where miners, caravan brokers, and forge couriers exchanged ore, food, charcoal, and rumors under a haze of metallic dust. The whole settlement smelled like wet stone and hot tools. Hammers rang from somewhere uphill with the steady cadence of a city whose religion included manufacture. Wei Liang felt the 6th slot jolt so hard, he had to steady himself on a hitching post. Above the market, on a terrace cut into the mountain, a tower window flashed with white-orange furnace light. Then a sound rolled down over the town. Not explosion, not collapse. A blade screaming while it broke. Every smith in earshot winced. One old or broker muttered, "Young Mistress Rue again." That was useful. Wei Liang turned toward the sound. The 6th slot thrummed in hard, frustrated pulses, metal law under pressure, and a will behind it that refused to accept the diagnosis handed to her. He could almost taste the shape of her cultivation. Precision. Honor. A demand that material answer cleanly. And underneath all of it, a locked chamber waiting for a key none of her teachers had recognized. You followed his gaze to the upper forge terraces. Found her. Yes. Good. Then we make contact before the family closes ranks. As if in answer, the terrace bells above the town began to ring. Not marketplace bells. Summons bells. A runner shoved through the crowd shouting. All accredited smiths and witnesses to the upper furnace court. Young Mistress Rue has challenged the defect judgment. Sable grinned. Well, that solves access. Wei Liang looked up at the glowing terraces, at the forged city carved into the mountain, and at the place where the sixth soul slot was now hammering against his ribs hard enough to hurt. Rue Ashmantle had chosen the worst possible time to fight her whole sect, which, given the pattern of his life, meant they had arrived exactly on schedule. Chapter 51 The Upper Furnace Court of Red Crucible was built to turn argument into spectacle. Stone tiers climbed the inside of a volcanic bowl where 10 forge platforms stood around a central channel of red-gold earth fire. Smiths, disciples, or merchants, hired guards, and visiting commissioners packed the benches in soot-dark clothing and metal-threaded sashes, all of them looking down at the main platform where a shattered saber lay in 3 neat pieces beside a woman standing as rigid as a spear haft. Rue Ashmantle. The sixth soul slot hit Wei Liang like a hammer to the sternum the moment he saw her. She was taller than he expected, broad-shouldered in the clean way of someone raised around furnaces rather than gardens. Dark hair braided high and bound with 2 iron pins, forearms marked by pale old burns she clearly treated as irrelevant. Her jaw was set hard enough to imply either discipline or ongoing homicide. Probably both. Across from her stood an older man in black and bronze forge robes with silver in his beard and enough authority in his posture that no one needed to ask his title. Grand Forge Master Rue's son, then. Behind him waited 3 Covenant elders and an outer ring of weapon disciples carrying inspection tablets. I reject the defect judgment, Rue said. She did not shout. The statement struck the bowl harder because she didn't need to. Rue's expression held the endurance of a man who had repeated the same argument too often. You reject result because you dislike it. Metal does not alter for dislike. Metal also does not answer lies. A murmur passed through the benches. Wei Liang and the others stayed near the outer entry while you bought them legitimacy by speaking first to the clerk stationed below the arena stairs. Within 2 minutes, they were no longer suspicious travelers, but a minor Western Commission party seeking custom cultivation tools, with the Stormveil Princess presented as the sponsor and Wei Liang listed as the party's record keeper. Bureaucracy remained one of the cleaner disguises in the world. The clerk, faced with seals and money, stamped them through. Sable leaned toward Wei Liang as they moved to the visitor rail. We are really watching a public family argument to meet your next impossible woman. We are observing a weapons sect's internal diagnostic procedure, he said. That sentence is why I let you do the talking. At the center platform, one elder lifted a fracture rod and touched it to the broken saber. Metal memory rang out in notes too sharp for mortal ears alone. Rue's failure was displayed in the floating script above the blade. Core instability, resonance drift, improper convergence, structural contradiction. The watching smiths nodded the way people nod when a technical diagnosis confirms a disappointment they have already rehearsed. Wei Liang did not nod. The sixth slot carried too much coherence for root defect. He watched Rue's posture instead. Not defeated. Furious, yes. Cornered, certainly. But not confused. She looked at the script the way a mathematician might look at an equation written with the wrong axiom and be forced to explain the error to people who controlled the room. That was more useful than any public report. Rue's son concluded the session with one heavy sentence. Until the autumn weapons convocation, Rue Ashmantle is suspended from succession review and restricted to supervised forge access. Further private breakthrough attempts are prohibited. This time the murmur widened. Rue's right hand clenched. For one heartbeat, Wei Liang thought she would attack the inspection table. Instead, she bowed the minimum permitted angle, turned, and walked off the platform while the broken saber still glowed at her feet. Sable exhaled through her teeth. I would have thrown something. She may still, Jin said. You handed the stamped commission slate back to the clerk and said, now. The timing was correct. Formal humiliation created openings that polished social settings did not. They approached the lower administration terrace, while visiting commissioners queued for intake. An apprentice in ash-colored robes took their request and disappeared uphill with the slate. He returned with a frown. Liaison assignment, Rue Ashmantle. Sable grinned. Look at that. Fate likes efficiency after all. No, you said. I paid extra. Also efficient. Rue arrived 10 minutes later with forge gloves still tucked into her belt and enough restrained irritation in her posture that even the apprentice retreated 2 steps before announcing the meeting. Her eyes moved over the group once. Lian's frost-carried reserve. Sable's open fire. Use unmistakable authority. Zhen's still fresh spirit marks. Sha's silence. Then Wei Liang. The sixth slot pulsed like struck metal. Rui's eyes narrowed. Mixed affiliations, she said. Stormveil support colors. Frostmere discipline. Fire law rogue habits. Forest covenant residue. And one of you smells like Ghost Lantern Hall training. Her gaze settled on Sha. We blacklisted your order 30 years ago. Sha said. A sensible decision. Rui seemed almost disappointed not to get more resistance out of that. You requested custom cultivation tools, she said. We did. You replied, passing over the commission slate. Travel set, adaptable materials, multi-law tolerance, discrete carrying geometries. Rui scanned the list and gave it back. That is a real order. Yes. Which means either you're strange clients, or this is a pretext with effort behind it. Those are not mutually exclusive categories, Wei Liang said. Her gaze snapped to him at once, more because he had chosen precision than because he had spoken. And you are? Wei Liang. Scribe by training. No, you're not. Sable covered her mouth to hide the start of laughter. Wei Liang asked, which part do you object to? The part where scribes stand as if they inventory exits before greetings. Rui folded her arms. And the part where your party is carrying enough distinct law signatures to start a border incident. Zhen looked delighted. I like her. Rui ignored the comment and tapped the commission slate with one finger. You want an audience with the Covenant's workshops, you go through me. That means you tell me now whether your real problem is political, technical, or criminal. You answered first. Technical. Rui's eyes moved to her. That answer was too fast. Because it is accurate. It can also be incomplete. Wei Liang said. At present it is the only category I am willing to defend. Rui stared at him for one long beat. Then, to everyone's mild surprise, she gave a short nod. Fine. You want workshop access, you will get the outer foundries, tool review hall, and non-lineage archives. You do not enter central succession forges. You do not ask apprentices about internal politics. You do not touch active billets without permission. If any of your companions steal, challenge, seduce, sabotage, or set anything on fire, I bill the sponsor. Sable looked offended. You listed those too casually. Experience, Rui said. That earned her the first real smile from Lien all day, faint and gone fast. As they followed Rui up the terrace stairs toward the commissioner quarters, Wei Liang let the sixth slot's rhythm settle into memory. Not defective. Not broken. Misheard. He had suspected it from the reports. Seeing her confirmed it. Metal law answered her already. The problem was that everyone around her was teaching metal as obedience, and Rui Ashmantel's spirit was built for conversation with force, not domination of it. She opened the door to a narrow stone guest hall and said, You have 3 days before your order loses Q priority. If you waste my time, I will return the sponsor's silver and recommend you try a market smith with lower standards. You said, and if our time is used well. Rui's expression did not shift. Then perhaps I will downgrade my opinion of you from suspicious to tolerable. She turned to leave. The sixth slot struck once, hard enough that Wei Liang almost spoke on instinct. He stopped himself. Too early. Observation first. Rui Ashmantel paused in the doorway without looking back. One more thing, she said. The tribunal posted new circulars this morning. If any of your names are on them, tell me before someone else does. I dislike surprises when institutions start pretending they own a mountain. Then she left. You closed the door after her and looked at Wei Liang. Well, not root defect, he said. I assumed that from your face. She is hearing the metal. She's been trained to overrule it. Sable dropped onto a bench. Good. Then we annoy another authority figure by being correct. Wei Liang glanced toward the forge terraces where hammers still rang into evening. Rui had given them 3 days. If he failed to reach her before the tribunal's circulars reached her father in the right emotional order, the mountain would become hostile on a deadline. And the sixth soul slot, beating like a forge hard under his ribs, made one thing plain. Rui Ashmantel was closer to breaking than anyone in this city understood. Chapter 52 Rui Ashmantel's forge discipline was beautiful in the way a siege engine could be beautiful. Efficient. Powerful. Misapplied. Wei Liang spent the first day saying very little. That was not false humility. It was method. He watched Rui move through the outer foundries with the command presence of a woman everyone had expected to inherit half the mountain and who still behaved as if that future might be salvageable through force of competence alone. Apprentices straightened when she passed. Senior smiths gave her the complicated deference reserved for talented heirs in temporary disgrace. She missed nothing. She trusted no one. More important, she worked constantly. In the billet hall she tested or by touch, then by sound, then by chi strike at the spine. In the quench chamber, she adjusted mineral ratios by smell. At the shaping racks, she corrected a master's grip by 2 finger widths and improved his edge line on the second swing. Everything about her said mastery under pressure. Then she stepped to her own forge, and the entire rhythm shifted wrong. She commanded metal like an enemy position. Every strike imposed shape from the outside. Every infusion of chi came too early or too hard, as if she believed matter existed to yield rather than answer. The billet resisted in ways subtle enough that ordinary observers would call them bad luck, turbulence, or weak structure. Wei Liang watched the same pattern 3 times before breakfast. Rui was trying to force loyalty out of material that wanted listening instead. By noon he was certain. By evening he was irritated on her behalf. The second day changed nothing except his confidence. She repeated the pattern with a spearhead, a segmented whip link, and a ritual fastening ring meant for a spirit capture array. Each time the craftsmanship remained high. Each time the deeper resonance slipped half a measure out of alignment at the exact point where a true metal law cultivator should have paused to hear what the forming object was becoming. Lien stood beside him at the observation rail above the central forge and said quietly, "You have that look." "Which one?" "The one you wear before telling someone an unpleasant truth they do not want." "Accurate." "Will she attempt murder?" "Maybe." "Good to know." Wei Liang waited until the 3rd afternoon, when Rui dismissed her assistants after another failed soul steel blade blank split across the grain. The forge platform emptied. Furnace wind rolled up through the vent channels. Sparks drifted red around her shoulders as she stared at the ruined blank like it had insulted her family. He stepped down onto the platform. Rui did not turn. Commissioners are not allowed in succession forges. "Then it is fortunate I am here as a technical observer. No one appointed you." "True." That got her to look at him. "Do you enjoy making your own authority?" she asked. "Only where necessary." Rui set the ruined blank on the anvil. "You have 1 sentence before I decide whether this is interference." He looked at the metal, then at the hammer in her hand. "You are forging as if metal's highest virtue is obedience," he said. "It is not. Metal's highest virtue is answer." The silence after that had edges. Rui blinked once. "No." He continued anyway. "You impose form before listening for structure. Your chi enters at the dominance phase instead of the recognition phase. You are trying to make every billet become the blade you planned before the billet tells you what it can become." Rui stared at him as if he had grown a second head. "You are a scribe. Among other things." "A scribe?" "Yes." She took 1 step closer. "And from your extensive expertise in forge lineage metal law, you have decided to explain my craft to me on my own platform?" "I have decided to explain your failure pattern." The hammer left her hand. Not by accident. She threw it at his head. Wei Liang had reached void crossing 3 days earlier, which in this case was useful. He folded distance 1 shoulder width to the left. The hammer passed through the place his face had been and embedded itself in a post hard enough to split old ironwood. Rui looked at the post, then at him, then narrowed her eyes further. "Annoying. Your aim is good." That was not praise. No, it was data. For a moment, he thought she might throw the anvil next. Instead, she laughed once in pure disbelief and stalked past him to wrench the hammer free. "Listen carefully, record keeper," she said. "I have had sect elders, itinerant masters, foreign consultants, clan guests, and 1 deranged sword saint explain my failure pattern. I have had diagrams, pills, meditations, furnace resets, root scans, bloodline purges, ancestral chanting, and a monk who told me to stop desiring success. Not one of them fixed anything. So if your contribution is that I should listen to the metal, understand that I learned that phrase before I was old enough to lift this hammer." Wei Liang let her finish. Then he said, "You learned the phrase. You were not taught the method." That stopped her harder than the thrown weapon had stopped him. "Explain," she said, and the word came out more dangerous than the hammer. "When you strike in the 3rd phase, you lead with certainty. Metal hears that as closure. It hardens against you. The right entry point for your cultivation is earlier. You have to feel the internal willingness of the material before you commit intent. Not what shape you want. What shape it is trying to become under heat and/or memory." Rui's jaw tightened. "You are inventing mysticism to flatter a failure." "No. I am describing what your own law is already telling you every time you leave half a beat too much space before the second strike." Now she looked startled despite herself. "Good. You pause there," he continued, "because some part of you hears the answer and rejects it as inefficiency. Then you swing harder to compensate. Then the structure fractures." Rui said nothing for several breaths. At last she turned away, set a fresh billet into the coals, and said, "1 demonstration. Not concession. Test." Wei Liang accepted the category. When the billet reached orange-white, Rui drew it out and set it on the anvil between them. Show me recognition phase, she said. I do not have your law. Then use words better than average. Also fair. He watched the color run through the metal and spoke at the cadence of her breathing. Do not begin with the edge. Begin with the spine. There. He pointed as the heat shifted. The ore remembers compression on the left side from poor smelting. If you command symmetry now, it will split later to punish your impatience. First strike shallow. Not to shape. To ask. Rue gave him a look that promised future violence if this was nonsense, then struck. The note that rang from the billet changed. Not by much. Enough. Rue heard it. He saw it in the way her shoulders stilled. Again, he said. Same place. Let the reply settle before you decide the next line. She obeyed. Second note. Cleaner. Third strike, lower. Fourth on the far side. No domination phase yet. Only structure. By the seventh strike the billet had not become a blade. It had, however, stopped resisting her. Rue stepped back from the anvil as if it had insulted physics. That, she said carefully, was different. Yes. And I hate that you are right. That response is common. She threw the hammer again. This time he saw it coming soon enough to catch the handle. Rue stared at the caught hammer, then at him, and for the first time since they met, her anger shifted categories. No longer dismissal. Now interest. Who are you, she asked. The forge bells above the terrace chose that moment to ring the posting hour, when notices from courier towers were fixed to the public boards. Rue looked toward the bells, then back at him. Do not leave the guest hall tonight, she said. I need to confirm whether the mountain has just learned your name from someone other than you. She took her hammer back and strode out before he could answer. On the anvil behind her, the half-shaped billet rested in one clean, unbroken line. And the sixth soul slot, steady as a forged ring cooling in water, told Wei Liang she would not sleep before finding him again. Chapter 53. Rue found him after midnight. Not in the guest hall, because he had obeyed her instruction only in the technical sense. He remained inside commissioner quarters until the mountain entered its third watch and the forge districts quieted into the lower rhythm of banked heat and maintenance crews. Then he walked the upper corridor that overlooked the private workshops, carrying a lantern and his notes so that anyone seeing him could classify the movement as insomnia rather than conspiracy. Metal law resonance met him halfway. It came through the floor stones first, a clean, repeating vibration like a hammer striking the exact center of an anvil deep below. Not loud. Perfect. He stopped in the corridor and let the sixth soul slot answer. The reply rang under his ribs in the same pattern. 2 beats later a side door opened and Rue Ashmantle stepped out into the corridor in plain black practice clothes. No formal pins, no gloves, no expression at all except the kind that meant she had been thinking too quickly for too long. So it is real, she said. Wei Liang lifted the lantern a fraction. What is this? She crossed the distance between them in 6 hard strides and stopped close enough that the sixth slot nearly hurt. Every time you are near, the forge floor changes. Not the sound outside. The structure underneath. My workshop tools stop arguing. Billets I could not stabilize for 2 years stop resonating against me like I have finally stepped into the correct room. He said nothing. Rue's eyes narrowed. Do not make me drag the answer out of you. You already know the shape of it. I know resonance. I know foundational harmony. I know what happens when 2 arrays share a load-bearing frequency. This feels like that, except alive. She put one hand flat against the wall between them. When you passed below my workshop an hour ago, every unfinished piece on my rack answered at once. The sixth slot pulsed bright agreement. Rue looked at his chest, then up at his face. You are carrying an active pairing artifact. Yes. How many? 5 active bonds. No point lying once the technical category was open. She absorbed it with less shock than Jun had, which made sense. Metal law practitioners lived inside structure recognition. To Rue, the impossible still needed to fit together cleanly, but once it did, denial wasted effort. And I am the sixth. Yes. Rue stepped back and laughed once, soft and furious. Of course. That is exactly the kind of cosmic insult my month required. You may reject it. That surprised her more than the admission itself. Can I? The bond requires consent. Then why does my forge already answer when you walk past? Because compatibility and consent are different things. One can exist without the other. Rue stared at him for a long moment. I appreciate that sentence more than I want to. Reasonable. He opened his notes and showed her the simplest of the old diagrams, one copied from the Heaven-Weaving archive before the tribunal locked down most of the commentary. 10 soul slots. Elemental correspondence. Bilateral advancement. No hidden command phrases. No coercion marks. Rue read quickly. The tribunal outlawed this 3 centuries ago. Why? Officially because it interferes with solitary destiny. Unofficially because institutions dislike bonds they do not assign. Rue's mouth tightened. That sounds accurate enough to be insulting. He told her the short version of the current situation. Inquiry protection. Jin Selim's appearance. The 30-day writ. The legal value of a completed artifact. He did not dramatize it. The facts already carried sufficient weight. When he finished, Rue leaned against the corridor pillar and closed her eyes for one breath. So if I walk away, she said, I keep my mountain, my current enemies, and my current cultivation problem. Yes. And if I do not, then your problem changes form. That is not a promise of improvement. No. Rue opened her eyes. Good. I distrust promises made in corridors after midnight. Below them, some unseen furnace draft shifted. The lantern flame bent and then steadied. Show me one thing, Rue said. What? Not a theory. Evidence. She gestured toward the private workshop door behind her. Come inside and stand by the east rack. He did. Her workshop was cleaner than the public platforms, every tool placed with near-military precision. Half-finished weapons hung on the east rack in labeled order. Saber blank, crescent spearhead, articulated gauntlet plates, ritual nails, chain blade links. Rue did not touch any of them. She simply stood opposite Wei Liang and said, Now breathe. He breathed. The sixth slot answered. All 5 half-finished pieces on the rack rang in the same instant. Not loud. Structural. A tone so exact it bypassed the ear and landed in bone. Rue's face changed. No longer suspicion. Recognition. I knew it, she said. She crossed to the rack, lifted the saber blank that had failed that afternoon, and held it out between them. This billet has refused every finishing sequence I tried. Her voice was quieter now. Do not touch it. Just stand there. He obeyed. Rue raised her hammer. This time she did not impose. She listened. He saw the moment she entered recognition phase, the slight stillness before intent. Then she struck once, shallow and precise. The saber blank answered with a clear silver note. Rue did not smile. The breakthrough was too close for that. But something in her chest eased one notch. I am going to ask an unreasonable question, she said. Proceed. If my whole sect has been wrong about me for 2 years, how many people do I owe an apology to after I prove it? Possibly none. That startled the laugh out of her before she could prevent it. Good, she said, because I was not planning to begin there. The corridor bell rang once outside. Posting hour complete. Official notices fixed. Rue's expression hardened again. I checked the public board before coming here. Your name is on the morning tribunal circular. Not as condemned yet. As monitored. She met his gaze directly. By sunrise my father will read it. Wei Liang nodded. Then sunrise decides whether this stays a technical matter or becomes a political one. Rue set the half-finished saber down with unusual care. I need 4 hours, she said, either to solve one problem or to choose a better one. Then she opened the workshop's inner furnace vents, and molten light rolled across the floor like dawn arriving from underground. If Rue Ashmantle stayed in this room until sunrise, she would either touch the truth of her cultivation for the first time in years or be dragged back under her family's judgment with full tribunal paperwork in hand. And the 6th soul slot, ringing with that exact center anvil note, made plain which outcome the Jade expected to meet. Chapter 54 Sunrise reached red crucible in bands of furnace gold and mountain ash. By then half the city already knew 2 things. Rue Ashmantle had locked herself in a private workshop through the last watch. The tribunal had posted monitored person circulars bearing Wei Liang's name on every official board before dawn. Rumor did the rest. Wei Liang went to the Eastern Forge Terrace because waiting in the guest hall would have been a form of self-deception. You came with him because the political shape had turned. Lien, Sable, Zhan, and Sha distributed themselves across the approach routes the way people do when everyone has silently accepted that negotiation may fail by the second sentence. Rue's workshop doors stood open. Inside, the night's labor covered every surface. Notes in charcoal on stone, failed edge sketches, heat ratios, or memory diagrams. 3 broken practice billets. 1 finished gauntlet ring of pale, silver metal resting on the anvil like a captive moon. Rue stood beside it, exhausted and sharper than sleep would have allowed. She had not changed clothes. Her braid had half fallen apart. Her eyes, though, were clear in a way they had not been the day before. You were right, she said the moment Wei Liang crossed the threshold. Sable, from the doorway, stage whispered, mark the calendar. Rue ignored her. Recognition before imposition. Structure before form. I ran the sequence 31 times. 29 failures because I panicked and forced it. 2 successes. She touched the silver ring. This is 1. Wei Liang looked at the ring without reaching for it. The 6th slot pulsed in direct answer. What is it for? A living gauntlet anchor. Half weapon, half declaration. Rue's mouth flattened. Also proof that my cultivation route is not defective and my teachers have been listening to iron more poorly than a child. That last sentence had not finished echoing when heavy steps sounded in the corridor. Grand Forgemaster Rue's son entered with 4 Covenant elders and 6 weapon disciples behind him. He saw Wei Liang first, then the open workshop, then the half-finished notes, then the silver ring. His face closed like a furnace gate. So it is true, he said. Rue straightened. Father. Rue's son held up the tribunal circular, now crumpled at one edge from the force with which it had been folded. Monitored artifact bearer. Active inquiry subject. Possible cosmological offender. You brought this man into succession workspace while the mountain remained uninformed. I brought a technical observer into a technical problem. You brought tribunal attention to my house. You stepped in before the accusation could settle into unopposed fact. The tribunal had his name before we entered Red Crucible. Their surveillance is their choice, not ours. Rue's son recognized rank on sight and bowed the minimum courtesy due a princess without conceding the ground of the argument. Highness, you have involved yourself in a mountain lineage dispute under false commercial pretenses. Under practical ones, you corrected. Rue moved one step closer to the amble ring. The pretense became unnecessary the moment I proved the diagnosis wrong. One elder leaned in to inspect the silver ring and stopped short. Who forged this? I did, Rue said. Under whose guidance? She did not answer quickly enough. That was enough. Rue-sen's gaze snapped back to Wei Liang. Detain him. The weapon disciples moved. Rue moved faster. She stepped between them and Wei Liang without planning to, exactly as Jun Bloomtide had stepped between Marshal and Scribe in the forest. Not because she had reached a final philosophical answer. Because unfair force offended the structure she lived by, and her body chose the line before her mind finished counting consequences. No, Rue said. The 6th soul slot broke open. Metal law did not blaze outward like fire or flood like wood. It rang. The sound hit the workshop in a single perfect note that made every blade, hook, tong, hammer, and furnace brace answer at once. White-silver geometry flashed around Wei Liang's chest and Rue's outstretched arm. The bond thread formed not as a vine or flame, but as a forged line, bright and clean, hammered into existence by mutual recognition crossing into choice in the one breath where she refused to yield him. Rue gasped. Her cultivation surged upward with terrifying precision. Every stalled attempt of the last 2 years aligned in one instant. All the false diagnoses collapsing under the actual structure that had been waiting for the right resonance key. Metal law poured through her meridians and shears of silver light formed around her wrist bone, forearm, then condensed into a crystallized ring gauntlet that locked itself around her right arm from palm to elbow. Void crossing. The rank landed on her like a forged verdict. Rue-sen stared. So did the elders. The disciples halted because no one had trained them for the proper etiquette of arresting a monitored man at the exact instant your heir solved a 2-year cultivation impasse by forming a bond your institution had never prepared to categorize. Wei Liang felt the 6 law field settle around him. Ice, fire, lightning, shadow, wood, metal. The architecture changed again. Metal brought structural integrity to the whole resonance array, making the previously active laws feel less like a coalition and more like a forged framework. Void crossing deepened a second time under the strain, not yet another breakthrough, but a thickening of mastery. Rue looked at the living gauntlet on her arm, flexed her fingers once, and said with awe sharpened by outrage, "You were all wrong." One elder whispered, "Soul awakening wall." Gone, Rue said. Grand Forgemaster Rue-sen's face had gone unreadable in the worst possible way, not empty, but overfull. Pride, shock, anger, relief, humiliation, and tactical dread all trying to occupy the same square foot of expression. Daughter, he said, and every title and feeling in the mountain hid behind the one word. Rue met his gaze without flinching. Do not call this defect again. He did not. But outside, from the lower public court, warning gongs started to ring as more people saw the tribunal circulars and the workshop's silver surge lit the upper terrace windows all at once. Rue Ashmantle had just broken through in full public consequence. And the mountain now had minutes, perhaps less, before deciding whether to celebrate, deny, or surrender the man standing at the center of the result. Chapter 55 Grand Forgemaster Rue-sen cleared the workshop in 20 heartbeats. Not with shouting, with rank. The elders withdrew first, pulling stunned disciples with them. The corridor guards sealed the outer threshold. You escorted Sable back one step with nothing more than a look that translated into, "Do not start the wrong war in the right room." Lian stayed. Sha stayed. Jin stayed because no one had yet succeeded in telling her to leave anything she found interesting. At last the workshop held only the necessary people and the echo of the bond note still humming in every hanging tool. Rui's son looked at his daughter, then at Wei Liang, then at the silver gauntlet crystallized over Rui's forearm. Demonstrate, he said. Rui did not ask what he meant. She turned to the central billet stand, selected un or bar from the failure rack, heated it with one controlled pulse of furnace qi, and set it on the anvil. This time she entered recognition phase without hesitation. First strike, inquiry. Second, agreement. Third, line. Metal answered. Not grudgingly. Not late. Cleanly. By the 12th strike the ore bar had become a narrow, flawless climbing blade with a reinforcement spine impossible at her former stage. Rui's son took the blade from the tongs when she offered it. He tested flex, edge, and internal note with his thumb. Then he closed his eyes once. 2 years, he said. No one answered. What reply existed to that? He had watched his daughter fail, diagnosed her wrong, and now held proof that the flaw had never been her root. Rui broke the silence herself. Yes. The word carried neither softness nor revenge. Only fact. Rui's son set the finished blade down with more care than he had used on his own temper 5 minutes earlier. The tribunal circular identifies him as a monitored artifact bearer under active inquiry. By mountain protocol, that requires immediate internal report and transfer decision. Then your protocol is poorly timed, Jin said. No one acknowledged the remark, though it remained accurate. You stepped forward. Transfer without final adjudication would place the Covenant on the side of summary seizure during a live inquiry. If you do that after your daughter's breakthrough was enabled through direct technical contact with the same monitored subject, the legal record will frame Red Crucible as beneficiary and betrayer in the same breath. Rui Sen's gaze flicked to her. Highness, mountain houses do not govern themselves by fear of wording. Everyone governs themselves by wording once the right person is writing. Wei Liang let that land before he added his own piece. Grand Forge Master, I am not asking for shelter. I am naming the categories clearly. If you hand me to the tribunal now, the same report that records your daughter's breakthrough will also record that it occurred immediately before you surrendered the catalyst responsible for correcting your lineage's public error. Rui's mouth twitched in a way that suggested the phrase public error pleased her. And if I refuse transfer, Rui's son said, the tribunal marks the Covenant as obstructive. Temporarily, you said, unless you also publicly claim the breakthrough as evidence of lawful bilateral resonance. Then the issue becomes doctrinal rather than criminal, and the tribunal has to spend time on argument. Sable folded her arms. We keep returning to the delightful fact that time is expensive for our enemies. Ruisin ignored that and looked only at his daughter. What do you want? The room held. Rui Ashmantle had, for the first time in perhaps her entire adult life, enough leverage that everyone had to wait for her answer. She looked at her gauntlet. At the anvil. At Wei Liang. At her father. I want the truth entered into mountain record, she said. Not a defect. Wrong method. Wrong doctrine. Wrong diagnosis. Ruisin absorbed the demand without flinching. That can be done. I also want succession suspension lifted. If today's result holds through formal verification, it will be. And I want no disciple punished for assisting me during the last 2 years when they thought they were helping a flawed heir instead of a misread one. Agreed. She nodded once, then met Wei Liang's gaze directly. And I want to leave. Even prepared for it. Her father still looked as if someone had driven a nail into the table between them. For how long, he asked. Long enough to see what this bond was trying to solve before all of you kept naming it wrong. She flexed the silver gauntlet and metal law rang softly through the workshop. Long enough to come back with answers this mountain cannot dismiss. Rui's son let out a slow breath through his nose. There are moments when a patriarch becomes a father by losing an argument. This was close to one. I will not hand him to the tribunal, he said at last. Sable smiled. You did not, because she had expected that answer 2 minutes earlier and was already thinking beyond it. I also will not shelter your party under mountain protection, Rui's son continued. Red Crucible is watched now. If you remain, you turn my daughter's correction into a siege condition. He looked at Wei Liang with something very close to reluctant respect. Leave by dawn. Take my daughter if she insists. The mountain will record her departure as personal technical pilgrimage, not exile and not expulsion. Rui inclined her head. Accepted. Wei Liang nodded once. That is a rational settlement. Do not compliment me as if this were account balancing, Rui's son said. That was not a compliment. It was classification. Rui Ashmantle laughed, sharp and brief, and for the first time it sounded like relief had been allowed into the room. Outside the workshop, distant bells marked the changing watch. Dawn was not far. You unrolled a route slate at once. If departure is fixed, then we use the lower slag tunnels and exit through or transport terraces before the tribunal's local watchers settle their morning grid. Already assuming yes. Rui asked. You said you wanted to leave. Fair. Lien moved to the door. Then we have 4 hours. Xia added. 3, if the tribunal employed anyone competent. They did, you said. So 3. Rui's son crossed to a locked cabinet, opened it, and withdrew a wrapped bundle of travel-forged tools and a narrow black token stamped with the Ashmantle crest. The tools are yours, he told Rui. The token opens my lower foundry records if you return. Do not lose it. Rui took both more gently than she had taken anything else that day. I won't. Her father looked as if there were 15 more things he would say in a better world. This was not that world, so he chose one. Come back sharper. Rui's throat moved once before she answered. That was always the plan. When he left the workshop, the room seemed larger and less stable at the same time. Wei Liang felt the 6 law field settle again around the group. 6 bonds. For to go? The campaign clock still running. And already, under the new forged integrity Rui's presence had added to the array, the 7th soul slot had begun to stir with a fluid pull from somewhere beyond the western mountains. Water, perhaps, or something close enough to water to travel under its name. By dawn they would be on the road again, and by noon the tribunal would know that Red Crucible had failed to hold him, failed to solve him, and instead sharpened his side of the war. Chapter 56. The 7th soul slot whispered its pull like a compass bearing north-northeast. Wei Liang felt it as they crested a ridge on the morning road out of Red Crucible territory, where Rui Ashmantle rode beside him on a narrow mountain path, her fingers still adjusting to the reins of an unfamiliar horse. The pull wasn't urgent like the others had been. It was patient, fluid, like water finding its own course downward. 24 days, you said, riding up from the rear of their column. The crown princess had that particular set to her shoulders that meant she'd been working through logistics in her head for the last hour. The tribunal's deadline doesn't flex. They made that clear in the formal notice. Lien Frostmere, who had been scouting the path ahead, fell back to ride alongside them. The coast is 5 days hard travel. Maybe 6 with a group this size. The size isn't the problem, Rui said quietly. She'd been riding with them for 3 days now, and still seemed to be calculating whether she belonged. The problem is we need 3 more bonds in 19 days. After we reach the coast. Sable Embervale let out a sharp laugh from somewhere in the middle of the group. Could be worse. Could be 2 days and 3 bonds. Unhelpful, you said, but she was smiling. She always appreciated Sable's refusal to treat crisis as tragedy. The crown princess turned her horse slightly to address the group at large. I have background on the target. Meitai Caller. Sea Realm Princess, banished approximately 4 years ago. Sha Night Vale, who'd been riding in uncharacteristic silence, moved her horse closer. The assassin's eyes were alert in that specific way that meant she was already running threat calculations. Why banished? That's where it gets interesting, you said. She had that tone she used when delivering intelligence that was both classified and necessary. Official record says she demonstrated excessive independent thinking and refusal to conform to realm hierarchy. Unofficial reading, obtained from a contact who spends considerable time in Sea Realm diplomatic circles, is that she demonstrated a method of water law application that could theoretically destabilize the entire power structure of the Sea Realm if she chose to teach it widely. Jeanne Bloomtide, riding with the easy grace of someone who'd been traveling forests and coastlines for 3 centuries, made a soft sound of recognition. A cultivator who was feared, not merely disobeyed. Precisely, you confirmed. The Sea Realm's patriarch, Lord Tidecaller, her father, chose exile over execution. She went to the Jade Tidal Ruins, a partially submerged settlement from the old era. No one bothers her there. The Sea Realm pretends she doesn't exist, and she maintains the fiction by staying out of their affairs. Wei Liang closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the 7th slots pull more clearly when he stopped looking at the road. It was the strongest thing he'd felt in days. The stone of the Dual-Soul Jade pressed warm against his chest beneath his robes. She already knows, he said. The others turned to look at him. About the Jade. About us. Wei Liang opened his eyes. The pull, it's not searching. It's waiting. She's aware of what's coming. Sable moved her horse up to his other side, grinning. I think I'm going to like this one. Rui shifted in her saddle, clearly uncomfortable with the certainty in all of their voices. You're just assuming she'll agree. What if she doesn't? Then the Jade will pull until she does, or until we find someone else before the deadline, Lien said flatly. The ice cultivator had no patience for doubt. The Jade chooses. We pursue. Everything else is distraction. Or we end up facing the tribunal's judgment in front of 7 soul slots instead of 10, Rue countered, still perfectly reasonable even as she voiced the concern. Some of us aren't comfortable with what? Wei Liang asked. Rue was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was level, but there was something underneath it, the sound of someone saying something that mattered. With being part of something this large, this fast, this much, Sable made a small noise that might have been sympathy. It was hard to tell with Sable. You're part of it now, Lien said, without inflection. The Jade chose you. Accept the scale. Is that how you accepted it? Rue's question wasn't hostile. It was genuine. Instantly, completely, Lien actually paused. In 3 months of bonding, Wei Liang had learned that Lien pausing meant she was considering how to answer something truthfully. Finally, no. But I accepted it faster with each bond. And I'm better for it. The landscape shifted as they crested another ridge. The air changed. It became salted, carrying the breath of something vast. The vegetation began to thin, hardening into coastal forms. Pines bent by wind. Grasses that grew sideways. The road descended steeply. And at the far edge of the visible world, where the land dropped away entirely, Wei Liang saw it. The glint of the sea. The horizon line that meant the world ended and something else began. The 7th soul slot pulled like a lodestone toward magnetism. 5 days, then, you said, as if the sight of that distant water had confirmed something in her calculations. We push hard. We reach the ruins before the tribunal's movement becomes predictable. May decides quickly, or we're out of time, Sha finished softly. No one argued. They rode on toward the coast, and the 7 soul slots in Wei Liang's meridians whispered in a chorus of voices. 6 certain, 1 patient, all waiting. Chapter 57. The Jade tidal ruins looked like the sea had changed its mind about swallowing something old and decided instead to keep it, half-remembered, in waters that rose and fell with the moon's breath. Wei Liang's first impression was of stone that had learned to live with water, not fighting it, but negotiating, compromising. The main structures rose from what must have been an ancient monastery or temple complex, their walls worn to softness at the edges, marked by centuries of tidal cycles. In places, the stone had become almost sculptural, sharp-edged below the waterline where the tide was currently low, and smooth above where ancient water had worn the roughness away. Salt hung in the air with the weight of reality. Everything smelled of brine and seaweed and the particular sharpness of stone after salt spray. The tidal pools that striped the beach between the ruins glowed with captured water, jade green, navy, the pale blue of sky. And on a rock formation that rose like a deliberate gesture from the tidal zone, barefoot and absolutely unbothered, was Maytai Collar. She was eating shellfish. Mussels, Wei Liang thought, though the distance was still several hundred paces. She held them in her hands, not cracked open with tools, but simply broken, like something that had never required careful handling. Her feet were in the water. Her hair, which was the deep blue-black of ocean water at depth, fell past her waist in waves that seemed to move independently of any wind. She looked up as the group approached and offered Wei Liang a small wave, the same way one might wave at someone they'd arranged to meet and had spotted arriving on time. You took your time, she called across the distance, her voice carrying easily across the exposed beach despite the muffled sound of small waves. I've been watching the Jade's resonance spread like ripples for 6 weeks. Thought you might move faster. Sable made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a shout. I'm already in love. That's the one. Keep that one. Lien's expression suggested she'd just encountered something mildly offensive, though she said nothing. You was running calculations. Wei Liang could see it in the slight tilt of her head as she assessed May. The way she stood, the ease of her bearing, the complete absence of formal courtesy. The crown princess was recalibrating something. Political vectors, probably. Maybe threat assessment. Jeanne Bloomtide made that small pleased sound she made when she encountered another cultivator who'd achieved genuine peace with their own nature. 300 years, she murmured. And I've never met a water cultivator who stood like that. Like she owned the stones beneath her feet, and the tide was just a guest in her space. Sha approached with the rest of them as they picked their way across the first of the tidal pools. The assassin, Wei Liang noted, wasn't watching May's movements for threat. She was watching them the way she watched dancers sometimes, in those rare moments when Sha allowed herself to appreciate artistry. They came close enough that conversation didn't require shouting. May ate another mussel without apparent hurry. Up close, she was striking in a way that was almost casually carved into her features. High cheekbones, eyes the shifting color of water and shade, a mouth that seemed built for either smiling or absolute seriousness and hadn't yet committed to which. I'm Maytai Collar, she said, as if this weren't obvious. as if she were introducing herself at a diplomatic function rather than eating shellfish in the ruins of her exile. And you're Wei Liang, and you have a Dual-Soul Jade doing things no one expected, and your friends are wonderfully varied for what appears to be a cult of some kind. Not a cult, Wei Liang heard himself say. Give it time, Mei replied. Any group this bonded this fast starts looking like cult behavior around the edges. Not a complaint. Some of the best cults in history were trying to do exactly what you're doing. Sable laughed, a sharp bark that echoed off the wet stone. She's staying. No one asked her to stay, Lien said coolly. She may simply be content to maintain her current isolation. Mei tilted her head in a way that might have been actual interest or might have been the prelude to something else. You're the ice cultivator. Lien, yes? I've heard of you. Rumor is you challenged your entire family structure to follow a scribe who isn't from your lineage and has no formal training. That's bold. That's also potentially catastrophic for you. It hasn't been, Lien said flatly. Not yet. Mei agreed, in the same tone one might use to acknowledge something was still possible. Let's hope the tribunal doesn't prove me prescient. She ate another mussel, then made a small sound of satisfaction at what appeared to be the actual flavor. They're accelerating their response, you know. Did you notice? How do you know that? You asked. Because I watch how water moves through the world, and water carries stories. The tribunal's attention feels different in the last few days. Sharper. Like they've decided being thorough is less important than being quick. Mei looked at Wei Liang directly for the first time. There was something very old in her eyes, and something very amused. You're running out of time faster than your calculations suggested. We have 19 days, you said carefully. You have 19 days if nothing else changes, Mei corrected. But I'm watching the water, and the water says change is coming. Not metaphorically. Actually coming. Moving toward you from inland. Moving fast. The seventh soul slot surged in Wei Liang's chest, responding to something about her presence, her certainty, the way she spoke about the water like it was a conversation rather than an element. He found he was smiling. I think we should talk. Mei smiled back, and it was warm in a way that felt earned through long centuries of small satisfactions and stubborn refusals to break. I think we should. But first, let me finish these mussels. The tide's coming in, and they're better when you eat them at the turn. It's a very specific moment, and I'm not going to miss it for mythology or prophecy. Chapter 58. The sun was beginning to descend toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of coral and gold that seemed almost violent in their beauty, when Wei Liang and Mei sat on the highest dry rock of the ruins, feet dangling above the tidal pools. The others had dispersed through the site. Sable was exploring the lower chambers and making increasingly impressed sounds. Lien was meditating, which was what she did when she encountered something she didn't immediately understand. He was reviewing maps, as always. Zhen was sitting with her back to an ancient wall, eyes closed, listening to whatever ancient spirits whispered to ancient forests made manifest in stone. Rue and Xia had partnered up, which surprised Wei Liang until he realized they were probably the only two in the group with actual professional experience killing things, and that created a kind of understanding. Water law, Mei said, not looking at him, looking instead at the way light refracted through the tidal pools below, is not about force. That's where most cultivators fail, right from the beginning. They think water is powerful because it destroys things. They're wrong. Water destroys through patience, Wei Liang said. Water destroys by understanding what already wants to break. Mei corrected. He noted the distinction, filed it. A stone that's fractured wants to separate. Water finds those fractures. A piece of metal that's been bent wants to bend more. Water makes friends with that tendency. A will that's already uncertain wants to crack. Water shows it exactly how to. She turned to look at him then. Her eyes were very still, very clear. Water is the most stubborn thing in existence, she continued, because it refuses to be stopped. Not through strength. Through absolute, patient refusal to be anything other than what it is. You can dam it. Eventually, it will go around. You can freeze it. Eventually, something will warm it. You can boil it. Eventually, gravity will call it back to the sea. Water isn't powerful because it conquers. Water is powerful because it never, ever surrenders its fundamental nature. Wei Liang felt the seventh soul slot responding in his meridians, beginning to heat, beginning to recognize itself in this description. The Sea Realm's Patriarch was afraid of you because you could teach that philosophy. The Sea Realm's Patriarch was afraid of me because I demonstrated that water law at its highest expression could theoretically erode the fundamental structure that kept him and his family in power, Mei said flatly. Not through violence. Through the simple, patient application of finding what wanted to change and helping it change. Dynasties are built on the assumption that things will stay the way they are. I proved they wouldn't have to, if someone patient enough and stubborn enough and connected to water itself bothered to try. She smiled then, and it was a fierce, satisfied expression. So he exiled me. Told people I was unstable, dangerous, which is all true, in the way that anything genuinely free is dangerous to anything that depends on captivity to function. You're not bitter about it, Wei Liang observed. Why would I be? Mei gestured at the ruins, at the tidal pools, at the water that was beginning to rise as evening came. I got the thing I wanted more than power or position or family approval. I got to be myself, fully, without compromise. I get to live in a place that understands me. I get to eat mussels at the tide turn whenever I want. I get to watch the water rearrange itself according to patterns no one else notices. That's not exile. That's triumph. She turned back to look at the jade stone set in Wei Liang's palm. He'd unconsciously held his hand out, and she'd taken note. Now she watched it with the intensity of someone reading a language most people never learned. Your jade, she said, is doing something unprecedented. The bonding isn't just creating partnerships. It's forcing genuine resonance between 10 different aspects of cultivation theory that were never supposed to harmonize. You're creating a cultivation structure that doesn't have precedent in recorded history. The tribunal is right to be afraid, you know. Not for the reasons they're stating, but actually afraid. Afraid of what? Wei Liang asked. That it might work, Mei said simply. That you might complete all 10 bonds before they can stop you. And then they'd have to confront the possibility that the power structure they've built on controlling which cultivation paths can coexist is fundamentally wrong. That fear looks like bureaucratic certainty, but it's still fear underneath. The 7th soul slot burned brighter, warmer. Wei Liang could feel it recognizing Mei at some level deeper than words or logic. It knew her. It had been waiting for her. I'm not going to convince you to bond with me, Wei Liang said. It wasn't a question. No, Mei agreed. You're going to sit here and explain the mechanism to me with increasing desperation while I watch the water and consider the aesthetics of the choice. You're going to use increasingly creative arguments about celestial law and the nature of soul bonds, and why it's in my interest to join a group being hunted by the tribunal. And when you finally stop talking, when you finally realize that talking is counterproductive, I'll decide based on something none of your arguments touched. What's that? Wei Liang asked. Whether the water tells me to, Mei said. Now, explain the mechanism. I want to hear how you rationalize binding souls together. This should be entertaining. Chapter 59. Wei Liang was 2/3 of the way through an explanation of how soul resonance functioned as a harmonic amplification system when Mei reached across the space between them and took his jade-inscribed hand. She didn't pull, didn't force, simply took it the way someone might take a piece of fruit that was being offered, with absolute certainty that it was hers to take. Stop, she said. I've already decided. Stop explaining. The bond formed not as a collision, but as a tide. It rose through Wei Liang's meridians like water, finding all the empty spaces, filling them with something vast and patient and utterly certain of its own nature. Where the fire law had burned and the lightning law had sparked and the ice law had cut crystalline patterns, the water law simply was present, absolute, asking nothing and providing everything. Mei gasped, and her grip on his hand tightened. Wei Liang felt the resonance shift between them as her cultivation accelerated, as the bond fed her power and she fed the bond understanding. For a moment, they were synchronized so perfectly that Wei Liang couldn't tell where his meridians ended and hers began. He was water. He was stone. He was the tide and the pull and the absolute certainty that everything was exactly where it was supposed to be. Then Mei released his hand, and the world exploded upward. The water rose. All of it. The tidal pools surged in perfect unison, climbing the ruined stones by nearly a meter before settling into new configurations. Tidal pools that had been roughly circular became perfect geometric spirals. Water channels that had followed random patterns reorganized into something that looked almost like writing, or maybe music made manifest as topology. The sea itself rose slightly, responding to something in Mei's call. When it settled, the entire landscape had rearranged itself into patterns that couldn't possibly have been random. The water approves, Mei said softly. Wei Liang felt something shift in his center. The world was sharper somehow, more real, like he'd been walking through approximations of things and had suddenly encountered the genuine articles. His meridians sang with 7 different resonances, and they fit together in ways that seemed almost inevitable now that he could feel them simultaneously. Celestial ascension, he whispered, recognizing it as it happened. The boundary between stages crossed not like a door opening, but like one that had been open all along, and he was simply now looking in the right direction to see the passage. The others emerged from the ruins as if summoned. Sable first, grinning like she'd been proven right about something. You, who took in the reorganized tidal pools and simply nodded, running calculations on what had just happened. Lian, who looked at Mei with something that might have been respect, or might have been recognition of someone equally stubborn. Zhan, who placed a weathered hand on Wei Liang's shoulder and whispered something in ancient forest dialect that Wei Liang couldn't parse but understood anyway. Rue and Sha arriving together, Sha's eyes sharp and approving, Rue looking at Wei Liang with something like wonder. 7 bonds, you said, and she was already looking inland, at the horizon where the sun was setting. 19 days. 3 more slots waiting. And the tribunal, Sha said quietly, pointing. The marshals approached from 3 directions at once. They'd been there all along, Wei Liang realized. Sha had probably noticed them an hour ago and said nothing because there was nothing to be done except watch them arrive. They came on horseback and on foot, wearing the gray and gold livery of the Celestial Authority, moving with the inexorable patience of people who had law and bureaucracy on their side. And on the headland above the ruins, where the land climbed back up toward the interior, a figure stood silhouetted against the last light of sunset. The robes he wore were the white and silver of the tribunal itself. His posture suggested absolute certainty about something. Wei Liang. The figure called, and his voice carried the weight of official authority. I am Lord Arbiter Xianxia, voice of the Celestial Tribunal in matters of cultivation law. I bring notice of accelerated judgment. The Dual-Soul Jade resonance has begun to disrupt the natural flow of celestial fate. The deadline previously established at 30 days from first detection has been amended to immediate surrender. Immediate. Wei Liang stood with 7 partners at his back and felt the 7th soul slot settle into perfect harmony with the other 6. He had expected this. In some part of him, he'd been waiting for this. The moment when patience ended and refusal began. He walked down to the beach. The marshals stopped their advance, unsure whether they were witnessing cooperation or defiance. Xianxia descended from the headland slowly, deliberately, the way one might approach something dangerous that had not yet acknowledged the extent of its danger. Wei Liang had been a scribe. He understood law. He understood procedure. He understood that every system had its fractures, and water, actual water, and the water law that Mei had just taught him, found those fractures and made friends with them. I decline your judgment, Wei Liang said. His voice was steady, very clear. The Dual-Soul Jade did not violate Heaven's Decree 7 at the moment of bonding. It violated no celestial law in the formation of its first 6 bonds. As for the 7th, he gestured to Mei, who had walked to stand beside him with the ease of someone who'd stopped caring about convention approximately 200 years ago. This bond was formed in the presence of a water cultivator of Ascension stage, with full informed consent, for the purpose of completing the Jade's intended function. There is no legal violation. The fate disruption, Xianxia began, is not inherently destructive, Wei Liang interrupted, and he could feel Mei's approval like a tide rising in his meridians. The tribunal assumes that all fate disruption is negative, but the Jade's disruption is reorganizing, not destroying. It is creating patterns where there were previously only random movements. That is not corruption of celestial law. That is manifestation. Xianxia's expression suggested he was not accustomed to being contradicted on legal grounds. He raised his hand. The marshals drew closer. The circle tightened. And behind Wei Liang, Mei Tidecaller reached out to touch the water at her feet. The sea rose. Not violently. Not as a weapon. Simply rose, calm and absolute, and utterly certain of what it was doing. It climbed the beach by half a meter, poured into the tidal pools and rearranged them once more, created patterns that hadn't existed an hour ago. The marshal's horses panicked and wheeled backward. Xianxia stepped back, his white robes suddenly less white where the sea spray had touched them. The water settled, but it stayed risen. It did not recede. I decline your judgment, Wei Liang said again. 7 partners stood at his back. The sea stood with them. The night was beginning to fall, and somewhere in the darkness, celestial fate was being rearranged into shapes the tribunal had never anticipated. Chapter 60. The contingency planning had taken roughly 90 seconds, which was all the time between Sha noticing the 3-direction convergence and you announcing the tactical situation to the assembled group. No land exit, you said, showing them what her eyes had tracked from the moment they approached the coast. The tribunals moving deliberately. 3 marshal groups, stationed to cut off any inland retreat. The headland is occupied. The beach itself becomes a killing floor if we try to run north. South is open water. 19 days left. 3 more soul slots dark. 7 bonds completed, and the tribunal had decided that was enough, or too much, or perhaps finally enough to justify ending the equation entirely. We fight, Lian said flatly. We're 7 cultivators versus an unlimited army with institutional authority. You replied. That's not a fight. That's a statement. We'd make one. Then we make one, Lien said. No, Wei Liang said. Everyone turned to look at him. He was standing at the edge of the tidal pools, watching the water that Mei had raised, that hadn't receded. We stand. We answer. We use the procedural law they're trying to use against us. Xianxia descended from the headland as the marshals moved into position. His robes were tribunal white, which meant he was here as a voice of celestial authority, not as a combatant. He carried no weapon. He carried the weight of bureaucracy, which was sometimes stronger. Wei Liang, he called out, and the formality of his tone suggested he'd done this before, pronounced judgment on lesser beings before, and expected no resistance. I am Lord Arbiter Xianxia, voice of the Celestial Tribunal in matters of cultivation law. The Dual-Soul Jade has demonstrated sufficient disruption of celestial fate that the deadline previously established at 30 days from first detection has been amended to immediate surrender. You are ordered to relinquish the artifact immediately and submit to tribunal evaluation. The word amended was not technically legal. Wei Liang had read the original decree. Amendments required formal notice at least 5 days in advance, published in the Celestial Registry, and ratification by at least 3 voting members of the full tribunal. None of those things had happened. He walked down to the beach. The sand was cold beneath his feet. The air tasted of salt, and the particular electricity that came before something enormous shifted. I decline your judgment, Wei Liang said. It was a formal refusal, the kind used in celestial courts when someone was standing on legal ground and unwilling to retreat. The Dual-Soul Jade did not violate Heaven's Decree 7 at the moment of bonding. The formation of 7 bonds was accomplished through voluntary consent of all parties. The 7th bond was formed in the presence of a water cultivator of confirmed ascension stage, with full informed consent, for the purpose of completing the Jade's intended function. There is no legal violation that justifies an immediate surrender demand. Your amended deadline is procedurally invalid and carries no legal weight. Xianxia's expression suggested he was accustomed to people being afraid, or at least compliant. He wasn't used to being contradicted on procedural grounds by someone who understood the law well enough to cite the specific defects in his own authority. The fate disruption represents an imminent threat to celestial stability, Xianxia said. He was retreating into generality, into the kind of sweeping language that couldn't be easily challenged because it was too large to argue with. The tribunal does not require strict procedural adherence when existential threats are present. The tribunal requires strict procedural adherence when it claims to enforce celestial law, Wei Liang replied. You cannot simultaneously argue that you are bound by Heaven's Decree 7 while refusing to be bound by the procedures that give that decree legitimacy. That's not law. That's power wrapped in the language of law. And power doesn't actually fear an argument that challenges it. It fears the moment when enough people stop believing the argument is necessary. Xianxia raised his hand. The marshals drew closer. 7 cultivators stood on the beach and did not step backward. Rui was nearest to Wei Liang's left. Metal law thrummed in her newly bonded meridians, and her hand rested on the hilt of a blade that probably didn't belong to the tribunal's jurisdiction. Sable was to his right, fire law dancing in her eyes like laughter, like she'd been waiting her entire life for something to push back against. Lien and Yu flanked them, the ice cultivator and the lightning princess, 2 women who'd already proven they could fight impossible odds. Xia was moving to one side, into the kind of position assassins favored when they expected combat to become inevitable. Zhun Bloomtide stood with ancient calm, 300 years of knowing how things grew and how things broke. And Mei Tidecaller stood at the edge of the tidal pools, 1 foot in the rising water, watching. I don't particularly want to execute you, Xianxia said, and Wei Liang recognized the tone. It was genuine. Xianxia didn't want to do this. He just believed it was necessary, which was sometimes the most dangerous combination. Surrender now. Save yourself and your companions. No, Wei Liang said. Mei reached down and touched the water. The sea rose, not as an attack, not as a weapon, simply as an absolute refusal to be anything other than what it was. The water climbed the beach in perfect, patient curves. It didn't smash against the rocks or destroy the marshals' formations. It simply rose, and in rising, it rearranged the entire landscape. Tidal pools reformed themselves into patterns that couldn't have been random. The beach itself changed gradient. Water channels opened and closed like the breathing of something vast and very much alive. And behind Wei Liang, with 7 partners at his back and celestial law running through his meridians at levels he'd never reached before, the scribe who'd absorbed an impossible jade stood on a rearranged beach and refused to break. The marshals hesitated. Xianxia's hand, still raised, trembled, and the night fell completely, and the sea whispered in the darkness. And the reckoning that the tribunal had thought was theirs to deliver remained suspended in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Chapter 61 The salt-soaked ruins became a corridor of motion the moment Lord Arbiter Xianxia's hand fell. The celestial tribunal marshals didn't charge. They advanced with the methodical precision of people who had learned that spectacle usually meant defeat. Wei Liang felt the shift in the air before he saw them move. Felt it in the way May Tidecaller's concentration hardened beside him, in the tightening of Stormcrest's presence at his left flank. The sea had stayed risen. That was the first miracle. May had pushed back against centuries of tribunal precedent with nothing but her will and the ocean law etched into her soul, and the water had listened. It hung above the coastal shelf in defiance of every natural law the ordinary world understood, suspended in a wall that caught starlight like broken glass. Now it became a weapon. The first martial squad tried the eastern route through the ruins, where crumbling stone facades offered some shelter from the elevated water. May didn't drown them. That would have been too clean, too simple. Instead, she threaded the sea through every gap in the masonry, filled every corridor they might use, created a labyrinth of salt water that forced them to climb or retreat. They climbed. They began scaling the ruins' outer walls, seeking the headlands above where the seawater couldn't reach. He was already in position. Lightning spiderwebbed across the cliff tops of the headland in a pattern that would have burned a normal cultivator to cinders, but you wasn't trying to kill. She was sealing. The lightning created a barrier that was less a wall of electricity and more a standing wave, a vibration in the air itself that made any cultivator who tried to pass through it stumble, lose their footing, slide backward. It was a technique Wei Liang had never seen her execute at full power. Space lightning fusion, the kind of precision work that required both the lightning law and used secondary attainment in the space resonance techniques. The marshals couldn't climb through it. They tried the western approach instead. The shortest route to Wei Liang's position, straight across the ruins' lower ground, directly through the remaining structures. 7 bonded partners moved in response without waiting for orders. They had trained together long enough that training had become instinct. Sable Embervale positioned herself on a fallen archway, drawing her cultivation chi into her palms with the hissing sound of hot metal cooling in water. Fire law spread across the ruins like a living thing, not attacking but constraining, burning a perimeter that made the martial advance paths narrower and narrower. She wasn't trying to trap them. She was creating funnel points. Lien Frostmere was at the first funnel point, her ice law already beginning to crystallize the stone beneath the marshal's feet. She didn't need to stop them. Just slow them. Just make every step cost more effort, more concentration, more chi. Sha Night Vale was somewhere Wei Liang couldn't quite see. That was the point of Sha's presence. The shadow law allowed her to exist in the spaces between sight, and when the marshals tried to coordinate their advance through hand signals, Sha was there in the shadows between their hands and eyes, disrupting the formations they were trying to establish. 3 marshals stumbled out of step. One lost his grip on his weapon. Rue Ashmantle stood on a high point of broken wall, her metal law singing a frequency that made the weapons the marshals were carrying vibrate against their will. The resonance wasn't damaging the weapons, not yet. It was making them hard to hold, hard to aim, creating a constant vibration that turned every strike into something requiring extra effort to control. Jeanne Bloomtide stood still in the center of the ruins, and that stillness was the most intimidating thing about her. The wood law moved through the broken structures, reaching through stone and salt deposits, making the ruins themselves into something responsive and difficult. A marshal ran through a narrow passage only to find vines, living, recent, impossible in a place this desiccated, wrapping around his legs. He struggled free. Jeanne didn't press. She was just making it clear there were boundaries. May was still here, still moving, still water-thin and present in every approach route, every gap, every space the marshals might think they could use. And then, a pulse that wasn't like the others. The 8th soul slot had been humming all morning, a sensation like a compass needle spinning, never settling, never finding true north. Wei Liang had felt it since before dawn, a restlessness beneath his cultivation that was different from the focused presence of his 7 bonded partners. This was something pointing outward, toward something outside, toward a presence he couldn't yet name. A dimensional rift cracked open in the ruins ahead. Not large, just wide enough to step through. The sound was like reality coming loose, a tearing sensation in the air, in the chi itself. A voice came from inside it. Dry, precise, mildly impatient. I've been watching you since the vault incident. You're slower at running than I expected. Come through before they collapse it. Wei Liang looked at his 7 partners. Looked at the rift. looked at the marshals advancing with renewed urgency now that they saw the portal beginning to destabilize. He ran toward the rift instead of away. The person who had closed that rift behind a tribunal patrol 20 minutes ago. She had been here the entire time, watching the confrontation with the dispassionate attention of someone observing data points. Wei Liang didn't know how he knew that. The 8th soul slot knew it somehow, resonated with it the way his other 7 slots resonated with his partner's presence. He stepped through. His 7 partners followed without hesitation. Chapter 62 Xian Void Whisper's workshop existed in a space that wasn't quite real anymore. The transition between the ruins and the floating island was instantaneous and absolute. One moment salt spray and broken stone. The next, a geometric clarity that made Wei Liang's eyes water. The island hung in the sky above an uninhabited mountain range, anchored in place by 17 spatial pillars that were visible only as faint geometric lines in the air, like someone had drawn the scaffolding of reality itself and then mostly erased it. The island itself was small enough that you could walk its perimeter in 10 minutes, but the interior space was wrong in the way that showed cultivation law manipulation, bigger inside than outside, dimensions layered in ways that shouldn't be possible. The workshop itself was a catastrophe of organized information. Star charts covered every vertical surface, some pinned to the walls, some floating in the air, suspended by cultivation formations that hummed at frequencies Wei Liang's ears could barely detect. There were dimensional mapping surveys stacked in piles that somehow maintained their arrangement despite the island's evident tendency to fold through space. Cultivation law treatises were organized by what appeared to be annotation system, their margins filled with notes in 3 different inks. Different eras of research, Wei Liang realized. The same person, building understanding across decades. 17 spatial calculators were arranged along one bench, each humming at a different frequency, creating a dissonant symphony that would have driven a normal person mad within hours. Xian herself stood in the center of this organized chaos with the air of someone who had stopped noticing the environment years ago. She was tall, angular, with white-streaked black hair that she had clearly cut herself without reference to any standard of grooming. Her robes were stained with cultivation residue and what might have been tea or might have been ink. Her eyes, when she looked at Wei Liang, had the sharp focus of someone whose entire existence had been spent mapping things most cultivators didn't know existed. "Brilliant of you to accept without asking questions," she said. "Most people would have demanded explanations. You're already slower than I expected at running, so I appreciated the brevity." She looked past him at his 7 partners. "There are spaces on the island for guests. The training chamber is sealed. Don't open it. Someone will feed you later if any of you require the biological necessity. I have work to resume." She turned back to her star charts before anyone could respond. Wei Liang found himself moving toward her anyway. The 8th soul slot was pulling him like a taut string. "You're Xian Void Whisper." "Yes. And you're Wei Liang, which I know because I've been tracking the Jade's resonance for 6 years, and 6 weeks ago it started producing harmonic frequencies that indicated it had bonded to at least 6 different cultivation law holders. 2 weeks ago, the harmonic shifted again. Last week, a 3rd time. Very dramatic arc, very textbook." She didn't turn around. "I've been compiling data about dimensional resonance and spiritual law synchronicity for 40 years. This is interesting data. You're interesting data. The fact that you have the audacity to accept a stranger's invitation suggests you might also be interesting as a person, but that remains to be determined." "The Jade," Wei Liang said. "You understand it. More than anyone still living, yes." Xian gestured at a map that covered nearly an entire wall, a star chart that was also something else, a dimensional resonance map that showed not just where things were in ordinary space, but where they existed in relation to the fundamental laws that shaped reality. "I've been alone in this workshop for 40 years because other people's choices create interference patterns in my work. The Jade's resonance has been growing slowly the entire time, which seemed either very meaningful or a sign that my calculations needed revision. I became interested in determining which. That required data. You provided data by existing." Lien Frostmere stepped forward with the particular focus of someone who was beginning to suspect this woman was going to be important. "The Jade is pointing at you." "Yes, I'm aware." Xian finally turned. "One of the 10 soul slots has been resonating in my direction for 3 months. I've been monitoring it. The interesting question isn't whether the Jade is pointing at me. The interesting question is why. The Jade may be optimizing for dimensional law attainment without regard to whether I want to be optimized. That's actually the most likely scenario given what I understand of spatial law amplification. It's not optimizing for dimensional law in the abstract," Wei Liang said. The words came out with surprising certainty. "It's pointing at you. Specifically at you. That's not scientifically distinguishable. xian said flatly. The data could support either interpretation. Then why are you arguing about it instead of ignoring it? Long pause. xian looked at him across a spatial map covered in equations that seemed to shift and recalculate themselves as Wei Liang watched. Her expression was unreadable for a full 5 seconds. Because you might be worth arguing with, she said finally. That's a hypothesis I'm willing to test. She reached across the map, scattering equations, disrupting calculations, moving forward with the absolute disregard for her own work that indicated she didn't consider any of it more important than this moment, and took his hand. The bond formed. It wasn't explosive. It was structurally seismic. The floating island folded in half, and all 17 spatial pillars triggered simultaneously to compensate, dimensional anchors screaming through frequencies that made everyone's teeth hurt. Star charts flew everywhere. Lian actually had to catch one mid-flight before it hit her face. The 17 spatial calculators shrieked in harmonic discord, their frequencies spiraling as they tried to recalculate everything the island had just become. Then the island unfolded. Reality settled. The spinning sensation in Wei Liang's cultivation's center stabilized into something new, something vast. His chi meridians burned with the surge of power, the new law, the new presence. He was in Tao integration now, the breakthrough happening so fast it felt like falling through layers of existence. Both of them, Tao integration, the rank that almost no one reached. The rank where the boundaries between self and law began to blur. xian looked at her hand, then at Wei Liang, her expression completely neutral. She said. The calculation was correct. She immediately went back to annotating a star chart, as if she hadn't just bonded to someone and launched them both toward the highest reaches of cultivation in a single moment. Sable Embervale muttered something quite unrepeatable in a voice that suggested she had been holding that assessment in for several chapters. Lian was trying to peel a star chart off her face. Chapter 63. The argument had begun sometime on the morning of the first day and showed no signs of concluding. xian sat across the dimensional workspace she'd cleared at the heart of her workshop, a space that existed slightly sideways from normal reality, where mathematical proofs could be rendered visible and touched like crystalline structures. She'd produced 17 theoretical models in the last 30 hours. 17. Each one elegant. Each one demonstrating a different way Wei Liang's interpretation of the jade's resonance pattern could be fundamentally wrong. Wei Liang didn't engage with the mathematics. He couldn't have matched her anyway. xian's mastery of space-dimensional theory ran deeper than his ability to comprehend. But he noticed something else. He noticed that she kept producing the models. He noticed that she'd paused twice, once to add tea to her cup, once to correct a minor notation, but she'd never stopped. She'd never said the words, "This is pointless," or, "I've already addressed this." She kept arguing because he was worth arguing with. 40 years alone. That was what xian had said in their first real conversation. 40 years in a workshop that existed half outside the world, with only her spatial equations and her instruments and the mathematics that never required her to need anyone. The tribunal had broken her connection to her sect. Wei Liang understood what that meant. She'd learned solitude not as preference, but as survival. To live alone was to need no one. To need no one was to never be betrayed. She was opposed to needing him. That was the real argument underneath all the mathematics. On the morning of the third day, as she was constructing yet another model, this one demonstrating the 17-fold resonance variance that would make his interpretation impossible, Wei Liang said quietly, "You've already decided. You're arguing to see if I'm worth arguing with." xian's hands froze in the mathematical space. The half-formed crystal proof hung suspended, glowing faintly in the workshop light. For a moment, there was only silence. Wei Liang could hear the hum of dimensional anchors embedded in the walls, could hear Sable's low muttering from the far corner where she'd been watching the argument with ill-concealed amusement, could hear the scratch of Lian's pen where she was calculating something or other with her characteristic focus. xian was completely quiet for a long time. Then, without word or preamble, she reached across the spatial workspace and took his hand. The bond formed instantaneously, a searing connection that expanded through Wei Liang's consciousness like a geometric figure becoming whole. The Dual-Soul Jade resonated at a frequency that made his teeth ache. The ninth slot, which had been pointing blindly into the void of space, suddenly oriented itself like a compass finding true north. And the island moved. All 17 of xian's primary spatial anchors triggered simultaneously. The entire workshop folded in on itself. Star charts flew everywhere, papers spiraling through the air in a chaos of calculations and observations. Dimensional instruments shrieked as their calibration points inverted. A stack of mechanical calculators overturned, their gears clattering across the floor in an ascending scale of discord. The very fabric of the space convulsed, and Wei Liang felt the instant of perfect panic where he thought the entire island would tear itself apart, scatter across the dimensional barriers, and scatter them with it. Then it unfolded. The workshop solidified. The walls reformed. The star charts settled back to the ground in a snow of paper. The shrieking instruments fell silent. Everything was precisely where it had been, except now it existed in a state of profound coherence. The spatial tensions that had been there before, the minute instabilities that marked the difference between a human's careful maintenance and a structure that belonged fully to its creator, had vanished. Wei Liang staggered. His cultivation had ascended. He could feel it in every cell, in every fiber of his being. The resonance patterns had reorganized themselves completely. The four other bonds, Lian, Sable, Yu, Sha, remained crystalline in his consciousness, but they existed now at a different frequency, a higher harmonic. The wooden earth beneath the island thrummed with new potential. Rue and Mei and Jun remained where they'd always been, but the space between them had expanded, become richer, more complex. Xian released his hand. She looked at her own palm as though she'd never seen it before. Huh, she said. Then, the calculation was correct. She returned to annotating her star chart as though the island had not just folded in half, as though her consciousness had not just expanded to accommodate another person at the deepest level of her being. Sable, from the corner, muttered something so unrepeatable that even you flinched. Lian, who had been standing too close when the island unfolded, had a star chart plastered across her face. She peeled it off with the grim efficiency of someone processing the fact that she'd nearly been flattened by astrophysical calculations and considering whether that was a fitting way to die. But Wei Liang understood what had happened. The debate hadn't been about mathematics at all. Xian had needed to know that he would stay, that he wouldn't accept her argument or leave or pretend he understood when he didn't. She needed to know that he valued her enough to keep fighting. The next morning, Xian pulled his arm into the lamplight to study the revised inscription. The bond marks had changed. What had been delicate traceries on his wrists and forearms now extended further, the jade-green lines flowing up his arm like a map of some impossible terrain, covering his wrist to the crook of his elbow. The ninth mark, Xian's mark, was still being written by the jade itself. The inscription shifted as he watched, refinements being made in real time, the geometry reorganizing itself into new configurations. Here, Xian said, tracing a particular confluence of lines with her finger. The path is made whole. Wei Liang studied the formation. It was exquisite. Two lines that had previously been separate, that had existed at slight angles to one another, now met in perfect continuity. The junction was clean, functional, inevitable. It was the kind of pattern that satisfied something deep in him, the scribe's eye that had trained him to recognize when text was properly aligned. Is it meaningful, he asked. Or is it just the completion of a pattern? Xian looked at him for a long moment. Then she returned her attention to the inscription. Both of us know which it is, she said quietly. Neither of us will say it. She was right. They both understood. The path made whole wasn't metaphor. It was statement. It was the jade acknowledging that something fractured in Xian's past, something about needing, about connection, about the possibility of being betrayed, had been mended. Not erased. Not made into something other than what it was. But integrated. Whole. Wei Liang said nothing. Xian returned to her work. In the far room, Lian smiled into her teacup. Chapter 64, 8 bonds active. That was the status now, the new baseline. Wei Liang could feel all 8 of them in constant resonance. Lian's ice, Sable's fire, Yu's lightning, Sha's shadow, Zhen's wood, Rue's metal, Mei's water, Xian's space. 8 distinct frequencies that his consciousness had learned to hold simultaneously, like hearing 8 instruments in a symphony and understanding each part distinctly while comprehending the whole. The resonance had become so natural that he could barely remember what silence had felt like, that vast empty space in his mind before the jade had begun its work. Each bond was a thread woven through his consciousness, a connection that ran deeper than blood, more intimate than breath. Xian had spent the morning and most of the afternoon reviewing her dimensional data, correlating it against the jade's resonance signature, trying to isolate the remaining 2 bonds from the noise of all that came before. Her workspace was a constellation of floating calculations, spatial mathematics rendered in 3 dimensions of pure light. She moved between them with absolute precision, her fingers tracing paths through numbers that only she seemed able to read, and Wei Liang watched her work with the appreciation of someone who understood the difference between intelligence and the specific kind of systematic brilliance that Xian possessed. Here, she said, gesturing toward a particularly dense cluster of calculations. 9th slot points south-southwest. Into the scorched wastes. The signature is strong, resolves clearly against the thermal interference patterns. She pulled up another data set, one that showed the resonance patterns mapped against known cultivators in the region. It points specifically at Finemberstorm, clan commander, militant orientation, currently engaged in territorial conflict with the Ashvale Alliance. The Jade's resonance toward her is crystalline, no ambiguity in the reading. Wei Liang studied the data, trying to imagine what sort of cultivator would complement 8 bonds already active. The Jade had chosen Finemberstorm, a woman he'd never met, whose cultivation he didn't know, whose approach to the world would probably be radically different from his own. But the Jade didn't make mistakes about these things. The 9th bond was waiting for him in the scorched wastes, waiting for him to arrive and complete what had been set in motion the moment the Jade had first resonated against his chest. The 10th slot. Xian continued, her voice taking on that particular flatness it adopted when she was discussing something she couldn't definitively know. Points upward. Celestial orientation. The resonance signature is faint, too much atmospheric interference to isolate clearly, but it correlates most strongly with historical records of a celestial cultivator named Tian Luminary. Ascended 600 years ago. No confirmed sightings in 3 centuries. She brought up another data set, historical records overlaid with resonance patterns. The resonance is consistent but weak, which suggests either the celestial cultivator is in an attenuated state, or the dimensional distance is creating interference that I cannot currently compensate for. She did not explicitly state that she considered the 10th bond possibly impossible, that the resonance might fade before they ever reached the 9th, that the Jade might be chasing something that no longer existed in any form the world could reach. She didn't need to. Wei Liang could read her silences like a hunter reads tracks. He'd learned her language of unstated implications and logical gaps that meant she was genuinely uncertain. The wastes first, then, he said. The decision felt inevitable, like water finding its channel. The others agreed quickly. Lien, predictably, was already mentally calculating how to coordinate with an unknown cultivator in an active combat zone. Sable was vibrating with barely contained energy at the prospect of a fight, her fire law flickering at the edges of her control with barely suppressed eagerness. You had that particular thoughtful expression that meant she was calculating political implications, understanding that adding Finemberstorm to their coalition would shift the entire strategic balance. Xia simply existed in her characteristic stillness, though Wei Liang had learned to recognize the minute shift in her bearing that meant she was engaged and ready, that her quiet attention had fastened onto something worth her focus. I can provide dimensional shortcuts, Xian said. The waste's thermal signature is distinctive enough that I can calibrate a rift. We can reach the battlefield in hours rather than days. It would be more graceful than conventional travel. She was already adjusting her calculations, working through the mathematics required to pierce the barriers between spaces and create a passage where only distance had existed before. More graceful. Wei Liang smiled slightly at her phrasing. To Xian, moving through dimensions was more graceful than walking, more elegant than any conventional form of transportation. She understood the world in terms of spatial mathematics and geometric harmony. Of course, she would find dimensional travel more refined than the mere physical act of walking across earth and stone. But while Xian was reviewing data and planning their transit, other things were moving in the wider world. The currents were shifting. The patterns were changing. Something vast was shifting its attention. The Celestial Tribunal's communication arrays had lit up. Wei Liang learned this not through his own senses, but through a messenger who arrived at the island's edge demanding entry. And through Xia, who had a habit of finding information through channels that Wei Liang couldn't quite track and had learned not to ask about. An all-points arrest warrant, issued in his name, binding on every cultivator in the tribunal's jurisdiction. The penalty for noncompliance, complicity charges. The penalty for complicity, death. They were establishing a bounty as well, a substantial one, the kind that would motivate even the most principled cultivators to consider betrayal. The amount was enough to bankrupt small clans. The scope was comprehensive. They were taking this seriously. And beneath that, worse, the hollowed emperor's tomb had opened. Wei Liang spent an hour in Xian's archive, a collection of historical texts that she'd accumulated and annotated with characteristic precision. The emperor had been ancient even before he was undead. He'd tried to claim the Dual-Soul Jade when its first bearer had lost control of the bonding pattern, during that chaotic period known only in fragmentary records as the Breaking. 11 factions had united specifically to stop him, A coalition so profound and all-encompassing that Wei Liang could barely imagine the politics required to assemble it. They'd sealed him and his forces behind barriers of power that were supposed to hold forever. The tomb had been trembling for months. Xian had noted that, in her data gathering, had flagged it as an anomaly in the local dimensional structure. Now it was open. Not beginning to open. Open. Complete. The seal was broken. Do we know why? Wei Liang asked, though the answer frightened him. Because knowing the why was worse than not knowing. It meant understanding that something had broken a seal that was supposed to be eternal. It meant something had changed. No, Xian said flatly. The tribunal didn't announce a reason. But tombs don't open themselves. Something triggered it. Something deliberate. She was already running calculations on the temporal factors involved, trying to model what force would be required to break a seal rated to hold for 1,000 years. Which meant the timeline had collapsed. They couldn't take slow journeys anymore. They couldn't take time to understand the bonds as they formed in comfort and peace. They couldn't afford to be cautious or methodical. The world was accelerating around them, events cascading forward, and they were running out of time to navigate the spiral before it consumed them. The tribunal wanted him arrested. The emperor wanted the jade. And somewhere between those two imperatives, Wei Liang had to navigate, had to find the remaining two bonds, had to figure out why the tribunal was pursuing him so aggressively, and whether the emperor's opening tomb was coincidence or consequence. Had to understand whether he was a pawn being moved on a vast board or if he had any agency left. We leave within the hour, he told the others. His voice carried a weight that surprised him. The wastes first. We find Emberstorm. Then we deal with what comes next. After that, there is no returning to uncertainty. We commit to the path or we become what they want us to be. Sable grinned. That expression of pure joy that came from knowing a fight was coming. Chapter 65. The Scorched Wastes lived up to their name in every imaginable way. The dimensional rift deposited them at the edge of a battlefield that was still actively engaged in combat. Volcanic flats stretched away in every direction, ash plains that crunched beneath Wei Liang's feet, with the sound of ancient stone breaking down into component parts, a noise like reality slowly being ground into dust. Rivers of cooled magma served as roads in winter and obstacles in every other season, their surfaces cracked and webbed with fissures that still breathed heat. Actual heat, not the memory of it, not some dormant potential, but the living warmth of magma that had learned to exist in solid form but remembered its origins. The air perpetually tasted of sulfur and scorched stone, a flavor that seemed to embed itself in clothing and hair and skin, as if the wastes were determined to mark everyone who traveled through them, to ensure that they carried the signature of this place back into civilization. The temperature alone would have been lethal to unprepared cultivators. But the temperature was only the surface layer. There was something else underneath it, a sense of ancient, patient hostility, a landscape that had been scorched so thoroughly that it had forgotten what it meant to nurture anything. The very stones seemed antagonistic. Xian's rift had deposited them precisely, far enough from the main battle line to observe without immediately engaging, close enough to understand the tactical situation in its full complexity. Wei Liang could see the formations, read the flow of combat, like reading a page of written language. The pattern was clear to anyone trained in warfare. The Emberstorm clan's forces were clearly winning. Their standard, a burning mountain on a red field, flew from 3 of the 4 elevated positions. The Ashvale Alliance was in what looked like controlled retreat, but was beginning to fray into rout, their formations losing cohesion as cultivators started making individual decisions about survival, as the collective will began to fragment into 1,000 individual acts of self-preservation. Soldiers were already breaking ranks. Officers were already losing control of their units. And commanding the front line with the calm efficiency of someone who had done this so many times it stopped being exciting was Emberstorm. Wei Liang recognized her the instant he saw her, which made no sense because he had never seen her before. He had no reference point, no prior images to match against. But the resonance confirmed it. His 9th soul slot was singing like a compass needle that had finally found true north. This woman, specifically, absolutely. The jade had found what it had been seeking, and it was singing its completion. Broad-shouldered, ash-dusted, wearing armor that had seen more combat than most cultivators twice her age, the metal scored and dented again in a pattern that told a story of repeated violence and repeated survival. She moved with the particular grace of someone whose relationship with combat was so thoroughly internalized that it had become part of her baseline existence rather than something she had to think about. She didn't calculate movements. She simply moved, and the movements were perfect because they came from a place deeper than conscious thought. She killed an Ashvale commander with a technique that looked like a punch and registered as a small earthquake. The commander, a cultivator at least at spirit sovereign rank, crumpled. His chi channels had been disrupted through the sheer force of earth law compressed into a palm strike. All that power focused through a surface smaller than a fist, creating a wave of impact that translated through his body and left him utterly broken. Fun was already moving toward the next target before his body hit the ground, moving with the momentum of someone who had calculated the trajectory before the strike landed. She killed another commander, then a third, who had been trying to flank her from behind and apparently didn't understand that someone with magma law attainment could feel ground vibrations through their feet from 100 meters away. The flanking maneuver had never had a chance. She'd known it was coming before the soldier had fully committed to the approach. Fun turned to assess her next engagement, and finally noticed the 8 cultivators who had just stepped out of a dimensional rift 20 meters to her left. Her assessment was immediate and professional, the gaze of a commander evaluating a resource. She looked at Wei Liang for 3 seconds, clearly processing what she was seeing. The resonance field of 8 bonded partners, the cultivation presence of someone at heaven-defying rank, the entire weight of something that didn't fit into the normal categories of power she was used to measuring. 8 law-bearers moving in perfect synchronization. One of them connected to something she couldn't quite identify, but recognized as important. She took in the information, integrated it, and made her decision. Then she turned back to the battle, her attention returning to the immediate demands in front of her. Wei Liang should have expected that. Part of him did expect it, understood on a fundamental level that this was the appropriate response. A commander in the middle of a battle didn't divert attention to unknown arrivals. She focused on the immediate threat. She continued the work in front of her. She understood priorities. Finishing the current engagement mattered more than greeting new arrivals. But the 9th soul slot was singing so loudly he could barely hear his own thoughts. The resonance was almost painful in its intensity, like a frequency that was too high for human ears, but was being played anyway, vibrating through the very structure of his consciousness. She was here. The 9th bond was here. The Jade had found what it had been seeking, and Wei Liang had to simply watch her work, had to simply observe her efficiency and grace while waiting for the moment when she would finally be free to join them. Chapter 66, The Ashvale Weapon Formation Strike, came from the eastern approach. 5 cultivators moving in perfect synchronization, their combined resonance pattern interlocking to create something greater than the sum of individual power. They were targeting Fun's blind angle, the moment when she was turning from one engagement to the next, when her attention was briefly elsewhere. It was the kind of strike that would have ended most cultivators' participation in the battle, possibly ended them entirely. It was a kill move, coordinated, precise, designed by people who understood formation warfare. Wei Liang deployed the resonance field in half a second. The Dual-Soul Jade sang at 9 different frequencies simultaneously. He'd never done this before, never attempted to layer all 8 bonds in sequence, hadn't even known if it was possible. But the instinct was there, written into the Jade itself, encoded in its very structure. The consciousness of thousands of years of bearers who had worked with this artifact seemed to guide his hand. Lian's ice formed the foundation, absolute stillness, perfect grounding. It was the baseline, the bedrock upon which everything else rested. The ice spread outward from their position in a wave of pure thermal denial. Sable's fire rose above it, creating thermal turbulence that disrupted projectile trajectories, making the air itself unstable. Heat and cold in violent opposition, the temperatures swinging so drastically that physics itself seemed confused about how to behave. Yu's lightning wove through both, its electromagnetic disruption scrambling formation resonance, making the formation members unable to coordinate with each other. Their intended synchronization shattered. Their intended unity became fragmentation. Sha's shadow swallowed precision. The attackers' targeting became impossible, their calculations worthless. They couldn't see the target. Darkness descended on them. Not the darkness of night, but the darkness of Sha's law. Something deeper and more fundamental. Zhuns would unfold it in the interstices, spreading, reaching, complicating every single trajectory. The plants grew in the space between strikes and defender, creating a literal wall of botanical intervention. Rue's metal reinforced the structure, made it rigid and resilient. The entire field became a construct of interlocking laws, each one supporting the others, each one stronger because of its companions. May's water filled the remaining gaps, shifted and flowed to account for anything that slipped through. It was adaptive, responsive, perfectly calibrated to whatever the formation tried next. And xianxia's space. Xianxia's space simply bent the entire attack into a different angle, a different direction, created geometric impossibilities that made the strikes miss by routes that shouldn't have been possible. The entire attack simply ceased to have a vector toward its intended target. It dissipated harmlessly across 100 meters of empty wastes. Its killing force converted to dissipation through the systematic application of 8 perfectly coordinated laws. The strike dissolved. It simply ceased to be. The formation fractured. The cultivators fell back, shocked at their failure. One of them was bleeding from the impact of xianxia's spatial displacement. Another had frostburns across his shoulder where Lian's eyes had found exposed skin. They retreated in disorder, understanding that whatever they had tried to accomplish, it had failed against enemies that moved like a single organism. Fan turned. There was no gratitude in her expression. There was professional assessment. She looked at Wei Liang and his companions with the same analytical lens she'd been applying to the battle itself. 3 seconds of evaluation. Maybe 4. The time it took to establish what they were, what they could do, whether they represented threat or utility. Her assessment was military. Her conclusion was logical. 3 seconds, and she understood them better than allies who had fought beside her for years. "What are you?" she asked. Her voice was low, textured. The voice of someone who didn't raise her pitch to be heard over noise, but instead made people listen. It was a voice that had given orders to thousands and expected instant compliance. It was a commander's voice, accustomed to authority and instantaneous obedience. "Complicated," Wei Liang said. It was the truest answer he could give in a moment of combat. It was also impossible to refute. Complicated was what they were: 9 different people, 8 active bonds, 1 jade, infinite potential strategies. Fan nodded slowly. It wasn't acceptance exactly, but it was acknowledgement. The kind of acknowledgement that a commander gives when something unexpected shows up and proves immediately useful. She understood value. She understood utility. She understood that Wei Liang's group had just demonstrated both beyond question. "Can you do that again?" Yes. He could see the paths the bonded group could take. 8 laws, infinite combinations. Thousands of variations on the theme of perfect coordination. They were flexible. They were adaptive. They could respond to whatever the ash veil forces threw at them. Good. The approval in her voice was absolute. This was everything she needed to hear. Fan returned to the battle without another word, moving back to her soldiers with the absolute confidence of someone who had just acquired a valuable resource. This was how they had learned Wei Liang's 9th bond was, built on immediate usefulness and mutual functionality. She didn't require explanation. She didn't ask where they'd come from or what they wanted or what their intentions were. She recognized that they could be useful to her immediate goal, and that was sufficient. In its own way, that was more honest than any amount of cordial greeting could have been. They were tools, and she was a person who understood the value of good tools. A commander who knew what she needed and was pragmatic enough to accept help from unexpected sources. She would use them. She would trust them, because they had proven in 30 seconds that they were worth trusting. The Ashvale Alliance continued to collapse. The Emberstorm clan continued to advance. And 8 cultivators and 1 flame-scarred commander fought in coordinated formation, learning each other's style and rhythm in real time. Wei Liang began to understand how Fan moved. The way she favored her left side when opening a new engagement, the slight pause she used to signal tactical shifts to her soldiers, the way she read terrain through vibrations in the earth. Fan was learning their patterns too, the way Xian could create escape routes through space, how Sha could move through darkness like it was her natural element, how Lian's ice could anchor their defensive line. They were becoming a unit. They were becoming a coherence. By the time the last organized Ashvale resistance broke, they were moving like they had trained together for years. Chapter 67. 3 hours later, the Ashvale Alliance had retreated fully into the distance, their retreat becoming a rout. The wounded had been abandoned. The formations had dissolved entirely. They were no longer an organized force but a collection of individuals running from an enemy that had proven superior. The battlefield had settled into the particular quiet that battlefields achieved when the living were busy and the dead were finished. Cultivators were already moving through the field, checking for survivors, collecting weapons, doing the grim logistical work that came after engagement. The Emberstorm soldiers knew these patterns. They had done this before, many times, enough times that it had become routine. Strip the dead, collect the useful artifacts, mark the corpses for proper burning. The work of a clan that had spent generations in territorial warfare. Then, movement at the eastern perimeter. Not retreating alliance fighters. Something else. Something fundamentally other. Undead soldiers with jade-green flame burning in their eye sockets. The color wasn't hot. It was cold. The color of something ancient and patient. The color of old jade. The color of something that should not be moving. Both armies stopped. The flame was wrong in ways that made cultivators' skin crawl, in ways that spoke to something deeper than death, something that had rejected finality and chosen instead an eternal animation. The very presence of those flames seemed to suppress the natural tendency of things to rest. The Emberstorm soldiers recognized the signs immediately. These were tomb signs, the markers of the Hollowed Emperor's forces. These tombs had been in their territory for generations, sealed and undisturbed until very recently. The Empire's forces had learned to live with their presence the way you lived with a minefield, by staying on established routes and not asking questions. They were monuments to what happened when you pushed the Emperor too far. They were reminders of the cost of victory. The undead advanced without preference. They attacked Emberstorm soldiers and Ashvale Alliance fighters alike, any living cultivator within range, as if the war that had just concluded held no meaning for them. They were unified by a singular purpose, and that purpose had nothing to do with clan loyalty or territorial ambition. They served the Hollowed Emperor, and the Emperor wanted the Jade. Wei Liang and his bonded partners moved in response without consultation. They had trained together long enough that their coordination didn't require verbal instruction anymore. They understood each other through the resonance, through the perfect communication that the Jade enabled. Sable Embervale burned the undead from range, her fire law reaching across the battlefield in controlled waves that incinerated the undead soldiers before they could close distance. She wasn't using advanced techniques, just raw power, the application of heat in quantities that could reduce a physical form to ash in seconds. The undead were vulnerable to extremes of temperature. The Jade understood this. Sable understood this. She adapted instantly. Lien Frostmere flash froze the immobilized ones so they shattered. The ice she created brittle and perfect, the disruption of their physical forms matching the disruption of their chi channels. Her technique was surgical precision applied at scale. Each undead soldier locked into a single moment of stillness, then fractured into component pieces. She was devastatingly efficient. You called lightning into the formation that the undead were trying to establish. Lightning law precision, destroying the channels through which undead chi coordinated. 3 soldiers fell out of step. 6 more followed when used technique propagated through their ranks. She understood the mechanics of formation work better than almost anyone alive. She could see the weak points, the places where the structure was vulnerable, the perfect places to strike. Sha moved through the formation's gaps with shadow law finesse, existing in the spaces between the undead soldiers' perception, disrupting their chi channels from the inside. She didn't create massive damage. She created targeted failures, places where the undead soldiers lost the ability to move or coordinate. Her technique was assassination applied to undead constructs. Rue's metal law sang a frequency that made the weapons the undead carried vibrate against the enchantments that held them. The resonance didn't shatter the weapons, not yet. It created structural instability, made them harder to wield, turned every strike from the undead soldiers into something that required extra effort and focus. She was disrupting the very tools of their offense. Zhun stood still at the center of the counterattack, and that stillness was the most intimidating thing about her. The wood law moved through the undead soldiers' forms, reaching through what remained of their physical bodies, finding and disrupting the necromantic binding that animated them. She didn't destroy the undead. She untethered them, let them collapse in a true death, let them remember what it was supposed to mean to be finished. She was ancient enough to understand what death meant, and she could teach it to the undead. May's water law flooded the channels the undead used for coordination, disrupting the silent communication that let them function as a unified force. She created isolation, made each undead soldier into a singular entity instead of a component of something larger. Alone, they were manageable. Coordinated, they would have been a genuine threat. Xian folded the space the undead tried to advance through, space law creating geometric impossibilities that disrupted their formation patterns. They would step forward and find themselves 3 meters to the left of where they intended. The disorientation was disabling. She was rewriting the fundamental geometry of the battlefield. Fun watched them work for approximately 4 minutes, understanding instantly what she was observing. A coordinated unit of exceptional skill, cultivators who had trained together long enough to move as a single organism. Then she waited in herself, and the 8 cultivators and the warlord daughter ended the undead advance together in 40 minutes. She moved through the undead with the efficiency of someone who had fought the Emperor's forces before, who understood their weaknesses instinctively. Her strikes were perfectly timed. Her positioning was flawless. She was dancing through combat the way she danced through strategy, with complete confidence and perfect understanding of every move. After, covered in ash and the green cold residue of undead flame, Fun looked at Wei Liang's group. I've been fighting those things since I was 14, she said. Never seen anyone shut them down that fast. You're going somewhere more interesting than this battlefield. I'm coming. It was stated as fact rather than a question. It was the way Fin made decisions. She observed the situation, made an assessment, and declared her choice as if it had always been inevitable. There was no negotiation in her tone, no request, no suggestion. There was simply the announcement of what was going to happen. Wei Liang understood in that moment that refusing her wasn't an option, not because she was demanding it, but because the ninth soul slot was absolutely certain, and Fun was absolutely certain, and the universe seemed absolutely certain that this was the way things were going to proceed. This was what the Jade had been seeking. This was what had been waiting in the scorched wastes. All right, he said. Good, Fin said. She looked at the remaining undead forces, assessed her own soldiers, understood instantly what her leadership obligations required, and made a series of efficient hand signals that sent them towards securing the perimeter. I'll be ready to travel in an hour. Give me that long to ensure my people understand what I'm doing and why the clan won't collapse in my absence. Chapter 68. The campfire burned in the cooling flats, smoke rising into the dark sky. Fin sat across from Wei Liang, her massive frame relaxed but attentive, the way she was attentive to everything. The others had scattered to their own concerns. Xian reviewing something in her portable calculations, the numbers and equations rendering in 3 dimensions of mathematics. Sable maintaining her weapon with the care of someone who knew that every sword had a language. Lien watching the perimeter with the focus of a commander who understood that safety was a constant project. Yu and Sha somewhere in the darkness, probably exchanging information about the tactical situation. I'm bonded to you now, Fin said. Not preamble. She was simply stating the fact of it, acknowledging what had happened in the same way she acknowledged anything else, with direct clarity and no unnecessary commentary. Wei Liang explained the Jade system. He explained it with a scribe's precision, understanding that Fin listened like a commander receiving tactical briefing. He explained the 10 soul slots, the elemental laws that had bonded themselves to those slots, the way each bond was a feedback loop of mutual transformation. Each partner changed the others. Each one made the whole stronger. Ice became harder because it had to support fire. Fire burned hotter because it had the foundation of ice. He explained that 8 bonds were active: ice, fire, lightning, shadow, wood, metal, water, space. He explained that 2 remained, the 9th slot, which had just resonated to certainty with her presence, and the 10th, which was pointing into the celestial void, reaching towards something that might be impossible to reach. He explained it all in precise detail, with a scribe's accuracy, because Fin listened like a commander receiving tactical briefing. No interruptions, no unnecessary questions, just absolute focus. She was absorbing the information the way a general absorbs a map of new territory. When he finished, Fin said, I know. I want it. And something in the Dual-Soul Jade shifted. The 9th soul slot, which had been pointing toward her like a compass, snapped into absolute certainty. The resonance pattern completed. The bond formed. The universe recognized what had become inevitable. The scorched wastes cracked in a perfect ring extending 300 meters around their campfire. Not a weak crack, not a fissure, but a chasm opening beneath the earth. Magma wells up from the chasm below, brilliant red and terrible, the color of something alive with heat. For one perfect moment of terror, Wei Liang thought the island would tear itself apart, that Fun's ascension would consume everything, that the very ground would liquefy beneath them. Then Fin suppressed it. She reached down through the resonance and took control of her own power, redirected the eruption folding back into the earth. The crack sealed itself. The magma sank back into the deep places where it belonged, back into the fires that had created it. Her cultivation ascended so far that the landscape itself had to adjust to accommodate her. Wei Liang's cultivation ascended. He felt it like a blade of light running through every cell. The resonance patterns reorganized themselves completely. His consciousness expanded outward to hold the new frequency. The 4 primary bonds, Lien, Sable, Yu, Sha, remained crystalline, but they existed now at a different harmonic, a higher frequency that he couldn't have previously perceived. The acoustic signature of each one had shifted. Rui, Mei, Zhen remained where they were, but the space between them had expanded, grown richer, more complex. His awareness of them deepened. His consciousness registered the change in his cultivation before his mind could fully process it. Heaven-defying. He'd ascended past Tao integration to heaven-defying, had reached a level of cultivation that was supposed to require decades of work, years of foundation building. He'd done it in moments, had been pulled upward by the weight of 9 bonds forming, by the intensity of 9 different people bonding themselves to him and to each other. His vision went white. All his senses inverted. He was experiencing the world from the perspective of someone who existed partially outside the normal flow of causality, who could perceive the threads of fate and intention that connected events. He could see the web of choices and consequences, could understand how one decision led to another, how the universe responded to human action. The sensation was overwhelming. It was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. When the sensation cleared, when the white faded back to night sky and firelight, he was trembling. Every nerve in his body was singing. He felt more alive than he had ever felt in his life. Fum was watching professionally. She could read the signs of a breakthrough. She'd experienced breakthroughs herself. She understood what was happening to his body and mind. How high, she asked. Heaven-defying, he said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, layered with frequencies that shouldn't have existed. The cultivation jumped. The bonds pulled me upward. I've been at Spirit Sovereign 6 for 6 years, Fun said. Thought the breakthrough wasn't coming. She flexed her hand, studying the new inscription that had appeared on her skin, the 9th bond mark, written in jade-green script that seemed to burn with internal fire. The characters were alive. They were still settling, still finding their final form. Tao integration. She paused, processing. That's useful. That's a significant jump. It was, objectively, the most emotionally expressive Wei Liang had ever heard her be about anything. Her cultivators didn't tend to get excited. They stated facts. But even for fun, this was significant. She understood what Tao integration meant. She understood what she had become. Chapter 69 9 Bonds active. The jade inscription covered Wei Liang's entire forearm now, and it was rewriting itself in real time. The characters shifted and flowed like liquid, forming new configurations, breaking apart, reforming again. It was beautiful and unsettling in equal measure, like watching the skin itself become calligraphy, like his body was becoming a text that was writing its own meaning as it went along. Each time a new configuration formed, Wei Liang felt a subtle shift in his consciousness, a recalibration of how his 9 bonds related to each other. Xian studied it with her characteristic lack of social awareness, literally pulling Wei Liang's arm toward the lamplight to see better. She traced her fingers along the characters, following their movements, absorbing the patterns as if they were equations she needed to solve. The jade script wasn't random. It wasn't even quite language. It was mathematical in its structure, geometric in its precision. It was a formula written in the alphabet of human cultivation. The final configuration, she said, will read, the path is made whole. It is either very meaningful or just a statement of completion. The characters are settling into final form in approximately 17 different spots simultaneously, which suggests the structure is being determined by something beyond my ability to model with current data. She paused, and Wei Liang could see the discomfort in her bearing. Xian hated being unable to model something. She hated encountering mathematics she couldn't predict. The jade is writing itself. It's using your body as the medium, but the actual process seems to be self-directed. The jade knows what it wants to say. What about the 10th slot? You asked. She was reviewing the tribunal communication arrays, her expression studiously neutral, but Wei Liang could read the tension in her shoulders. She understood the time pressure. She understood that the tribunal was closing in. Pointing upward, Xian confirmed. Celestial. The resonance is familiar. I've been tracking cultural records of tribunal robes and administrative protocols, and there's someone who matches the resonance signature. Tian Luminary. Records Faction Administrator. High political standing. Theoretically aligned with the tribunal's moderates. She pulled up another data set, historical records rendered in dimensional light. The celestial cultivator has been inactive for 3 centuries, which is a long time even by celestial standards. But the resonance signature is definitive. It's pointing directly at that individual. Theoretically, Sha repeated, which was Sha's way of saying she was suspicious that something in the pattern wasn't quite right, that there was a texture to the information that felt wrong. The Celestial Tribunal's communication arrays lit up again. The all-points arrest warrant had been amplified. The bounty for information leading to Wei Liang's capture had been increased substantially. Every independent cultivator in 3 kingdoms now had financial incentive to report his location. The warrant specifically requested that the bonded partners be brought in for questioning, a term that carried implications no one in the room wanted to examine too closely. Questioning by the tribunal. What that actually meant. Then the undead communication array activated. Not a message, not a communication, but a resonance pulse that seemed to reach across the entire continent. The message was simple and impossible to misinterpret. The hollowed emperor had opened his sealed tomb. Not beginning to open. Open. The containment formation had failed. The emperor was awake. The tomb was accessible. He would speak with the bearer of the jade, and he was already reaching across the distances, his consciousness touching things, his attention burning across the landscape like a brand. The feeling of it spread across the continent in waves. Cultivators in every sect waking from sleep, sensing something vast and old moving that had not moved for a millennium. The chi in the air changed tone, shifted frequency. The whole resonance of the world seemed to shift. Something ancient and patient had decided it was time to be active again. Wei Liang could feel the emperor's attention like a weight on his consciousness. Not hostile, just present, just waiting, just observing to see what the jade would do next. We're running out of time, Rui said quietly. She had been quiet since the battlefield, the way she went quiet when something had shifted in her understanding of the world. Every moment we delay, the emperor grows stronger. Every moment we delay, the tribunal gets closer. The two forces are converging on us. Yes, Wei Liang said. Both of those things are true. Then we need a plan that doesn't involve running, Fan said. She had been reviewing the tribunal structure that Xia had compiled, absorbing it the way she absorbed tactical information. Running works until you don't have anywhere left to run. What happens if we stop running? We have a confrontation, Lian said. Her voice was controlled, but Wei Liang could hear the tension underneath it. Confrontation with the tribunal meant confrontation with institutional power. It meant challenging the entire weight of the establishment. No, you said. She was already calculating. Wei Liang could see it in the way her eyes had gone distant. The political calculations running through her mind at incredible speed. We go to the tribunal. We demand a hearing. We use their own procedures against them. You Stormcrest smiled, and it was the smile of someone who had just seen a way to win. It was a politician's smile, the expression of someone who understood the architecture of power well enough to see its weaknesses. They can't execute us if we force them to trial, she said. And a trial gives us time. Time is what we need. Time for the emperor to demonstrate his intentions. Time for the tribunal to reconsider. Time for the celestial cultivator to come to us if she's actually coming. Time to verify what's actually true and what's just another lie told by people with power. Chapter 70, the Emperor's scholar representative arrived at dawn. It was an undead cultivator, 700 years old if the records were accurate, wearing academic robes that predated the current dynasty by generations. The robes were immaculate despite the centuries. The cultivator moved with precise geometry, each step calculated, each gesture measured. There was something deeply wrong about seeing such careful, controlled humanity grafted onto animated corpse flesh, but the cultivator gave no sign of noticing Wei Liang's discomfort. The hallowed emperor requests your presence, the scholar said. The voice was dry and used, the sound of someone who rarely spoke and had learned not to expect conversation. He has something to discuss. If you are willing. Wei Liang considered refusing. It would have been the sensible choice. The emperor was an existential threat. The emperor wanted the jade. Going to meet him voluntarily was, I'll go, he said. Lian's sharp intake of breath was audible. Sable looked like she wanted to argue, but Wei Liang understood what the others were only beginning to consider. If the emperor had wanted him dead, Wei Liang would already be dead. The fact that there was an invitation, that there was a request for a meeting, meant there was something the emperor wanted beyond simple destruction. The scholar led him into the depths of the wastes. The chamber was carved from bedrock older than recorded history. The walls were covered in inscriptions, ancient script that predated the current writing system by centuries, possibly longer. The carvings told a story in fragmented pieces: creation, ascension, betrayal, sealing. The emperor's history, written by the emperor himself across generations of imprisonment. And there, in the center of the chamber, seated on a throne that was part artifact and part art installation, the hallowed emperor himself. He was tall, gaunt, refined. His robes were immaculate, not preserved by some miraculous stasis, but actively maintained. He understood then, maintained by servants and intention across 700 years of sealed imprisonment. His bearing was regal without being ostentatious. He didn't posture or project power. He simply was, and that was sufficient. Wei Liang, the emperor said. There was a real smile on his face, not grimace, not performance, but genuine pleasure. The current bearer. I have waited a very long time to meet you. The emperor rose slowly, moving down from his throne with the careful deliberation of someone who had literally learned patience through infinite time. He gestured, and the scholar stepped back, understanding that the conversation that was about to take place was not meant for other ears. I will not waste time with posturing, the emperor said. You know what I am. You know what I want. I will speak plainly, and I request the same courtesy from you. Wei Liang nodded. The Dual-Soul Jade was not created in the way your current understanding suggests, the emperor continued. It was not discovered or manifested. It was stolen. From me, by the heaven-weaving ancestor, who was a brilliant cultivator, but, I have come to believe, not nearly as wise as her current reputation suggests. She took the soul origin lattice, the foundation of all my cultivation, the core from which my immortality derived, and she used it as the primary component in creating the jade. She claimed I was dangerous. She claimed I sought power for power's sake. She claimed many things. She was not entirely wrong, but neither was she entirely right. The emperor moved to the wall, tracing one of the inscriptions with his fingers. I have watched civilization rise and fall across 700 years. I have watched the tribunal form itself into an institution of oppression and control. I have watched them suppress cultivators who sought truth, crush experiments that questioned their authority, execute anyone who seemed to threaten their power structure. I have watched them destroy the work of brilliant people because that work might have exceeded tribunal understanding. He turned back to Wei Liang. My offer is simple. Surrender the jade to me. I will destroy the tribunal. I have resources they cannot comprehend. I have allies they cannot detect. I can make the world safer for cultivators than it has been in centuries. And you will be free from the constant pursuit, free from the constant threat of execution, free to pursue your cultivation without institutional interference. Wei Liang said nothing. I will not force you, the emperor continued. I claim the jade was originally mine, but I am not barbarian enough to simply take what I want. I seek your willing cooperation. I am willing to provide you with time to verify my claims, to research the history, to determine for yourself whether I speak truth. The emperor smiled again. After all, we are both beings who value careful analysis. I have already waited 700 years. I can wait 40 more while you satisfy yourself that I am being honest. I need to verify, Wei Liang said slowly. I expected you would, the emperor said. The scribe's mind, seeking accurate documentation before commitment. It is one of the qualities I suspect will make you either the jade's greatest bearer or its doom. I am patient enough to discover which. He gestured, and the chamber doors opened. The scholar was waiting outside. You are free to leave, free to investigate, free to draw your own conclusions. But when you have determined the truth, Wei Liang, I expect you to return and tell me what you have learned. Not as an enemy speaks to an enemy, but as one cultivator speaks to another, seeking the same fundamental truth. Wei Liang left the chamber, his mind burning with questions that he didn't yet know how to answer. Chapter 71. The calculations were still running when Xian lifted her head from the dimensional array. Wei Liang could read it in the set of her shoulders. That peculiar tension that meant she'd found something asymmetrical, a place where the world's geometry didn't quite align. Her expression carried the particular frustration of someone who had encountered a puzzle that didn't want to solve cleanly. The emperor's claim, she said without preamble, is partially verifiable. The soul origin lattice was indeed confiscated by the tribunal approximately 412 years ago. The documentation exists. Tribunal archives, third vault, cataloged under hazardous theological materials. That part checks out completely. The records are consistent. The dates align. The chain of custody is documented. She pulled up another dimensional analysis, showing layers of archival notation. The bureaucratic precision is actually impressive. Someone took pains to record what happened and when. Someone wanted to ensure that the history would be preserved exactly. Wei Liang set down his tea. The leaves had stopped steaming some time ago. He'd been sitting with this cup for longer than he realized, letting the tea grow cold as he waited for Xian to finish her analysis. The temperature gradient showed how long he'd been waiting. Hours, probably. Hours while Xian worked through centuries of records, trying to find truth in bureaucratic notation. What did you find? He asked. But, Xian continued, and there was that note in her voice. The one that meant she'd found something that made her genuinely uncomfortable. The identity of the original owner is obscured. 3 separate documents reference it, but each uses different terminology. One calls it a jade of sovereign merit. Another refers to the stone of tenfold binding. The third simply states an object of uncertain providence. The tribunal's own records don't agree on where it came from or who made it. The archival classification is inconsistent. The cataloging rubric was changed twice in the period immediately after the confiscation. She gestured at the data floating in the air. Someone was actively obscuring the trail. Someone with authority was ensuring that the original provenance couldn't easily be determined. She pulled up another set of calculations, spatial mathematics rendered in light across her dimensional workspace, which means his claim, that his bloodline commissioned it, that it was stolen, cannot be confirmed from available documentation. The confiscation is real. The confession of ownership is not verifiable. The claim that the jade was specifically stolen from him cannot be verified. She paused. her mathematical mind working through the implications. The emperor might be right about what happened, or he might be rewriting his own history, or the truth might have been lost so long ago that nobody remembers it accurately anymore. Partial truth, Wei Liang said quietly. He understood what this meant. It meant they couldn't rely on the emperor's version of events. It meant they couldn't verify what he was claiming about his own inheritance. Worse, xian replied. Partial truth that he stated as absolute fact, which means either he's genuinely uncertain about his own family history, 300 years of isolation giving him time to doubt himself, or he's testing how much we'll accept on his authority alone. Both options are strategically unsettling. She was pacing now, her hands making precise gestures as she spoke. If he's uncertain, that means his understanding of his own origins is incomplete. If he's testing us, that means he's willing to lie to see if we're gullible. Neither option is reassuring. The room fell quiet. Outside, the rain had started again, the kind of persistent, patient rain that suggested it had nowhere else to be and all the time in the world to wait. Wei Liang thought about an emperor in a tomb for 1,000 years, thinking about the nature of his inheritance. What truths survived 1,000 years of darkness? What became subject to reinterpretation? What would an immortal cultivator change in his own story if he had literally forever to reconsider? How much revision happens in 1,000 years of sealed solitude? What he said still stands as leverage, xian added, her tone returning to that characteristic dryness. Whether the jade was commissioned by his family or simply coveted by them, the tribunals certainly wanted it locked away. That desire is documented. The tribunal's fear is real, even if the emperor's historical accuracy is questionable. They were afraid of something enough to confiscate it. They kept it locked away for 4 centuries. That level of caution doesn't come from nothing. She settled back into her seat, her analytical process complete. The fear is real. The jade's power is real. The obscured history is real. We just can't verify the emperor's specific claim about his ownership. Can we verify his claim? Wei Liang asked. If we had full access to the archives? Possibly, xian said. But that would require being inside the tribunal's 3rd vault with explicit access authorization and exactly 17 hours of undisturbed research, which would require going to trial. She paused. The weight of that requirement hung between them. Trial meant exposure. Trial meant visibility. Trial meant committing fully to a path with no retreat, which is what you're planning to do anyway. Yes, Wei Liang said. But now we do it knowing we can't verify his foundational claim. That matters. Ethically and strategically. We can't base our defense on the assumption that he's telling the truth about his own inheritance. We have to work with what we can verify, not what he says. Xian nodded slowly. She understood logic. She understood evidence. She understood that partial truths were sometimes more dangerous than complete falsehoods. The tribunal's fear is the only certain thing, she said. Their fear of the jade. Their fear of what it represents. Their fear of what would happen if it was completed. That's what we use. That's what you will argue, Wei Liang confirmed. Not that the emperor is right about his ownership, but that the tribunal's behavior proves they're more afraid of truth than they are committed to justice. That their actions suggest they have something to hide. That their warrant is fundamentally illegitimate because it's based on fear, not law. Can you win that argument? Xian asked. It was a genuine question. Xian didn't pretend to understand political maneuvering the way other people did. She understood mathematics. She understood logic. But the abstract realm of persuasion and rhetoric was less clear to her. I don't know, Wei Liang said. But I know we have to try. Chapter 72 Zhen Bloomtide had been quiet for 6 days. Not the silence of rest. Wei Liang understood that particular quiet after seeing his partners sleep and wake. This was the silence of someone turning something over in their hands in the dark, deciding what the turning had revealed. Zhen had retreated to the garden, and she hadn't spoken to anyone since the moment they'd decided on the trial strategy. Wei Liang understood that silence. He'd learned to read Zhen's patterns. She was processing something significant, something that required her full attention. She was sitting on the garden's edge when Wei Liang found her, watching moths navigate the lamplight with the patience of someone who had watched moths for 300 years and expected they would never truly change. The creatures were drawn to the light. They had always been drawn to the light. They would always be drawn to the light, no matter how many times they spiraled around it and flew away and came back. It was written into their nature. I knew the chief arbiter, Zhen said without preamble. 300 years ago, his name was Shen Hao. He was capable of seeing beyond the tribunal's institutional fear, capable of understanding that some seals are meant to keep things in, and some are meant to keep things out, and the difference matters. Her ancient voice carried the weight of 3 centuries of memory. He was a good man. He understood that not all sealed things are sealed because they're evil. Some are sealed because they're dangerous. Some are sealed because they're not understood. Some are sealed because the people who sealed them were afraid of what they represented. Wei Liang waited. The moths continued their patient spiraling. In the distance, he could hear the sound of water moving, of the world continuing its ordinary processes while this conversation happened. Before he died, and the records say natural causes, but the records are often kind to important people, he came to me. He gave me something. A record. Documentation from the tribunal's interior vault, circa 340 years past. A record of a second jade shard. Not the one you carry. Another one. Confiscated 40 years before Heaven's Decree 7 was enacted. The tribunal has been keeping it sealed for longer than the decree has existed. She paused, letting the weight of that information settle. Shen Hao gave me that record because he believed that someday, someone bearing the jade would need to understand what the tribunal had done. Someone would need to know that the tribunal itself was holding something critical to understanding the jade's purpose. The moths seemed to slow, or perhaps the world simply became more attentive to what Zhen was saying. If the two shards meet, Zhen continued, her ancient voice carrying the weight of something she'd been holding in reserve, waiting for the moment when it would matter. And if all 10 soul bonds are complete and active, the tribunal's records suggest something the ancestor sealed would activate. But the records don't describe what. Only that the ancestor sealed it, and the tribunal feared it enough to keep the second shard locked away separately. Shen Hao believed the ancestor had a reason. He believed that if the ancestor had locked something away that carefully, it was because revealing it mattered, because understanding it mattered. She reached over and touched the jade shard Wei Liang wore. Her fingers were ancient and gentle. The ancestor was protecting something, or protecting someone from something. The tribunal wasn't brave enough to understand which. Wei Liang felt the jade pulse against his chest, a question without words. What was the ancestor protecting? What had she decided was dangerous enough to lock away from the world? The tribunal doesn't know what it does, Jin said, finally turning to meet his eyes. Her eyes were ancient and sad and infinitely patient. That's what frightens them. Not what it is, but that they don't understand it. And they've made a decision that they'll destroy you and the jade rather than risk discovering it. That's the real reason for the warrant. That's the real reason they're pursuing you so aggressively. Not because you're a threat, but because you represent an unknown that they can't control. But if I go to trial, Wei Liang said slowly, understanding the logic as it formed in his mind, they would be forced to address the shard as evidence, to bring it forth, and reveal something they've spent 300 years hiding, Zhen confirmed. They would have to answer what it is, why they kept it, what purpose the seal served. All of that, exposed under the rules of cultivation law, with your arguments standing against theirs. They could stay silent, but the silence itself would become damning. In a trial, all sealed things must eventually be unsealed, or the silence speaks louder than any answer. The moths continued spiraling, but Wei Liang felt something shift in him. Not hope, but something more precise. A path forward that didn't require winning. It only required them to make the tribunal choose between revealing the truth and destroying the rules that legitimized their authority in the first place. It required forcing them to choose between law and power. Thank you, he said to Zhen, for holding that, for knowing when to speak it. Zhen turned back to the moths. Some truths are only useful when timed correctly. This is such a truth. Shen Hao taught me that. He carried that understanding for 300 years before he told me. Sometimes patience is the greatest gift you can offer someone. Chapter 73 Rue Ashmantle found the correspondence record in her father's workshop archive before Wei Liang did. Xian had intercepted a spatial resonance ping, the kind cultivation families used for emergency contact. The origin was Grand Forge Master Rue Sr., Rue's father. The content was a message to a tribunal correspondence relay reporting their current location and the presence of the jade. It was a betrayal so direct and so documented that there could be no ambiguity about it. The message included specific coordinates. It included the date. It included Wei Liang's description and the jade's resonance signature. Every detail necessary for the tribunal to track them down. Rue found the archive copy 3 hours later. Check the timestamp. It was sent 3 days ago, before the decision to go to trial, before they had committed to a path that would make them visible to every tribunal asset in 3 kingdoms. Her father hadn't delayed. He'd reported them the moment he understood what they were planning. He'd moved with absolute clarity of purpose and no hesitation. She brought it to Wei Liang without commentary, handed the document over, and stood there while he read it. Her expression was flat in the specific way that meant she had already worked through the emotion and come out the other side into something harder and quieter. She'd had 3 hours to process this. She'd extracted every drop of feeling from it and converted it to information she could act on. She'd made her choice. She'd understood the implications. She'd chosen her partners. My father reported us to the tribunal, she said. There was no inflection in her voice. She was stating facts, not expressing emotions. He knew what we were doing. He knew what we were planning. He chose to report it. Each statement was a fact. Each fact hurt. But she'd already moved past the hurt and into acceptance. Yes, Wei Liang said. He reported the jade. He reported our location. He did this knowing it would bring the tribunal down on me. Knowing it would destroy my standing in the clan. Knowing that I would have to choose between my family and my partners. He forced that choice. Her hands were clenched at her sides. She wasn't trying to hide it. She was just demonstrating restraint. The anger was there underneath. She was just not letting it govern her actions. Yes, Wei Liang said again, confirming what she already understood. She was quiet for a long moment. The silence stretched between them like something alive. It was the silence of someone making a choice that would change everything. When she spoke again, her voice was steady and empty of anything except facts. We have to move. Now. They know where we are. The tribunal has known for 3 days. They've been closing in on us. Every moment we stay, we're giving them time to position forces. Every moment we delay makes it easier for them to corner us. My father's message was 3 days old when Xian intercepted it. They could already be in position. We might have minutes left. We might have hours. We don't have days. How long do we need? Wei Liang asked. 17 minutes, she said immediately. She'd calculated it while standing in her father's workshop. She'd worked through evacuation in her mind. She'd prepared for this even before bringing him the message. The timing had been necessary because she'd understood what the message meant the moment she found it. I can be ready to leave in 17 minutes. I'll take nothing that isn't essential for combat. Nothing that's worth the time it takes to pack. She paused. My father built something. Something that I was supposed to inherit. When we leave, it's